What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy, still rainy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MVs are having a fantastic one. Okay? Rainy again. Another rainy fucking day here in rainy California, Los Angeles. Like, I don't have the same cheery tone, the cheery mood that I had yesterday when I was starting off on my broadcast, and I think you guys already know why. There's not a lot of momentum happening on the freaking Trump arrest indictment shit. Like, not that he's ever gonna go to jail, obviously, but still, I want to see people get toughed up, you know? That's what I want to see. Anyway, regardless, I'm still live and alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening in the world, in between the time period when I pressed stop streaming and press start streaming. No suit for you guys. Yes. No arrest, no suit. I know that there's a lot of AI images and stuff going around about him being arrested, which I think is pretty funny. Thank you for ending the stream earlier today. I had time to watch the podcast. Died laughing at Hasan ordering a water bottle. I mean, I didn't really even end the stream that early. I still did an 8-hour stream. Y'all are spicy. Y'all are crazy. But regardless, I digress. All right. So last night I ended the broadcast at 7 p.m. because I was going to dinner. I was going to dinner with my uncle, my grandparents, I was going to I was going to that brain fart. I went to dinner with my uncle. It was his birthday. 53 years old. Big age, big year. Children are now like getting older too. They're about to go to high school. Pro is, which is crazy. Like in a couple of years, it's mind-boggling to me. Guess we're all getting fucking old. Anyway, but we went to a restaurante called Fogo de Chao. Fogo de Chao, which is Brazil. And let me tell you something. Big fan of Brazilian meats. They very meat focused. Their cuisine is. And as you guys know, I'm a fan of that. I love meats. Give me some meats. Meats galore. But this was perhaps the absolute worst fucking Fogo de Chao experience I've ever had. Now, maybe that's because after TwitchCon, last time I had Brazilian, it was a decadent experience, you know what I mean? And it was incredible. It was like a family restaurant that we went to. And it was awesome. Maybe perhaps that's the reason why I didn't appreciate this experience as much. But it was one of those Fogo de Chao experiences where, and I'm sure you've seen it before, you've experienced it maybe. I hope you weren't as misfortunate as myself, but one of those where they just like bring the meats real slow. And it's like you kind of know what's going on there. You're like, oh, you want me to eat the sides and fill up with the sides. Like, I am aware of your game, sir. Now, normally, Fogo de Chao is a 10-10 experience, even though the meat quality is not all that great, but ultimately it's great enough for you to get the meat sweats, you know? Until you've punished yourself, until you have punished yourself with the meat sweats, you haven't experienced Fogo de Chao. And Honestly, I think Joe Brandon's America has hit Brazil. I don't know if this is Lula's fault. I don't know if this is Bolsonaro's fault. I don't know if this is Joe Brandon's fault. But they were serving them with like 11-minute intervals. Like, I was like, come on, dog. Like, I've been waiting here 11 minutes for one slice of meat. And then when I'd say, can I get 2 slices? They were like apprehensive. I was like, hold up. Fuck you mean? Sir, I thought this was a all you can eat experience. The heck is going on? What did I do? Well, I ate a lot of sides. That's what I did. I ate a lot of the fucking sides. And unfortunately, sorry, buddy, this is how you're treated when you're sub 250 pounds. No more big boy treatment, skinny son. Yeah, except I ate so many cheese balls that, like, honestly, I probably ate way more than I would if I ate just the meats. You know, the frequency in which the cheese balls kept coming, frequency in which the plantains kept coming, versus the frequency in which the meat kept coming was awfully suspicious. Just saying, it felt like they were leading me down a certain path of consumption here, and I did not like it. But goddamn, are those cheese balls incredible. Then the meat quality also wasn't that good. I'll say that too. It actually wasn't that good, which is kind of sad. And the salad bar is good, but it's a trap. Yeah, you're right. So, my Fogo de Chao experience, I'm going to give it a fucking whopping 5 out of 10. Now, why is it a 5? Why is it not even lower than a 5, you might ask? Because there was one part of that experience that actually saved the whole night. Tres leches cake. Now, this could perhaps be because I haven't eaten any real sugary snacks other than, protein substitute snacks for like the past couple of months. Well, I mean, Japan was a break from that, but that don't count. Or because this was a particularly incredible tres leches cake. Or maybe because Turks are Mexican and Brazilian, Latin American in general, Latino in general. That's right. And vice versa. I don't know what it is. But god damn, dude. God damn. That was some fucking decadent ass tres leches cake. Okay? Woo! Sheesh! And I knew. When you get one of those cakes and you're like, fuck man, we got a big ass table. And this is supposed to be family style sharing. I thought to myself, maybe we should get 2 of these. Because everyone at the table is ordering ass. Okay? Straight ass. I order the tres leche cake and everyone else is like, oh yeah, well, I'll try the brownie. That's a trap. Oh, I'll try the chocolate. I don't know. The chocolate cake. That's a trap. If you get the chocolate cake and you expect to eat my fucking tres leches cake, I'm going to tell you something. Get a second one. I don't want to eat your molten lava cake or whatever the fuck. Oh, flourless chocolate cake. I did not subscribe to this. Was I greedy with the tres leches? No, I was not. Because I can't be, it's my family. I love them. And if I really wanted to, I could have just ordered another one. It's not the end of the world. But deep down inside, I was angry. Because I thought to myself, you are making a mistake while this order is being put Orders being placed and you're making a big mistake. You're going to eat my fucking tres leches cake. I know it. And that's what happened. That's precisely what happened. They picked it apart like a bunch of vultures on a carcass. They said, our tres leches cake, comrade. What do you mean? Talk a big game about socialism on your fucking broadcast. All of a sudden, don't want to share the dessert. So yeah, that's what happened last night. Devastating. Alex Jones mentioned you yesterday. Yeah, we'll talk about that. I guess he broke his nose or something too. Anyway, it's not a cake charity, chat. It's not a cake charity. It's a cake system. Very different than a cake charity. Cake system. A lot of you not have a high enough IQ to understand this difference that some plebs would consider minutia. It's not. It's profoundly important, this difference, okay? I need you to understand that. Anyway. So that was last night though. Then I woke up this morning super early. I had plans to potentially go to one of the picket lines. And I finally came to the conclusion that I need like a camera op style person. Cause I need a camera op style person to go along with me to different places. Cause like I feel like I am like March makes too much money. and therefore like I don't know if I can pay him to just like come with me to fucking do a shoot early in the morning at like 6 a.m. You know what I mean? Because they're doing the pickets at like they're doing the strikes at 6 from 6 to fuck. I woke up, I was like, I think I'm gonna go. I tried to handle logistics, I couldn't, but hey, listen, at least gave some money to DSALA for the tacos. Apparently they'll be able to fund another day of strikes. Gave some strike funds. Donated to the DSALA strike fund for them. Actually, sit in Marxism. Oh shit, you're right. I could use you. Fuck. It's gonna be with like racist police lover DSALA though. You know what I mean? Are you gonna be okay with that? True. I totally forgot about it. Are you comfortable working with racist, anti-black, white supremacist, police-loving, definitely don't want to abolish the police state DSALA sometimes? Hey, I didn't shit on him, bro, yesterday. That's true. That wasn't you. That was someone else who I yelled at. I don't know how I feel about having a fucking anarchist working with me. I already have a vegan working with me. It's a bad idea. Produces a lot of beef. No, I'm kidding. No, that you actually bring up a really good point. I know you've done some good work. We watched some of your shit before. Perhaps do that. Good idea. Yeah, I stole Frogan's joke. Shut up. Anyway, so yeah, we got that. Anarchists are fine, even great on small scale projects. No, I know, man. I know. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's actually a really good idea. I didn't even consider it, but that is a really good idea. Okay. Also, as I can see, Also, as I can see, Cinemarxism is not a crusty ass motherfucker who is anti fucking upcycling. You know what I mean? Oh, at least he's not that crusty.
Welcome.
Can I be your boom mic operator? Okay, ease up, everybody. Okay, a lot of these fucking shoots are supposed to be super fast, and I'm not trying to have an entire goddamn crew here. Okay, calm down. No. And also, Cinemarxism is different than everybody else in the chat because he has literally worked with other content creators in this space, and also is like you know, has a history of you know, working in the LA. I know, address chat's points though. I can do hair and I can be a fluffer. Need a guy who can pass out snacks. Yeah, we're not doing any of that. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yes, I do love Leon Burger dogs. They're impossible to find in Los Angeles. So yeah, this morning I ended up doing a bunch of like tax work. Really fucking annoying, even though I have like a team of accountants that I pay a fuckload of money to, and they're still like, oh, you gotta source this, source that, and I'm just like, bro, why am I paying you? Like, I'm like, I don't understand. Like, you're requiring me to do the work. It's like you're supposed to be doing the work. I genuinely don't understand. Like, I legitimately don't understand the accountant shit. Like, it blows my fucking mind. It's like I could literally file. I could just like file it myself. I've done it before. You know what I mean? I've done it for many, many years. It's like TurboTax basically. The way that my accountants operate is like literally like TurboTax. Maybe I just don't understand it. I just wish we had like Norwegian style. The government sends you a bill and then the government literally sends me a bill and then I pay it and then we're done. I hate that part of it. Anyway, this is the one instance I'm glad I'm a brokey. My TurboTax takes my 5 minutes to do every year, Lamau. No, it's only because like the irony is I spend all that time trying to like file shit, right? Like I'm sending them because like, look, I have like different revenue streams and stuff, right? So it gets a little bit more difficult. It's not all that difficult. If I'm a 1099, like I'm not just like a W-2 and then I get like, you know, some additional cash here and there any longer. Back then it was like a lot easier. Especially because like when you have a W-2, you already paid most of your fucking taxes off your you're paying your taxes ahead of time pretty much. But the annoying nuisance of it is that like I'm a 1099er now, and I like it's all still wages. Should I Twitter DM you or what? I don't know how to reach you except chat. DM me on Discord. I'm an accountant. If you're not taking the standard deduction, tax law changes every year in insignificant ways. You're just paying people to be up to date on the rules, essentially. I don't know what the fuck they do. The reason why I say I don't know what the fuck they do, because it's like Like, I give them all of my bank statements. You know what I mean? I give them all my bank statements. I give them all of my expenditures. And I'm like, can you look through these? Now, obviously, there's a lot. But it's like, but I'm also paying you a lot. You know what I mean? Like, I gave you all the information. And then they're still like, okay, well, we need this. We need that. And I'm just like, ugh. You are the worst type of client? Yeah, probably. Anyway, I'm going to... Are your accountants unionized, those socialists? No, man. What? I don't fucking know. Bro, I don't go to Starbucks and I'm like, I don't know if I should order a frappuccino today. Because I don't know if this is a unionized Starbucks. Bro, keep a fucking track of your business expenses. Twitch sends you a 1099. Brother, it is impossible for me to keep a track of my business expenses. It's just, that's why I thought I was paying accountants to do it. You know what I mean? I'm literally sitting at my desk doing a streamer's taxes right now. Yeah, but I'm in a unique predicament. Because, like, dude, I max out every year. I don't think, like, I'll be real. I think because I'm the worst client on the fucking planet for my accountants, they're like, yeah, here. They don't even give me, I think accountants, like, are supposed to show you, like, how much of your burden did they, like, lift. You know what I mean? Like, to justify their, to justify their existence. Mine don't even do that. Like, when you go to, like, because I used to do my own taxes, then I used to go to, like, a cheaper accountant back in the day, you know what I mean? Where you just do, like, a one-off expense. You just give them, like, a couple $100 and they do your taxes. And now that I have, like, my own, you know, big dog accountants that I'm working with, they're supposed to, I think, like, they literally tell you, like, oh, this is how much you were supposed to pay without us, but this is how much you're paying or whatever. They don't even do that. Like, over the course of the past 10 years since I've lived here, since I lived in Los Angeles, I went through every tax bracket. Like, I went from my first year getting money back from the government because of how little money I made, like a decent amount actually, to literally all the way to the tippy top. And throughout that process, I've experienced like all different kinds of accounting, from like doing my own taxes, turbo taxes, doing it on TurboTax, doing it, you know, with like a cheaper accountant, to like an expensive accountant. And I'll tell you what, should have stayed a smaller streamer to stay in a lower tax bracket. Yeah, I think that concept is gone. No, that's not happening. Anyway. That means you just overpaid estimated taxes since you are 1099? Yes, 100%. But having said all that, fear not, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and weebs. There's apparently a new way to do taxes. There's a visual novel coming out that supposedly actually prepares your 2022 U.S. federal tax return through romancing an anime girl. Now, obviously, if you trust this fucking video game, which probably is like safer than TurboTax, let's be real. But like, I don't really trust TurboTax either. You can do this. I love this. I'm not gonna lie. This is fire. IRS Chan. Hey, come on, stand a little closer to me so you can see better. Is this social security number correct? I'm like, what? I'm gonna put my fucking social security number in the game? It's waifu coded TurboTax, bro. Yeah, I mean, this shit seems crazy, but I kind of want to do it real bad. For those of you who are wondering if there's a One Piece update, unfortunately, there isn't one. Like I said, I spent the morning working, doing a whole bunch of shit. And therefore, I don't have any updates on anything. I went to sleep last night, woke up early, been working all goddamn morning. The IRS said I was missing something from 2018 and needed a W-2, and there was no way I was getting that from my old broke scamming bar owner employer whose bar was closed, and I snitched on his ass to the agent on the phone for not paying his PPL loan. Yet because his ass never paid me on time, they said there was a way around the doc I needed. We started watching One Piece at the same time, and now I'm on episode 840. That's crazy, dude. XQC was peeping clips of you going over the debate from Monday last night. Nice. I want to talk to him again about the ideas, the fucking like right wing ideas he has or anything like that, because it was hella funny. I also have an update on that too, because I saw people were popping on his editor. Okay. Anyway, let's get started. Let me blast off real quick. Arrest day 2 still not happening. You know, no grand jury meeting on Trump canceled. Fed rate decision. Grand jury. More later. I use Chat GPT to get in now. I think we have some time today, so I can finally use Chat GPT. That's what I'm excited for. Anyway, also Call of Duty, or not Call of Duty, CSGO 2, Fortnite 2, Fortnite Creator 2.0 came out. I was looking at dogs this morning too. And honestly, like, I don't know. I think I'm going to go through, I feel like I'm going to end up going through the same things that I did last time, which is like, you know, friend of a friend, find a puppy in the fucking side of the road, some shit like that. Because every time, one, there aren't like a lot of puppies in general on the websites. Two, I feel like whenever they're available for adoption, they immediately get adopted. Three, I feel like a lot of people have like connections with these places. Anyway, blast off and retweet this. Hasan looking ran through today. Yeah, I haven't really been sleeping too much for the past couple of days, unfortunately. Hit one of those random pop-up adoptions at like 6 a.m. That's where I got my dog. Yeah, something like that. I mean, that's how I got fish, right? Like that's actually how I got fish. Like through a friend who found him, like because he was left at a fucking tire shop. You know what I mean? Also, this is very cute from Bean Crafts. passed the vibe check. That dog did pass the vibe check. New Elwig video you will like? Yeah, I saw it already. Pre-watched. We can get started on this one actually, as a matter of fact. He clickbaited me. He used me as clickbait, son of a bitch. XQC watched the Kurzgesagt debunk video, and of course he had dog water takes. Dude, I want to watch that video too. I know Charlie watched it as well, the Kurzgesagt video.
A university's course, and he did this to protect the interests of big pharmaceutical companies he has been investing in.
True,
decades.
He did do that.
That is fucked. That is fucked.
Yeah, it's so fucked. Good.
It is really. That's such a hard topic. There should be systems in the world that go against this part of capitalism, in my opinion.
Systems.
There should be, when there's a global thing that's going on, there should be almost a forced thing. They have to buy it. Where they get a fund, they're gonna pool of money. They put a bunch of like top end pros with top experts.
What's wrong? Wait, what's wrong with Kurzgesagt? How Kurzgesagt cooks propaganda for billionaires? I haven't watched this, but a lot of people have. And you know, I know Charlie watched it too. But Kurzgesagt is like paid for by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and they oftentimes have like a very, you know, very positive approach to like billionaires.
And they work on something.
We'll watch it
and
though.
Whatever they get out of
Vice is 40% owned by Soros. Same thing, yet you watch it. Yeah, I don't know if you've been here, but I watch Kurzgesagt as well, and I also criticize Kurzgesagt when I feel like it's worthy of criticism, just like I criticize Vice all the time. Yeah, exactly. Vice has, just like every other news outlet, decent journalists and also a whole bunch of propaganda. And they do that. They do propaganda. A lot of media does propaganda. You just got to figure out where their biases are and whether you're being propagandized. Right? That's it. There is no like one outlet that is completely infallible, other than maybe Democracy Now! I would say Democracy Now! Is pretty fucking good, pretty on the dot. But yeah. Check Discord real quickster. Oh shit, he's calling me. What's going on, dude?
Yo.
What's up? What's up?
Is Kurz a corrupt media propaganda owned by billionaires? Yes or no? That is the question.
All media is owned by billionaires and plays the role of propagandizing a capitalist organization of the economy being normal. But there's still good videos from Kurzgesagt.
Yeah, but are they skewed and controlled by the billionaires in a way that is dangerous for the consumer?
I don't know if it would be, I don't know if I say it's dangerous. It's just like, it's always, I'm an advocate for people learning the biases that every media outlet has. Like CNN, New York Times, all of it.
CNN.
I think the danger comes from maybe Kurzgesagt making it seem as though they're like super, super independent and like have no biases. Like a lot of people will say, you have biases, Hasan. And I say to that, yes, I do.
Yep.
Main difference is that I openly tell people what my biases are instead of saying I'm a centrist.
Well, I mean, you're not sponsored by anybody anyway, unless you're just sponsored. Listen. Yeah,
That too, for sure.
This is a mega important question. It is. I'm not worried. I'm not going to politics too much. It's very important. I get the vaccine when it came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And most people were chill about it.
Oh
right?
no, you got the vaccine when it came out? Shit, bro. Bro. Yeah, you're gay now.
Anyway, listen. Anyway, like I was saying, listen. So I got it when it came out, right? And then it looked fine, and the thing looked chill. And then like I guess like some reported stats looked decent and whatnot. Nobody blinked an eye. Everything was chilled out. But now, after the fact, now COVID is slowing down, right? My Twitter is getting bombarded full of, yo, yeah, we all knew the vaccine was fucking useless. What is your take? What is your take on the overall vaccine situation now that we're like after the fact and things are kind of slowing down?
Now that we're what? Like we're past
we're past like it being like the major problem currently going on.
No, the vaccine is great.
But why is it such a strong wave of deniers coming back and making such strong appearances on Twitter? Why is my Twitter bombarded full of it?
I don't think they ever stopped. So vaccine denial is like a pretty common thing, right? That's always been around. It used to be ridiculed and belittled for the most part. It was like a tiny thing, but in America, it was always like a big thing. You know what I mean? The vaccines cause autism, stuff like that, all the way back to like Andrew Wakefield, a British doctor who literally was just trying to sell his own form of vaccine. But it blows up because people in positions of power kind of like signal boost it a little bit, either by legitimizing it or by just like kind of letting the misinformation fly on what we would otherwise consider like independent forms of media. A lot of people make money off of that shit too, because like every anti-vaxxer, like every famous anti-vaxxer is selling their own cure. You know what I mean? On the side, they're like, oh yeah, here's a vitamin D iodine pill that you can take instead. You know, this is going to save you. Or in some instances, even if you don't sell anything, it's good for clout, right? And that's why a lot of people jumped on that wave. And when you have a lot of fucking people who are questioning the government for understandable reasons, and people use that uncertainty in a time of a pandemic or even in the post-pandemic era, people use that uncertainty to just basically line up their own pockets by leading you astray. Line up their own pockets by.
Well, okay, yeah, okay, now I figured it out. Yeah, it makes sense. Then I think Elon Musk's he likes I noticed on Twitter to like plant a seed of doubt every couple of days about it, periodically, right? And people eat that shit up like crazy. It's insane.
Well, Elon is also like a bit of an anti-vaxxer. If you remember, Elon literally said,
"Go back to work now."
Yeah, he literally said like, "Oh, in April, like it's gonna be gone by April. It's gonna be gone by April. There's not gonna be COVID by April." And he was like so totally wrong on that. I think Elon is just like fucking brain broken, and you know, he just lets that shit slide on Twitter. So a lot of people pop off again.
Shit,
yeah,
he
loves it as much as he loves like old ass, shitty ass fucking 9gag memes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's all these posting.
Also, by the way, yesterday I reacted to your clip about train, and I want to bring up a clip. I want to bring up something with you, and you might not agree with me again.
Okay,
That's
let's
fine.
hear it. Let's see it. Oh, one thing I gotta say, and I saw your editor Art's Twitter. I don't give a shit.
I had no idea.
I don't give it, and also I don't even give a shit.
I don't care.
I don't
You
care.
don't care. I care. So
Okay, but I don't care. I don't care. It's
Okay,
like
well,
I just want people to understand. Like I don't want them to get like. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but I personally don't give a fuck.
If he does that to you, and one day he'll do that to one of my friends, whatever, that isn't okay with it, right? And then I have a problem. I am aware of a problem that I think is genuinely a problem. I addressed it. Today it won't happen. Okay. I think that the right thing overall, that's all that matters to me. Okay. Got it. Anyway, that's it. I don't want to hear past it.
All right.
Anyway. Okay. Hold on. One thing here.
All right. Let's see it. Let's hear it.
You don't have to agree. Okay. I'm trying my best, okay, to word this in the best way I can, okay? Ryan was trying hard to tell you something, but he didn't want to sound soft like a pussy. And I've learned things from relationships a little bit, and I want to translate that information to you in words, okay? There were times, okay, where I relate to that. That's why I know. Ryan did some things, and he had actual enemies. Everybody was against Strength for like the reaction, right? Everybody was shit on Train, and he saw everybody as an enemy, right? So I assume that when I made sly comments about his reaction back in the days with Gordon Ramsay, right? Since I made like little like sly comments, little side jabs for fun and jokes, right? Just jokes.
Uh-huh.
I know that he saw me as an enemy back then. And I had to go talk to him. And I think since everybody was kind of like against him, it's fair enough. He probably, even though there's no proof against you, right? You probably made many comments here and there, right? And since he was like on this downward trend of seeing anybody as an enemy, he probably confused you as an enemy. And that concept solidified in his head, right? And even though you're right, you never insulted him. I genuinely thought, right, that I thought that his perception still matters. And if you care, I think as a person, to another person, right, to kind of validate his feelings about that, I think that can still be done, even though you don't agree that you actually insulted him.
Well, the reason why I said that is because like even people were like looking for it, right? People like combed through hours and hours and hours of VODs, and like the only thing they found was me basically saying like, yeah, if you want, someone was like shitting on me for pausing too much, and I was like, if you want to watch it unpaused, like go watch Train, you know what I mean? Which is not even like a slide, a remark that is like anti-Train, more so me making fun of myself. So if that's the only thing that they could find, and he's been like jumping on, I mean, and he didn't even bring that up himself, so clearly it wasn't like prescient in the top of his mind. I'm saying that like his feelings, I want to validate his feelings, but also simultaneously like he thinks I'm like championing this shit more than anyone else because I'm the only person he talks about all the time, championing this cause against them. Like I don't know what to do. I said I would apologize if they.
I understand. So I have problems with people playing games in the past. I'll make a small a parallel. I think it's good. If you don't agree with it, we move on. I don't give a fuck. Because I thought there's a point that from him to you and from you to him. If it was only from you to him, I would bring it up because I think it's unfair. It makes me look biased. It makes me want to, Hasan, do this to him. I want to be a trade. Because listen, I used to play games with people, okay? And every time one of my friends would do something good, right? I noticed them. I would always banter with them, right? And then it was like, yo, did you see that? Instead of being like, yo, that was really good. I make a joke on like how normal or how bad it was or how how normal it was. Right? And then, even though I never insulted his gameplay, said it was bad. I never like said, yo, this is bad. I always been like neutral banter.
No, I know you're saying when you're friends with someone, you can banter with them and say like even jokes at their expense, and it's perceived differently than when you're like, antagonistic towards them. I get that. But at that time, I wasn't even antagonistic towards Train. He was just antagonistic towards me all the fucking time for no reason. That's why if you look at like LSF shit, I would go on his podcast all the fucking time. I was a smaller streamer too, so like I saw the mutually beneficial relationship there with like me going on his podcast and being like the leftist boring politics guy that everyone can yell at. But it also like helped me out as well.
You know what? I am good to move on with my day because I think you made a good point. That I get it now. If he bantered with you in even more intense ways than the small things you said about him, then him seeing you as an enemy, I think then it's kind of like his fault a little bit. I get that now. If that's the analogy you guys had, because if there wasn't, right? If he never battled with you ever, and only was either nice or neutral, him seeing as an enemy could be like a perception thing now, and I get that.
Yeah, like a lot of people found me. A lot of people found me through Austin and Train's pods. You know, like for sure, 100%. So I valued that, and I would go on his shows all the time. And when I was on his shows, like, I mean, we would like back and forth and shit, but it was never like super aggressive. But I think that I don't know. I don't know why. I never really fully understood why Train had like so much animosity whenever I wasn't on his podcast. You know what I mean? I genuinely, that's part of why I wanted to make amends or try to understand where he was coming from.
That makes sense. Nope. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me. Then that makes the discussion way more elaborate, and I ain't having none of that. I ain't reading all that. No matter how. I gotta get going, but I think this was productive talk. I still think Austin Knox is kind of a fucker, but you know what? My editors were fuckers to you. I think it's a fair exchange. I don't give no fuck. Unless there's an actual problem, to me, it's fair game.
Yeah. And it was. I think it started off with like him saying I was a fake socialist or something like 4 years ago. Like there's clips of it from like 4 years ago even. Like he was doing the Hasan's a hypocrite socialist from the jump.
Yeah. You know what? All of this is fair. Yo, last second, bro.
What?
Look at me fitting. You like it or not?
But go full screen.
Hold up.
I like it. I like the shirt.
Really?
I do, yeah. I'm not a fan of Burberry. I think Burberry's like normally kind of annoying. They plaster their shit everywhere, but this one is nice.
Yeah, this release that they did, I was like, yo, this is so different.
The white Burberry shirt you wore, I liked as well. The one that says Burberry with that kind of font, I like it.
Yeah, and I just got these Lululemon pants, and they're really like comfortable to wear.
Yeah, Lululemon makes them comfortable as shit.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, that's all. But yeah, you can go on with your day.
All right. Are you getting on CS:GO 2? Did you get it?
If I get invited, yeah.
A lot of people are playing it already, aren't they? Like Shroud and shit.
No, they're playing normal CS right now.
Oh, they are. Oh, okay.
Invites will probably go later, and it'll be a very like contained release type shit. But we'll see how that goes.
All
right. Now, yo, why is your title Trump getting arrested 4 days in a row? And he's not
because every day they debate us and they say, "Oh, Trump's gonna get arrested. There's gonna be a grand jury indictment."
So why is he getting arrested for?
And then it never happens. Well, I mean, Trump, I think, like according to the Ethics Committee, Citizens for Better Ethics Committee, has done like at least 56 or 58 different crimes while he was in office. Most of them were pushed off during that time frame, but there's a couple different RICO cases, racketeering cases against him right now. There's one in Georgia because of a phone call that he had where he literally said, "I just need 11,000 votes to the Secretary of State to win the state of Georgia." Right? That's one. Electioneering, election tampering, tampering with the results of an election. The other one in New York that was a previous case that actually Trump's lawyer went to jail for, Michael Cohen, is about paying hush money to a porn star with campaign funds.
Oh, shit.
A porn star he had sex with, Stormy Daniels.
They said it was like, it was like a mill. If it was a mill, why would you just pay with his own money, not take the risk?
That's a great question. Because he's a fucking con man, and I don't think he has all that much money. He has a lot of assets that are constantly depreciating. But I think like that's part of the reason why he does that shit. A lot of rich people do that.
Then he should come gamble then. But this is another story for another day.
He did gamble. He's one of the few motherfuckers who actually, you know how they say the house always wins? Not in Trump's case. He bought a casino and then he fucked it up.
Oh shit! Somehow.
Yes, he was the one guy who did gamble in Atlantic City, bought casinos, and then literally lost while owning the house.
I mean, when you buy a casino, though, you buy a house, but maybe there's a house above it. You think you're buying a house, you're still playing it. The house always wins. The actual house, though. Let that sink in. Ever seen The Big Short? There's always another layer.
Yeah.
Right?
Trump doesn't have it like that. Exactly. No, he is over leveraged and overextended throughout his entire life and failed upwards.
Yeah.
But America helps you do that when you're above a certain level of wealth.
If he's gonna go to jail, then why isn't like Hillary Clinton going to jail then, and other people that did crimes? I mean.
Fuck! I wish, dude. That'd be awesome.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I want every look. For me, there are like it's an infinitely shorter list and an infinitely easier list to find politicians that shouldn't go to jail. If you ask me, I think they all suck. They're all scumbags. They all work at the behest of corporations. Doesn't matter if they're fucking Democrat. Doesn't matter if they're fucking Republican. They're all dog shit. So I think that it's a good way to say, hey, look, politicians are not above the law. If they actually violate the law, like Trump has many times over, maybe he should see a little bit of legal scrutiny for that. And then, hey, if you want to extend that to Obama for an extrajudicious killing of an American citizen, or I don't know, whatever crimes Obama has committed, not going to be as flagrant as Trump, regardless, because a lot of these old school politicians oftentimes get away with doing illegal shit while staying within the bounds of reason and within the bounds of the legal system. But yeah, I think that, it would be better. Yep. America would be a better place if we actually jailed a lot of our presidents.
Makes sense. Also, this evidence right now I just sent you on Discord just got discovered. I think you should watch it with your stream. I think it's gonna play in today's case. Bye.
All right. Okay. All right. Peace, dude.
Whose is it? I like this car. Is this your car? Yes. Well, you know.
What the fuck is this?
What car is this? Whose is it? I like this car. Is this your car?
I remember that. I watched
well,
it
you know
before.
what? I'm buying it. I need it fast. I'm buying it.
You're buying my car?
Yeah, here's your check. Thanks.
Oh my God. Wow, well, just let me get my kids out of the back.
Now, wait a minute. I don't have time for this. These are your kids?
Yeah.
I'm buying them too.
Damn, dude. Donald Trump is buying children, Jeffrey Epstein style. I always knew it, but finally we have proof. Conclusive evidence. At first I was going to say, wow, Mr. Beast style politics here, but nope, he's buying the children too. We got him, boys. It's fucking over. It's over. To be fair, Jeff got him for free. Yeah. You know what Donald Trump is doing? He's building systems, okay? Which is what we should be doing as well at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Okay, I'm going to get to the news now. We'll talk about the IRS tax filing weeb thing, and we'll finally talk about, we'll do the Kurzgesagt propaganda video later. I have been meaning to watch that for a minute. I have not watched it yet. Of course, we have the Trump indictment, and we have an entire lineup, starting with the Manhattan grand jury weighing charges against former President Trump, not meeting on Wednesday. We got the Fed. We got so much going on. The classic 1010 system, exactly, is the top of the hour system, where if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free, or get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Okay. Are you doing the Jank Anna crazy crime debate? No. They are having another debate on crime. Their brains are so fucking broken from that shit, dude. I don't. It's weird. I can't have a conversation with them about that. Fed rate hike decision just dropped as well. Why is your uncle such a cop? He's old, man. He's old. That's how it works. The older you get, the more you turn into more you turn into a guy who loves cops and shit. Oh, here. Alex Jones apparently talked about me. I don't know why.
It's fine, but I'm not really a dolphin. I could go have an artificial fin put on my head, and I could sit there and say my name is Flipper and go,
You're too hairy for a dolphin. Which you used to swim in high school. How did you do? Did you have to go for like a full-on sugar wax? Because you got the Robin Williams furriness going on.
You know what's happened to me? As I got older, I just get hairier and hairier like a Turkish man.
Yes.
and
it's not a good trade-off. It's not a good trade-off. We start losing hair here and gaining it on our back.
Everywhere else.
I was about to say, it's the old joke. You know, you lose it on the top of your head, and all of a sudden you get it in your nose and your ears.
Yeah,
Wait, you guys were fucking with me? He's not talking about me. He just said, as I get older, I get hairy and hair like a Turkish man. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's why I'm grateful for Manscaped. So let's go through Dylan to attest to that point. Dylan Mulvaney, I would say,
Aw, you guys fucking got me. I got excited. I thought Alex Jones was talking about me again. I thought he was going to talk about how, speaking of hairy men, Hasan Pecker. Hasan Pecker. Can't make up that word. I want to wax his back. Wax on, wax off, if you know what I'm saying. Pretty hot. Keeps it tight. Rob DeSantis. Trump is now calling DeSantis Rob in press releases. Steve Bannon calls Rob DeSantis a weasel. Oh, I watched this video. This was really funny. He says, well, I'll tell you something. Well, I'll tell you something, Rob. Here has been very weak. He's been weak. He's been weak on crime, weak on drugs. Really a weak man. My name is not Rob. It's Mr. Trump's time, Rob. Rob is one of the rudest people I've ever met. Love that. Yeah. The Nazi Chae-Young saga has turned anti-Asian. Putting an end to the Chae-Young controversy with the shirt with the swastika, a thread with facts. What? In Asia, Japan, it's very common for them to recognize the swastika as a Buddhist symbol. There's a video in which a woman on the streets is asked what the images, and the response is manji. In Asia, the subject is not so talked about, studied, because it's a very prejudiced continent. Many people talk about the shirt being rare, and no, another fake news. This shirt is very easy to find in Japan, a country where twice is present all the time. What is happening? I don't care. I think people are being like, the more you talk about this, the worse it's going to get. I don't care. Like, I think it's funny. Okay? It's funny. It's funny. Just move on. Like, it's funny. It's not the end of the fucking world. Like, I don't know why people are just losing their mind over it. Like, I think it's funny. Okay? If you come to me and you're like, well, here's scientific proof that, like, actually she didn't know. And that's why it's cool and acceptable, and you guys are racist and anti-Asian racist for doing it. And it's just like, okay, well, you're being fucking ridiculous. K-pop fans just cannot let any idol take any criticism is fucking weird. Yeah, what the K-pop fans should have done in that situation is say, hey, man, it's pretty funny that, it's pretty funny that she fucked up, I guess, or her stylist fucked up. Kind of seems like it's one of those things where she thought it was like a cool looking Vivienne Westwood t-shirt. Okay. It happens. It's not the end of the world. I don't think she's like an ideological Nazi or anything. And then moved on. It's like a goof. It's not a fuck up if it keeps happening over and over. I don't think it's happening over and over. I think it's happened one time, and even then it seems like a edge case. And the other time was a QAnon shirt, which very clearly seems like something that they fucking sourced and thought looked cool, because they're getting like AmeriCorps shit. The Q shirt was custom made. No, it was a QAnon shirt that they cut, isn't it? Like, I genuinely don't care. Like, I can't begin to explain to you. I don't care. And twice for clear skin or don't. It is not even remotely important to me in the grand scheme of things. And the people that are trying to actively talk about this and like try to give me scientific proof as to why, you should keep standing twice are only going to make it worse, I think, because, yeah, you're just kind of bringing additional attention to the issue. It is funny that a K-pop stan would think that, like, people are just, like, oblivious to the fact that, like, the original swastika symbol is a Buddhist symbol. I even made that joke in Japan. It exists in other parts of Japan as well. Like, you know, it's like, oh man, you white guys are actually being anti-Asian because you had no idea that this symbol actually exists, but it's tilted. Like, oh man, sick. Okay, thanks. Yeah, in Japan, World War II is not taught in the schools as a battle of political ideologies, but as a conventional war. Yeah, I know. This type of education treats Hitler and the Nazi Party as charismatic and powerful leaders of countries during wartime instead of war criminals as elsewhere. I don't know. This is citation needed. But I do know that Japan definitely... I mean, this conversation, as it pertains to Japan's actions during World War II, quite literally is at the heart of a consolidation effort, or an effort of not consolidation, conciliatory. Japan and South Korea are currently trying to mend the gap. Okay, they're trying to bridge this reconciliation. Yes, reconciliation. They're trying to do that currently. And part of that literally revolves around, prior Japanese war crimes, including comfort women, and the Japanese government's lack of interest overall in recognizing any of those things, which is pretty funny to think about when pretty funny when you think about like them also covering possibly Nazi war crimes in the identical way. But yeah. But we're getting derailed, and I don't want to watch that fucking weirdo kid who very clearly rage baiting here. Watch this video quick before we get to Donald Trump.
Problematic is the history has changed. People have flipped the history to make Republicans out to be the party of the Klan, which that isn't the history. Democrats were the sponsors of Jim Crow. We think about the way the Republican Party started in 1854 in opposition to the Kansas-Nebraska Act, which wanted to expand slavery. Republicans have been there for African Americans. When we talk about winning back those individuals, we're talking about utilizing the universal principles of conservatism, which African Americans do adhere to in ways, to win these individuals back.
Don't you even feel slightly embarrassed to continue advancing the lie that, like, the Republican Party as it stands currently is not trying to appeal to white voters by literally vilifying black people and brown people? I mean, it's shocking that Republican strategists have openly admitted this. They've talked about how states' rights is essentially a substitute for the N-word even. This was Ronald Reagan's campaign strategist that also worked with Nixon that admitted this. The Republican Party has apologized consistently for things that they've done. They continue to do similar practices like voter suppression or underfunding black communities. Do I think that the liberals have helped out? Of course not. I also agree. I think the Democratic Party absolutely takes advantage of the black vote. But the substitute there is not to turn around and try to work with the Republican Party that does not have your best interests at heart and doesn't even mention that they have your best interests at heart at any given turn. They only offered lip service, worse lip service than the Democratic Party. Now, the final point I was going to make, however, as far as like the Democrats are the party of the KKK or whatever, who is wearing the Confederate flags right now when they go out to vote? Are they voting for Democrats or are they voting for Republicans? Which party is defending the honor of the Confederacy?
Fucking Gianno destroyed him. Common Hasan W. Oh, I'm surprised. Not somehow avoids debates, but is better at debates than debates, bros. Hell yeah, dude. Lots of positive comments. Let's go. Yeah, the original Republican Party had Marxian origins as well in its inception. I don't think that they would consider that to be a positive thing anyway. Like the original charter of the Republican Party was about mentioned. The original charter of the Republican Party, I believe, mentioned abolishing slavery in the South, chattel slavery in the South, and wage slavery in the North. Now, of course, that changed quickly, but the Democratic Party and the Republican Party's like identities or opinions were way more geographically locked than it is now. On Labor and Capital by Abraham Lincoln. Ravi Sharon X, thank you for the 5 get the subs. It is not needed nor fitting here, message Congress regarding the Civil War, that a general argument should be made in favor of popular institutions, but there is one point with its connections, not so hackneyed as most others, to which I ask of brief attention. It is the effect to place on capital on equal footing with, if not above, labor in the structure of government. It is the effect to place capital on an equal footing with, if not above, labor in the structure of government. It is assumed that labor is available only in connection with capital, that nobody labors unless somebody else owning capital somehow by the use of it induces him to labor. This is saying that labor could exist without capital, but capital cannot exist without labor. This is a fundamentally, dare I say, teetering on the edge of Marxism take. Okay? This assumed it is next considered whether it is best that capital shall hire laborers and thus induce them to work by their own consent or buy them and drive them to it without their consent. Having proceeded thus far, it is naturally concluded that all laborers are either hired laborers or what we call slaves. And further, it is assumed that whoever is once a hired laborer is fixed in that condition for life, a permanent class position. Now, there is no such relation between capital and labor as assumed, nor there is any such thing as a free man being fixed for life in the condition of a hired laborer. Both of these assumptions are false, and all inferences from them are groundless. Labor is prior to and independent of capital. Capital is only the fruit of labor and could never have existed if labor had not first existed. Labor is the superior of capital and deserves much higher consideration. Capital has its rights, which are worthy as protection as any other rights. Bit of a wishy-washy take at the end, but because we know Abe Lincoln left marks on red, which was kind of fucked up. Old Abe, it was as I like to say, bisexual Marxist. A bisexual communist. Literally. Okay? So, remember that. Whenever you hear about the party of Abraham Lincoln. One top hat, two faces. Anyway, let's move on. Yes, I ripped Giano here. Wait, this is another one? Hey, Hasan, what? Another one with high likes. What arguments is this? Can you use against the argument that if you tax companies, they simply move their businesses in order to avoid taxes? Just curious, Andy here. Don't make me play the song again. You're going to make me play the song again. Number one, the idea that wealthy businesses are basically holding our government hostage is an absolutely ridiculous thing to fucking say. If anyone brings that up to you, you can mention that that is not a reasonable way to exist in this country. Number two, there is no evidence that companies actually move overseas when they are taxed at a higher rate. Number three, if companies are supposed to move away when they are taxed at a higher rate, you can do something that China does all the fucking time, for example, and shut them out from the massive pool of American consumers. If they do not want to no longer pay taxes in America while still exploiting American labor, then they can no longer sell to Americans. But guess what, dude? No taxes, no business, motherfucker.
If you
Oh, I'm going to talk about this too. Do you agree with Tucker here? I actually want to talk about this as well. So I'm glad that this popped up. I tweeted about this. I want to look at the comments in that previous one though. How the fuck do I find that again? Because I can't go back. TikTok is like weird. It won't let you go back to the previous video that you just watched. No, I can't go back. TikTok is like TikTok desktop scrolling doesn't let you go back. Press up. Hey, Hasan, what arguments? Thank you. That was smart. No company on this planet would choose making no money over making less money, plain and simple. Hasan's so smart. Giant corporations would never control our government enough to do that. Companies wouldn't ever move because of less profit. Wait, this guy just didn't understand what I just said. I didn't say our current government's doing that. I said our government should do that. A company that moves overseas still has to pay tax in the U.S. for profit made here. Where are they going to go? Exactly. Populism, but for the left, poggers. Bad arguments. Can someone better explain how these are pro-socialist arguments? Wait, what? Brother, people are so... Doesn't bro live in a multi-million-dollar mansion? People are so incredibly stuck on like what something is defined. Who cares? They're not even. This argument is not even socialist. Okay? What I'm talking about here has nothing to do with socialism.
if you
Okay? Nothing to do with socialism at all. It's just about doing what's right. Don't think about it from a perspective of like, is this socialist? Is this capitalist? Who cares? Who cares? Just look at the merits of the idea that I'm presenting. Because it technically isn't like socialist. It's not just one thing that the government has the capacity to do but refuses to. Now, of course, if I were to describe to you why the government refuses to do that, because it is positioned or created in an effort to never do that and do what it's doing currently, then we would maybe teeter on the edge of a little bit of socialism. You know what I mean? A little bit of Marxism. Because the formation of bourgeois state is to do these sorts of results, to yield these sorts of results. But, you know, that's it. This is a status quo pivot. That's it. Yeah. All right. Speaking of socialism and what isn't socialism or what is socialism, I have for many, many years rang the alarm bells about right-wing populist messaging. Talked about how if the Democratic Party continues to behave as a bottleneck towards any sort of leftist economic populism, any sort of leftist momentum, the right will understandably utilize economic populism, like left-wing economic populist rhetoric, to make themselves seem more appealing. Ads, why ads? I always run a 1-minute ad break in the middle of the hour. Welcome to the HasanAbi broadcast. There is a secret 1 minute middle of the hour ad break. That's why I tell you to subscribe. Hey, man, I know we're past that point of the podcast, but I want to say thanks. You helped me get back into the gym, and my diet cleaned up. I'm down like 10 pounds in 2 months or so, lifting big and even doing cardio. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. Anyway, the ad break is over already, so, you know, it is what it is. But here, a lot of people don't even get it. No, the ad break is over. Okay, so as I was stating, yeah, they also appropriate anti-war sentiment. Exactly. The right will use propaganda because propaganda is all the right has. Now, the Democratic Party also is not really interested in, defending the left or anything like that, or defending workers or anything like that. Okay? But Tucker Carlson will nefariously utilize pro-labor sentiment and get a bunch of suckers on the left to go, oh man, he's really spitting. This is very dangerous. If Tucker Carlson can get pro-worker sentiment to the right by saying this sort of stuff, then I'm all for it. But I do not want dummies that are baby leftists to turn around and act like this is actually fire. Because it's not, and I will describe to you why it's not. And not because Tucker is disingenuous here, which I will prove. He is a libertarian. But because he's also stupid with his assessment of the situation and his advocacy. So let's take a look.
Wake up one morning and you find yourself in a society where 23-year-olds with 4-year college degrees and like initiative who aren't smoking weed every day, if they can't make enough to buy a car, much less a home, much less get married, much less have children, then why should you be surprised when half of them say they prefer socialism?
Well,
you should not be surprised.
I agree to a certain extent. I think that the question is when the pedal hits the metal. Like you talk in the book about technology and how it's shifting and taking away jobs from folks. Yes. And you make specific reference to truck driving and the fact that there are going to be these automated cars on the roads. So would you, Tucker Carlson, be in favor of restrictions on the ability of trucking companies to use this sort of technology specifically to, sort of artificially maintain the number of jobs that are available in the trucking industry?
Are you joking? In a second. In a second. In other words, if I were president, when I say to DOT, to Department of Transportation, we're not letting driverless trucks on the road, period. Why? Really simple. Driving for a living is the single most common job for high school educated men in this country, in all 50 states. By the way, that's the same group whose wages have gone down by 11% over the past 30 years. The social cost of eliminating their jobs in a 10-year span, 5-year span, 30-year span is so high that it's not sustainable. So the greater good is protecting your citizens from, look, capitalism is the best economic system I can think of. I think that anyone's ever thought of.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Okay. I wanted to let it ride for you guys to see everything. I'm going to finish it off and then I'm going to address it point by point.
But that doesn't mean that it's a religion and everything about it is good.
No, but
there's no Nicene Creed of capitalism that I have to buy into. What I care about is living in a country where, decent people can live happy lives, actually. And so, no, I would say immediately, no, are you joking? And I maybe would make up some pretext for public consumption, like, oh, they're dangerous. The technology is not quite finessed. No. But the truth would be, I don't want to put 10 million men out of work because you're going to have 10 million dead families, and the cascading effect from that will wreck your country.
Interesting. So what is Tucker Carlson doing here? The reason why when you hear what he says here, the reason why you say, oh man, he's really spitting, is because he's a very good propagandist. I'm not going to say that it's because you're silly and because you don't understand socialism or because you don't understand Marxism or anything like that. It's because Tucker's a very good propagandist. That much we all admit. Now, number one, is the Swanson frozen food dynasty recipient who lived in the lap of luxury and a beneficiary of tremendous amounts of intergenerational wealth and prosperity that currently works for the multi-billion-dollar reactionary propaganda arm of the reactionary Republican Party genuine when he says, if I was in charge of things, I would literally get the government to stop automation. Automation that would, in a capitalist sense, absolutely improve the efficiency, reduce the bottom line, and improve profit margins subsequently of the trucking industry, right? Does Tucker Carlson, who is a libertarian, truly believe that? Fuck no. If you think that he is just actually genuine about that, well, I got a bridge to sell you. I got some NFTs to sell you, okay? Because Tucker Carlson's entire point, and the reason why he is like allowed to have a $100 million contract or whatever at Fox News, his entire purpose of existence is because he very effectively brings you in with like some pro-labor sentiment, right? While simultaneously shifting your attention away from that, away from actual results, away from actually targeting capital, to other things like immigrants, the dangers of minorities, the dangers of diversity, the dangers of, like, do not talk about these actual villains in society. The real villains are, drag queens doing drag, or trans people, or the fucking teacher in Canada with the fake titties, the humongous knockers that turns out wasn't trans like we correctly fucking called and was just like a psychopath, right? Or sexy M&Ms. Those are all distractions. Tucker Carlson is very good at crafting a narrative that hyper focuses on idiotic distractions, because all of those divisive distractions move you away from class consciousness and coalition building. It moves the crosshairs away from those at the tippy top, those who are paying his salary. Okay? I would even go so far as to say Tucker Carlson himself is at the tippy top, and he benefits from this system tremendously. You could make the similar argument against myself as well, but the main difference is, one, I am not funded by billionaires. I'm funded by you in the chat. I have editorial independence in that regard that Tucker Carlson does not. And more importantly, I'm very open about my biases and tell you exactly what I believe all the fucking time. So, that's number one. So let me explain why this attitude is idiotic. Because his solution, Tucker Carlson looks at automation and goes, we have to stop that. Right? But the problem isn't automation. The problem isn't technology. As I tweeted about this earlier this morning, the problem is corporations using technological achievements to increase profit margins for shareholders. Okay? Technology isn't bad. The mobile phone is not bad. Right? The mobile phone and steady access to the internet has been tremendous in so many meaningful ways. But with the advent of new tech, corporations utilize that new tech to make one guy do the job of 8. Instead of reducing one guy's workload, keeping the same group of individuals hired, and even increasing their pay because their productivity is increased, they fire 8 guys and they make one guy do the job of 8, keeping his hours the same, making him get paid less or maybe the same amount, okay? But their output is now 8x as a consequence of technological achievements. It's not automation that is the issue. It's not technology that is the issue. It is how profit is extracted and distributed. It is capitalism that is the issue. Automation always lightens the workload, but it's impossible for all of us to imagine a world where truck drivers, continue being employed and work shorter hours and make more money as a consequence of automation. That's it. That's the issue. It is outside of our scope of understanding the world. We can't even look at this and go, no, actually, Why are we doing this? Like, why are we saying, let's stop automation? Instead, keep the same hours, reduce their hours, because automation reduces their workload, but their output is going to be higher. And the secondary part that I find even funny about his dishonest rant is that even in his own dishonest rant, where he creates a hypothetical where the government is interfering in profit-seeking behavior of truck corporations, like these mega corporations that are handling logistics, right? That interference is stopping automation and not stopping the company from reducing their workforce after they get this new tech. Why? Why wouldn't you just literally say, if you're in the business of, government interference in businesses, right? If you believe that, which Tucker Carlson claims he does, right? I mean, that's a crazy thing that the Department of Transportation is just going to say, no, you can't use automation. You can't use self-driving cars. If you are in the business of doing that, that means you're in the business of anti-capitalism. That means you are in the business of utilizing the state to reduce profit margins. You are in the business of state interference in commerce, which I am in that business. I love that. I'm a fan of that business. But if you believe that the government should interfere in business, like I do, okay, and regulate, why the fuck wouldn't you just also want the workers to work less hours as a consequence of automation? That's it. As leftists, it's not about UBI. As leftists, it's not about being anti-tech. We should never be anti-tech. We should be pro-technology. We should be pro-technological achievements. We should be pro-artificial intelligence. But these are tools that are supposed to lighten the burden of the proletariat. But unfortunately, under a capitalist organization of the economy, these tools are seen as a way to substitute wage laborers. It's seen as a way to increase the burden of the same laborer. Because now you can get away with working with one guy instead of 8. One guy can now do the task of 8. So if you want all that bulk, if you want these guys to be involved in this shitty make work, situation, why not lighten their load? That's it. That is absolutely it. And any Marxist worth their salt should be able to see through this ruse here. Okay? That's it. Anyone who understands anything about Marxism, anyone who understands anything about socialism should be able to look through that and go, hold on, there is a better way out there. Okay? This is a great example, by the way. I've developed some automation at my job that in theory has offloaded some of our department's work, but our department keeps it somewhat under wraps from upper management because it had become the new standard. Remember, when I talked about ChatGPT, when I talked about AI replacing workers, what did I say? I told you AI right now could be a very helpful tool for you at your job, especially if you're doing copywriting or whatever, right? As long as your bosses are not aware of it. Because in the short period when new tech innovation happens, you can use it to lighten your workload. It can be a pro-worker tool. But the moment that your bosses are aware of it, they will use it to fucking swap you with that thing. Even if it hurts the consumers at the end of the day. Even if the product is worse at the end of the day. You can use the AI to lighten your workload as long as your bosses are not aware of it. Once your bosses are aware of it, capitalism kicks in. Now, well, you have this tool. We're going to take it for granted. Why don't you just fucking work the tool and we can fire 5 other people and now you're in charge of all of their workload because now you have a very helpful tool here. That's efficiency. That's called eliminating redundancies. It's at the heart of capitalism. There are entire cottage industries dedicated and designed exclusively with the purpose of implementing these sorts of tools that literally reduce the workforce. And when you reduce the workforce, even though it harms the economy overall, even though it kills families, like Tucker Carlson correctly pointed out, the bottom line is the bottom line is better for the companies, and the stock price goes up. That's it. That's how this works. Which is precisely why I say, not technology that is your enemy. It is capital owners, capitalism that is your enemy. These corporations only care about their shareholders. They only care about the stock price going up. They only care about quarterly earnings. They only care about profit margins increasing. We all know profit rate has a tendency to decline. This is at the heart of Marxism. Or maybe I'm completely wrong, and everything about Marxism that I know, it's fraudulent because I do not have the knowledge of systems and how we should be building a system. I don't know. You decide. No, man, don't worry. People are losing jobs and dying. Corporate capital is just being reduced. Yep. Okay. What is the argument against UBI and AI future? I haven't thought much about it. I do not have an issue with UBI, but UBI is oftentimes advocated by those like Milton Friedman because they want to eviscerate the welfare structure. They want to eviscerate any kind of social spending and switch it to UBI, universal basic income. If UBI is weaponized against pre-existing social programs that are already underfunded, I'm against it. If UBI comes on top of it, I'm for it. It can never be a replacement for the already crippled institutions. That's it. Okay, but to play devil's advocate, or not even fully that, would it be wrong of me to be against technological achievements in some cases because we already exist in a capitalist system and not a socialist one? It's bullshit, but I have to play what game I'm playing, even if I hate this stupid contradiction? No. No. That's it. It's not okay for you to be against technological achievements. That's it. I don't know what else to tell you other than that. Your own personal motivation against technology or your own personal opinions against technology is not going to stop capital owners from utilizing technology regardless. What I'm trying to do here is simply explain something that is happening currently to you. Okay? Just like when we talk about just like when we talk about Ukraine, right? Like, it doesn't matter if I say that Ukraine is getting too much money or not enough, right? What matters is the bottom line of the military-industrial complex. They are going to decide how much money goes into Ukraine. Not you, not me, not Joe Biden, not the Democratic Party, not the Republican Party. Okay? You can sit here and say, man, I really don't want that. I wish we could fund healthcare or something. Yeah, wrong. Not going to happen. No matter what you say. Technological advancements are inevitable and don't have to be used against workers. They just are, because that's how capitalism works. That's not a tech problem. That's a capitalism problem. Yes, exactly. I am not against the invention of cars, because it's going to put fucking horses out of work or whatever, Cars have been good overall. Well, not cars, but fuck cars, but, advancements in transportation is good overall. Have you seen XQC's new video on his Clips channel where he talks about your editor and kind of fumbles the bag? No, and I don't care. I don't care. It's irrelevant to me. All of this is just a pipe dream without a full-blown revolution. AI and tech will be weaponized against workers in a capitalist society no matter what. Yes. But you can't stand against technological achievements anyway if it's something to be weaponized against the working class. I'm simply here telling you what I want, okay, and telling you how it is. Does that make sense? Okay. Let me give you a little bit of rage bait. A TikTok of Sofia Coppola's daughter. This means so much to me. The Francis Ford, am I saying it right? Coppola? The family is a Hollywood dynasty. Papa Francis Ford was the legendary director that, directed The Godfather, writer-director. He put his daughter to work. Nicolas Cage famously is a Coppola. Jason Schwartzman, right? Is that what his name is? That guy? What's his name? He is a Coppola. I know one of the Coppolas. Not Kamala Harris, but I do know one of the Coppolas. I know Chris. A fun dude and guy. Anyway, this is one of the younger Coppolas, Francis Ford Coppola, granddaughter. And she had this very unique experience.
Make vodka sauce pasta with me because I'm grounded. Because I tried to charter a helicopter from New York to Maryland on my dad's credit card because I wanted to have dinner with my girlfriend. Okay, let's get started. I don't know the difference between a garlic and an onion, and I just had Google images of onions on my phone, and I'm embarrassed. Also, I thought I would do this since I'm already grounded because my parents' biggest rule is like I'm not allowed to have any public social media accounts. Here's why. It's because
Yeah, I think I understand why she's not allowed to have any public social media accounts, because it's not the fucking, it's not the award. It's the video. No, it's this video itself. They're gonna bust out the pitchforks for you specifically and your family.
They don't want me to be a nepotism kid, but TikTok's not going to make me famous, so it doesn't really matter. Is this an onion? Because I feel like this doesn't look like an onion. This looks like the inner workings of. And this, yes, we're on. And this is Ari, my babysitter's boyfriend, because my parents are never home, so these are my replacement parents. I almost put the house down. What do you think about the helicopter fiasco?
Oh, I like fiasco because it's like the feminine form of fiasco.
Oh, it's Women's History Month, so. Okay, well now I'm just waiting for Ari to come back with my ingredients, and I will see you in part 2 where I actually make the pasta. Make vodka.
This video is like a fever dream. This video is like a mini Parasite. Also, yeah, that is a shallot. For those of you who don't know what that thing that she cut was, it's like an onion but fancy. Shallots are great. Love shallots, delicious. Yeah, it's sped up. Where's part 2? I'm hooked. Yeah, me too. I think this girl is joking. Dude, the babysitter's boyfriend making an appearance really changed the game for me. Like,
Is Ari my babysitter's boyfriend? Because
like that's pretty funny. She drops a note about how her parents are never home, which, you know, I think we all made that assessment. Love the placement, the product placement that is like not even deliberate, but all the Viking supplies that she has in her parents' home, possibly, you know, Long Island home or something. How does she have a babysitter? She's like 20. Brother, she is not 20 years old, okay? That is a baby. She is like, wait, she is? No, she's like a baby. What the fuck? That's what babies look like. Sixteen years old. Okay, that's actually kind of, wait, what? I thought she was like 13. Why the fuck does a 16-year-old have a babysitter? Okay, that's weird. Well, I guess like it's different when you're that rich. Like your growth is like relatively stunted. How the fuck does a 16-year-old get grounded? Is that a thing? She's 13 according to Wikipedia. She was born in 2010. Why would a 13-year-old need a babysitter? No, 13-year-old I understand. I understand why a 13-year-old would need like some level of adult supervision. You know what I mean? Like, also, clearly she would fucking die regardless of how old she is if she didn't have adult supervision, as evidenced by the fact that she tried to make a pasta sauce and didn't know the difference between onions and garlic. So the video kind of gives you the reason why she needs some adult supervision regardless of her age. Okay? Like it captures the essence very well, in my opinion. She is 16, her sister is 12. Oh, okay. Anyway. Well, it's called a Hvitløk. This is like definitely Viking, right? God, I'm such a fucking homeowner, but you know, these appliances look Viking. Am I wrong? They got that like that thick nodes. Oh, Hvitløk is garlic? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the fuck that you're talking about, but I'm talking about like the kitchen appliances or Wolf. I think I don't think it's Mila. Or maybe it is. I don't know. The oven has like those thick the knobs are like very thick. I don't know how to describe it. It's just like very fancy. It's Wolf shaking my head. We have no idea, Chief. My rental apartment has barely working electric stove. Viking stoves fucking suck. My mom bought one and it breaks all the time. They are rich. It doesn't matter which brand it is at that point. Same appliances as your mansion? No. My mansion, my castle, chateau, that is now worth 10 million, actually 15 million. Nope, $25 million. my castle has Miele appliances, and it broke already, and I don't even know how to fucking fix it, and I haven't really fixed it. It's fucking annoying. My palatial estate, yes. My palatial estate that I have single-handedly funded through the top of the hour ad breaks that I run, which are the longest on the broadcast, on the platform, literally, right? 3 minutes long. And also the people that subscribe to avoid said top of the hour ad breaks for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, that is. Or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Thinking about getting a Miele vacuum. I'm officially very old. Why? Isn't like what's the fucking one I have? They have good vacuums? Yeah, get a Dyson. What the fuck? Aren't Dysons like good? They're Miele vacuums are 100% worth it. See, I didn't even know they made vacuums. I thought when I got a Dyson for the first time in my life, I was at a very different place financially, and it blew my mind. I was like, this is a game changer. Prior to a Dyson, I had Sakuragor, think of it if I get the subs. Prior to a Dyson, I had like those shit ass like Amazon vacuums that I had to fucking buy twice a year almost, because like they just didn't even suck. Like they had no suction and they would just die all the fucking time. But Dysons also break fairly easily too. There's no appliances nowadays that you can get that doesn't have like that built-in fucking manufactured obsolescence. Really, really, really annoying. Did a tornado hit LA? Yes. My Miele vacuum cleaner has never failed on me. It's built like a tank. Vacuums don't break. They just get dirty. Yeah. Did a vacuum write this? Like, what the fuck? Are you... Do we have a vacuum in the chat? Are you kidding me? Have you experienced the vacuum? They definitely break. The Dysons are too good. They have gained sentience. They're using ChatGPT to make arguments as to why they should be treated with more care. They're behaving like the police force in the chat. You know what I mean? Like that chatter from yesterday who was like, Leos are under fire, actually. And that's why they have a really tough job and they're constantly under fire, and we got to do something about it. But vacuum edition.
Welcome back. I'm Diane Macedo. We have breaking news. The grand jury investigating former President Trump's role in the hush money payment to porn star Stormy Daniels is not convening today. They were scheduled to meet to weigh potential charges against the former president, but sources tell ABC News that won't happen now until at least tomorrow. Senior investigative reporter Aaron Katersky joins me live from the courthouse in Manhattan, along with attorney Jeffrey Robbins, with more on this. Aaron, what's the latest?
The grand jury is not meeting today. We don't know whether it was a pre-scheduled thing or whether they were called off because maybe a witness wasn't available. There's no telling why. But it means that any potential indictment of former President Trump will now come Thursday at the earliest. But it's also possible, again, Diane, that there are additional witnesses the grand jury wants to hear from. Remember, it was former President Trump himself on social media on Saturday morning who sort of got everybody excited about his impending arrest that he said would come Tuesday. And that did not materialize. And now we know that the grand jury has been meeting, well, since January, hearing from more than a half dozen witnesses over the course of the last several months about hush money paid to Stormy Daniels and whether that's a predicate for a potential criminal charge, which now the earliest it could come in the form of a true bill would be tomorrow.
Jeff, how unusual is it for a grand jury to cancel a meeting like this? Is there anything to read into this?
Well, hey, Diane, there could be so many different explanations for this, as Aaron suggested. It could be the schedule of some of the grand jurors. It could be the decision to respond in some way to the testimony earlier this week of Team Trump lawyer, Mr. Costello. It could be coordinating security arrangements with the court or with New York City, or even arrangements with the Trump team. So there's no way of telling. It could also be, as long as we're speculating, that the DA is still kind of thinking about additional hooks for this kind of misdemeanor felony combination. We simply don't know, but it looks as though they're moving forward in any event.
Now, Aaron, Trump predicted, as you mentioned, that he would be arrested yesterday. He said it was going to happen, and he called on his supporters to protest when it did. Of course, that didn't happen. But what's the scene like there now?
Well, there is some extra metal barricades that are up. I think that's to account for all the members of the press that have descended on the courthouse here in Lower Manhattan. There's no sign of any protest. There's the odd sign holder that walks up and down the block, but there's no real scene here. And now with the grand jury out of session, there's no possibility that an indictment could be returned today.
Jeff, the next time the grand jury could convene would be as early as tomorrow. What are you watching for?
Well, theoretically, at least, if they do vote on an indictment, it will be secret for the moment. But as we've seen before, there has been a practice here, particularly on the part of Team Trump, of releasing or leaking information that they get. So my guess is that we're going to know one way or the other what comes out of tomorrow's session. And if we do learn about it, it's likely that it'll come, if passed as prologue, from Mr. Trump himself.
Aaron, this is just one of several investigations into former President Trump. If he is indicted in this case, could that affect the other cases at all?
Not really. They're all running separately, and the prosecutors that we know of are not talking with one another. The prosecutor in Fulton County in Georgia over election result tinkering, the special counsel investigating both January 6th and the handling by Trump of classified materials. Those are all running on separate tracks. Of course, if he is ultimately charged in all of these investigations, there may be some competition for jurisdiction and his time. But other than that, these are all running separately, and that we know of, there is no coordination among the prosecutors.
Jeff, depending on the outcome here, where does this case go from here?
Well, you would expect, if there is an indictment, that within a matter of days, the former president will be required to surrender. And at that time, upon arraignment, there'll be a schedule set for the case to proceed. And there'll be discussions between counsel for Team Trump and the DA's office about the kind of schedule for moving forward, including a motion practice. That is to say, there'll be motions no doubt filed by Team Trump to try to dismiss the charges. There'll be a schedule set by the court for the resolution of this particular case.
All right. Aaron,
have I spoken on the LA school union strike? Yes, I have. Every single day, as a matter of fact. I also donated to the strike funds today. And maybe even we'll see what happens. I'm making no promises. I wanted to go to one of the picket lines as well, but logistics of that are a little bit harder to do. Just say nothing is going to happen. The media is going to edge lips so hard they either die of blue balls when he doesn't get charged or die of dehydration from throwing the fattest ropes if he does. Honestly, I don't even think the libs care all that much. That is what I feel. Like, I feel like this is not, like, nobody on TikTok is talking about this. People just, like, make memes on Twitter about how, like, he is definitely arrested with, like, AI photos and shit. No, I don't care about Jon Stewart on Crossfire. We've watched it so many times. Please stop linking Jon Stewart on Crossfire where he owns Tucker Carlson, okay? I know. I watched it before. I've watched it so many times on this broadcast. I don't want to rewatch it. Dugglesby, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I don't even see a lot of like anger and resentment from conservatives. I mean, there is some, but certainly not what you would expect. Like it's the anger, resentment, the activity surrounding this story is diminished in comparison to how much agitation occurred around the FBI raiding Mar-a-Lago. Kind of wild. And I think it's partially because Trump fell off. I think it's partially because, we've gone through this wave so many times over. And I think it's partially because there's not a lot of astroturfed activism from the Republican Party infrastructure. The Republican Party is not lending support to the protect Trump and defend Trump's innocence funds and projects, I guess. Like you only see like the craziest kooks at these protests, and their numbers are diminished. Like it's like the silence is deafening moment, I think, with respect to the protests. Before we move on, I'll hear a lot of you have been linking this to me. Anna says, I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. So funny for someone to witness the trans moral panic that calls for our eradication in public, says Juniper, the banning of trans medical care in multiple states, yet decide to make everything about how the 14 lived-up academics who use these silly phrases bother you so much. I, of course, agree with Juniper on this because, like, I don't know what... Like, Anna isn't wrong, right? Anna is not wrong. She is right. Like, this stuff is, like, stupid, right? And no one uses it. It's like the Latinx thing over and over and over again. You know what I mean? She's right. But, like, no attention should be paid to that. You know what I mean? That's the problem here. Like, no attention should be paid to this. And I know that a lot of people will turn around and say, Hasan, you're wrong as well. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care. You guys that, for those of you who do want to fucking have this debate over and over again, you're behaving in a way that is as unproductive as Anna Kasparian, but maybe from an ostensibly leftist side. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's it. As a person in medical school right now, you would be surprised by how much I hear this usage here, and it's probably more applicable, and I still think it's a distraction from giving the same folks good quality health care. Yeah. Like, it's just so irrelevant. Like, people are not, like, people that get super mad at this and use this as an additional justification are transphobic. You know what I mean? The transphobic people will use things like, oh, people want to call all women person with a uterus or whatever the fuck. People want to call cis women person with a uterus. Like, they're the ones who are looking for further justification to moralize their transphobia. So, like, making any note of that and lending any credence to that argument as though it's like super serious is silly in my opinion. And I think it's just for farming Twitter likes. You know? That's it. Like, colloquially speaking, when we're outside of academia, when we're outside of, like, you know, hyper-specific medicine, right? No one is using this shit. No one. Like, I've never, the other thing is, like, I've never actually fucking seen, like, someone in the real world ever be like, oh, please, you know, call me Latinx or some shit like that. You know what I mean? That's not, like, not a thing. Like, most people in the real world are not so permanently fucking brain broken right? AOC used it. Yeah, no shit, she used it. Because she's a politician. I've had this conversation so many times over. It's just silly. Okay? It's silly. Anyway. It's the BIPOC distinction. Like, POC is not enough. There needs to be a separate removal to show like additional harm that was done to indigenous communities and black communities. It's just like I get the energy. I understand where it's coming from. Colloquially speaking, it is completely irrelevant. People are not using it. And I'm never going to push for people to fucking make this distinction because everyone gets completely fucking bottlenecked at the aesthetics of the subject matter. Just advocate for the things you believe in instead of hyper focusing on idiotic aesthetics. It's just a byproduct of liberalism. It's probably the most annoying part of liberalism, honestly. So that's it. That's all I got. And I do think that Juniper is correct in this regard, which is that, there's so much anti-trans legislation. There's so much anti-trans moral panic. There's so much anger towards the trans community for simply existing right now. And there's material harm being done to the trans community. The notion that like the main takeaway from this has to be the fucking silly phrases is it's just like very self-involved. Even if it is correct. Like even if Anna's perspective on the matter is, correct, it's one that like doesn't need to be a boundary that you're setting on the fucking ground because it's completely irrelevant. One way or the other. Does that make sense? Now, having said that, is Anna an ally to the trans cause? As far as I know, or I mean, from what I remember at least, yeah. She is. Will she get extra upset because she did this and got a lot of likes? Okay. And then people will attack her like crazy. Okay. And then this will further solidify her position. I also think yes. But ultimately, it's not a Anna here is trying to give a more centrist aesthetic by criticizing dumb leftists. Yeah, exactly. I do it regularly as well. I mean, I did it during the Hogwarts shit, and everybody got mad at me. Everybody yelled at me. And what happened? Nothing changed. And fairly certain that a lot of people who were saying that I was like a transphobic piece of shit are still in here watching and completely aware that I'm not a transphobic piece of shit. Just doesn't matter. Just got to keep your precious little edgy line. So you can separate. It's just brand building. So depressing people you respect turn into bait devouring hogs at the drop of a hat. But yeah, but like they didn't ask Anna if she was a woman at the doctor though. That's like way worse. I don't think you're wrong. I don't think you're wrong. I think she is brand building a little bit here. But I just don't want to lend any credence to right-wing shitheads. That's my take on it. This is not important. It's completely unimportant. I do think it's helpful as a birth worker to use gender-neutral language because medical settings are often unsafe and unsupportive of trans existence. It's not about pandering or virtue signaling, but letting potential clients know I'm a safe provider. Oh, shit. Sure. I mean, that's why I said it's like relegated to very hyper-specific medicine. But also like, guys. Like this is an even more this is an even more hyper-specific marginal issue overall, right? It's a hyper-specific marginal issue, so much so that Juniper is even making fun of it, right? Especially because, like, every now and then there is another, like, Daily Mail article where it'll be like, you know, trans man and trans woman give birth together to a baby. And then they'll, like, talk about it, and then it'll be, like, rage bait. And I'm like, dude, there's, like, 8 people that have done this. Why is there media coverage on this? Like, the fuck do you mean? Like, sure, fine. Like, who cares? Why? Like, this is nothing. Like, this is nothing. It's not a thing. It's not like it's not destroying Western civilization through, you know, moral degeneracy. It's not morally degenerate at all, obviously. But it's also not like, you know, the pivotal achievement, the crowning achievement of, like, you know, trans existence and, like, fucking defending trans rights either. It's just rage bait. Crafted and concocted by reactionary TERFs, or just, you know, people, reactionary transphobes, they're not even fucking TERFs. And then oftentimes promoted by well-intentioned leftists who are like, no, this is actually the fucking hill. This is the only hill. Everybody engages in the same unproductive cycles of manufactured outrage from their own perspective over and over again, and we accumulate likes in the process, and everyone is fucking yelling at one another. Meanwhile, the reactionaries are winning the fight against one of the more marginalized communities in this country by way of state legislatures. It's just noise. I hate it. You know? And for the record, like, do I think Anna is a transphobic? No. Do I think Anna is going to... Do I think that Anna Kasparian is going to stop defending trans rights? I don't think so. Right? But I also don't believe that she needs to post this as though this is like a fucking, you know, big deal. That's it. I hope I'm not wrong. Anna will be labeled as a transphobe at this point, unfortunately. I mean, first of all, also, who cares? Like, oh no, she will be labeled as a transphobe? Oh no. Like, who cares? I have been labeled as a transphobe many times over. Trans people have no power. Okay? You don't go to, like, you know, transphobe jail when you are labeled as a transphobic person by, like, 14-year-olds on the internet who are whose understanding of gender comes from watered down Tumblr aesthetics. Okay? There is nothing. There is no byproduct of being labeled a transphobe. Okay? So just suck it up. This is a community of people who are being vilified and victimized regularly, so they are hyper sensitive to any kind of marginal or sometimes meaningful or in certain instances meaningful transphobia. They're doing it because they're overprotective, understandably. They're doing this because they're constantly under attack. Their gender identity is constantly under attack. Their existence is constantly under attack. Okay? So that's why they do it. But ultimately, okay, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if they get mad. Just, you're not an ally because you want, trans people on Twitter to like you. Okay? You're an ally because you think it's just. Have a fucking moral compass. Okay? As someone who gets yelled at by every single marginalized identity group that I fucking advocate for every goddamn day, I don't give a shit if you call me fucking racist or transphobic. Nothing happens, okay? Nothing. Even if it's misdirected anger, nothing happens. Nothing changes. That's it. You say that, but you were too scared to play the wizard game. First of all, no, I wasn't. I did play the wizard game. It's not even good. I fucking downloaded it on the Steam Deck and I played it. I tweeted about it. And it sucked. That's the worst part about this controversy. It was so mid. Maybe because I've like lost interest in like living in Hogwarts as I once did. Okay, Lemma, you said you were too afraid before, don't lie. Oh, yeah, just like I said, I hate Mr. Beast and I think he should go to jail, right? No, I didn't say that. You just watched a Ben Shapiro video saying that, and instead of understanding what I was talking about, you literally chose to just look at the misinterpretation from the right. I watched you say it. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I never said I was too afraid. I said it's not worth the fucking headache. And there is a significantly better way to advocate for trans causes because a silly ass fucking decentralized boycott movement with no discernible tangible goal is not going to fucking work when this is one of the most popular IPs of all time. I ended up playing it regardless, and I said I will inevitably play it even back then. Shut the fuck up. You are too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, and it seems like you haven't. You're not even remotely interested in understanding things that I'm explaining to you right now. Do I have to, like, 90% of my my arguments revolving debate lords like this, debate perverts like this, is basically like, well, my delusions told me this, so I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't care what you say. You are the guy. Your words are what we are discussing currently. My interpretation of your words is what matters in this circumstance more than the words itself. More than what you truly are saying right now. More than what you are saying currently. The guy. I'm the guy. How can you be so parasocial about me to me? Backlash that will come of this is just not worth it because goddamn, trans posters can be very, very, very unhinged. And God forbid, you don't want them coming. Because they're not going to go after fucking Nazis and shit. They're going to go after me if I play it. You know what I mean? They're going to be like, fuck you. We'll see. I haven't decided yet. This is before I even played it. And openly stated, it's just not worth the fucking headache. Don't know if you know this, but the lead creative was a pro Gamergate YouTuber. I mean, I don't give a fuck. I just, yeah. Yeah, there's... guys, you are never going to get me. You're never going to convince me that like a piece of art should not be consumed because the creator was problematic. Like I don't live like that. Damn, that's crazy. So wait, even back then I was saying that like consumer-led boycotts were actually fucking stupid 6 months ago before the game came out. Huh. That's weird. I don't know. I don't know why. It's so weird because like, dude. I know people always fucking go and say like, oh my God, Hasan, like, oh my God, Hasan, I remember it differently. It's like, dog, the fact that we're still talking about this is so stupid. The Queen's eyes weren't even fucking crossed out back then, okay? That's how long ago this is. You think I'm going to behave that way? This is before the Queen died, dog. That's never gonna. This is before the Queen died. Anyway. Anyway, silly as fuck. So silly. So dumb. Let's get back to Donald Trump after we did our brief aside here.
But we begin with former President Donald Trump's efforts to mobilize support ahead of a possible indictment in New York. He remains at Mar-a-Lago today as he faces possible legal action over an alleged payoff to an adult film star. He also faces separate investigations into what happened after the 2020 election. Police are on high alert for the possibility of violence from pro-Trump extremists, and there's a new warning from Homeland Security. Robert Costa is outside the courthouse in Manhattan. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Vlad. Former President Trump remains in Florida, huddled with his lawyers and his advisors. In a Trump campaign fundraising appeal sent Tuesday, he claimed that he could be arrested at any moment.
Guilty, guilty, guilty.
Demonstrators calling.
I love these old folks. I love these old people that are like outside. Even on the, like I said, even on the lib side, it doesn't feel like there's enough energy dedicated to this, which is kind of wild to see.
For an indictment of former President Donald Trump gathered Tuesday outside the district attorney's office in Lower Manhattan, while Trump supporters line the road leading to Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach. Along with fundraising, Trump has used the prospect of an indictment to rally Republicans.
I just think it just kind of reeks of political revenge.
And the tough part is with a local DA playing in presidential politics. If that starts right there, don't you think it'll happen across the country?
And Kentucky Republican Senator ran.
That's so funny. God, Kevin McCarthy is so rizless, bro. I swear to God. That's why you can only fuck Marjorie Taylor Greene. You know what I mean? You can't level up. That's it. Oh my God. Imagine we arrest the president, then we can arrest normal people. It's like, bro, you think normal people don't get arrested for crimes? Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Like, literally, are you that fucking dumb? This is why I'm a never kever, dude. This is why I was a never kever from the goddamn jump, okay? Oh, great take from Adam Johnson. Wild to follow the casual meat grinder that is the U.S. carceral system, watch it lock up faceless poor people for low-level shit as a rule, have 25% of the world's caged population, then hear concerned legal guys on TV say, if Trump can be arrested, then who's next? Where does it stop? I don't know. It doesn't. When it's out for poor people, some Soros prosecutor wants to get Trump on a ticky-tack crime. He'll be out on bail for 10 minutes and get a fine. It's not at first they came. It's just a thing that happened. I cannot bring myself to give any number of bird shits. Yeah. It's like, what are you saying? You're like, oh my God, I can't believe they're going to arrest you for crimes now. It's like, what are you talking about, brother? Live in the real world, you fucking jackass. Live in the real world. It's the same as like the cancel culture arguments. Whenever some fucking rich podcaster goes around saying, oh my God, guys, I can't say, black people are inherently violent without everyone yelling at me. Who's next? They're coming after you too. Meanwhile, you can't even wear a t-shirt that you want to wear at your workplace without getting fucking fired. Cancel culture is real for the working class, not for you. You dumb podcaster shithead. Shut the fuck up. And the funniest part is literally just like all these dumb motherfuckers who are working class who go, yeah, that's right. That's right. What if they come after me? It's like, bro, you literally can't do any of those things that they can do up there, okay? You can't. You are not him. You're not him. You're not. You will never be him. God damn. Makes me so mad. You are not that guy, pal. You are not part of the team. You sit there defending capital owners. You sit there defending capitalists. And yet, Here you are without capital. You're broke. You got a hand-me-down Honda, and you think that is your capital. It's your personal property. That's not even something you can make money off of. Can't rent that shit. You got no capital, bitch. Show me the deed to the factory. Okay?
Paul said the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, should be put in jail. Responding to pressure, Bragg said he won't let baseless accusations deter us from fairly applying the law. Former Vice President Mike Pence, a potential 2024 rival, is discouraging protests of a possible indictment.
I think letting our voices be heard
Will Neff, with a 23 months.
And not engaging in protests, I think is most prudent at this time.
If an indictment is issued, law enforcement sources say Trump would likely travel to New York, where he would surrender to authorities, be fingerprinted, photographed, and arraigned before a judge. A potentially chaotic scene.
Dude, that'd be so sick. Oh, perp walk. Come on. Only 23, KW. Yeah, bro. Peter Park has been a 25-month subscriber, which is crazy. Anyway. But you know, still love you, dude. Yeah. Get with it. Only 23 months. I have 36. I'm the true friend. Yeah. He said, you have a small... Wow. Wow. That's just... You didn't have to go there. You know what I mean? You didn't have to go there. You didn't have to betray me like this. Representative Duncan Hunter Jr. was prosecuted and pled guilty for using campaign funds to pay for an affair. Can you guess which president pardoned him? To be fair, that was valid because he used a lot of the campaign funds on V-Bucks and you know, Steam vouchers, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that's cool. I think if your campaign fund misuse is for like good reasons, then I think you should get away with it. That's my take on the matter. Like I remember, I mean, he's a shithead. Digha 5363, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Derek Cross 616, thank you for the 5 get the subs. CSGO cases is a good use of campaign funds. Yes, yeah, I went there based. Do you think Biden pardons Trump? I mean, I don't even know if it'll get there.
I can assure you that the Secret Service will be with him every step of the way.
A.T. Smith is a former deputy director of the U.S. Secret Service and ran operations in New York.
Well, this is certainly an unprecedented event, to say the least, but the Secret Service is very well equipped to handle large crowds, large visits, things that are unique in the way of protection. They're planning ahead for anything that could go wrong.
Sources tell CBS News that the Secret Service, FBI, and NYPD are working together to plan for possible disruptions in the tunnels and in the streets here in New York from protesters and in Washington.
This is like a boy who cried wolf type shit, dude. It's like the Department of Justice who cried wolf too much, you know? Over and over again. Oh, this time it's it. This time it's it. We're going to fucking arrest him. We're going to get it. We got him. It's like, where's the arrest, man? I've seen 0 arrests thus far. People don't give a shit no longer because, you know, they've been edged.
Washington, D.C., the Homeland Security Department there has issued a bulletin saying some extremists see a Trump arrest, a potential one, as a line in the sand.
All right, Bob, all eyes on that building behind you there. But let me ask you about activity overnight in connection to the federal investigation into the former president's handling of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago. What can you tell us?
There is a new development, Vlad. Evan Corcoran, Trump's lawyer in the classified documents case, is being compelled to testify by a federal judge on what's called the crime fraud exemption. But the Trump team and the prosecutors there are now in a legal standoff over whether Corcoran will end up talking about his private discussions with his client, the former president.
All right, Bob, thank you very much.
Now the good shit, though. These are the real heroes, the ones who are out there doing the fucking very most, okay? This is who we need to hear from. I'm a news frog, but through and through. But dude, I can't get into the limited test. What do you mean? You think CS:GO is gonna? You think Counter-Strike is gonna give me fucking access to their limited test? Like, you're out of your mind, I think. How do I gain access? Players are selected based on a number of factors deemed important by Counter-Strike 2 development team, including but not limited to recent playtime on Valve official servers, trust factor, and Steam account standing. Yeah, I have Steam account standing, but I don't have enough recent playtime. I would literally need to, I would need to use my like streamer clout basically to be able to get into it. And that's pretty much it. How do I know if I've been selected for the Counter-Strike 2 limited taste? I mean, limited taste test. I made a bunch of jokes about it earlier, but you know, I don't think I deserve it, really. Like, there are people who've been playing this game for fucking, you know, almost hundreds of years. So yeah, this was a joke. I said, I think I speak for all players when I say I represent them and their interests perfectly with my play style, as I am garbage. Would be a huge benefit to the test, in my opinion. Why are people so excited for a graphics update? You fool. You think this is a mere graphics update? Are you out of your fucking mind? This genuinely changes the dynamics of a fucking solidified game that has been around for so goddamn long. Perhaps the greatest game of all time. Greatest shooter of all time. What do you mean? Look at the smoke grenades, brother. Like, even I understand that, and I am not a gamer. I am not a capital G gamer by any means, but look.
With over 20 years of history, maps are a fundamental pillar of Counter-Strike.
This is the wrong video. Fuck. But it's still cool. Let's watch this, and then I'll show you
Counter-Strike 2,
the other one.
Maps are getting a new look. But don't worry. You can still bring along your countless hours honing strategies and exploring every corner and crevice. We took 3 approaches to improving maps while retaining their rich legacy. First, there are touchstone maps. Classic maps with solid foundations that players can use to evaluate gameplay changes from CS:GO to Counter-Strike 2. These have improvements to lighting and
Guys, it seems like the gritty realism is still there, okay? Thank God, because I was scared, because I thought they were going to turn it into Valorant, the anime game. You know what I mean? I thought they were going to turn it into the baby game. I thought they were going to turn it into the anime game. I thought that they were going to do the most fucked up thing, you know?
Character read, but otherwise haven't been changed.
Yeah, responsive smokes is what we're going to watch after this.
Next, we have upgrades. These are maps that use new Source 2 lighting, including a physically buttons to lighting and character read, but otherwise haven't been changed. Next, we have upgrades.
Balance is profoundly important in these games, and like, the thing is, part of the reason why I have not played Counter-Strike, part of the reason why I don't really play Counter-Strike is because it's been around for 20 fucking years. So dudes literally know the exact coordinates to place your fucking crosshair for like the most effective headshot. Okay? Like, I can't, like, there's no way to do that. But that speaks to the fucking importance of not rocking the boat. Do you understand? Because if you change the dynamics even a little bit, okay? If you change the dynamics even a little bit, all of a sudden, this fan base is going to go bananas mode. They're going to fucking start mail bombing Valve's offices, you know what I mean? Steam. They're going to start going bananas mode on Gaben. Anyway, so I think Valve would want to test around low skill and experience queues too. I mean, maybe. Homies will be playing CS for 10 years and are able to calculate the trajectory of their frag grenade to hit this A site bomb plant based on the location of the North Star. Yeah, pretty much. You ever got a vac? No, dude. Are you crazy? I don't even play enough to get a vac ban. That'd be so funny. Like, imagine. Yeah, dude. Because I was too good. I was fucking flicking so hard. The machine thought I was hacking.
These are maps that use new Source 2 lighting, including a physically based rendering system that produces realistic materials, lighting, and reflections. And finally, overhauls. The oldest maps have been fully rebuilt from the ground up, leveraging all of the Source 2 tools and rendering features. These tools will be available for community map makers to make it easier to build, experiment, and iterate. With upgrades to lighting, player read, and materials in Counter-Strike 2, even the familiar will feel brand new.
So, I hope people understand that the changes are pretty dramatic. Like, I hope that people understand that like any minor change in a game like this is going to be considered like massive, right? Game's officially dropped. I definitely don't have access to it. Obviously, but I do think it's interesting. Like I'm fascinated by it, and I will play it when it comes out. I would love to get access to it. Doubt that they would do it for me. I don't even think I deserve access to it though. So, you know, that is my take on it.
Counter-Strike Match. Information can mean the difference between success or failure.
This is the coolest thing I've seen so far, though.
Smoke grenades have become a cornerstone of team tactics. With Counter-Strike 2's new game engine, we've evolved smokes and made them dynamic.
This is actually huge.
Now create volumetric 3D objects that live in the world. Now, not only do all players see the same smoke regardless of position, but the smoke can interact with the environment in interesting ways. It reacts to lighting, grows to fill spaces naturally.
That's crazy.
The shape of the smoke cloud can be pushed and carved by bullets and grenades.
That is crazy.
Smoke grenades provide even more tactical opportunities. They're just going to look and play better.
Like, if you never play video games, like, it's hard to describe it because I know, like, at this part of the day, I have, like, mostly a news audience. But maybe because Counter-Strike is so iconic that, like, even you guys can understand it. But, I mean, this is, like, a legitimately new mechanic that is profoundly important in the way that this game is played. Because the tactics that people have honed over the course of 20 fucking years is going to have to change a little bit. You know what I mean? Not even a little bit, a lot, actually. It's huge. Huge. So for people saying like, oh, I don't get it. Like, it just seems like they just improved the graphics or the physics a little bit and added new smokes. Yeah, that minor difference is major when it's a 20-year game and every part of it has been like, every part of it has basically been perfected. Anyway, we got the responsive smokes we talked about already. You got moving beyond the tick rate. What you see is what you get. Tick rate no longer matters for moving, shooting, or throwing. Sub-tick updates are at the heart of Counter-Strike 2. Previously, the server only evaluated the world in discrete time intervals called ticks. Thanks to Counter-Strike 2's sub-tick update architecture, servers know the exact instant the motion starts, a shot is fired, or a nade is thrown. As a result, regardless of the tick rate, your moving and shooting will be equally responsive and your grenades will always land the same way.
Counter-Strike is known for its visceral and satisfying gunplay.
I don't know if that's what Counter-Strike is known for. I mean, I feel like it's known for something different.
Now, firing a weapon looks pretty simple. You click
Racism.
Your mouse, your character shoots, your target takes damage. But there's a lot more happening behind the scenes. In previous versions of Counter-Strike, the game only evaluated moving and shooting in discrete time intervals, or ticks, and time between those ticks didn't exist. For the most part, the experience was seamless. But sometimes those milliseconds between click and tick could be the difference between landing or missing your shot. That's why with Counter-Strike 2, we're introducing sub-tick updates. Now the tick rate no longer matters for moving and shooting, so the server will know the exact moment you fired your shot, jumped your jump.
This is what CS is known for.
Mad Albania, shut the fuck up, Serbian bitch, I fuck your mother. Fucking bitch, I fuck your mother, Serbian trash. Albania name. Why you keep talking? You're Serbian trash. Your mom is a bitch, your sister's a bitch, I fuck them all. Purple mother on my cock. Shut up, please. Purple, your mother is goat, Albania. Why you keep talking? An Albania, oh my god, bro, a football player. And you keep talking. And your mother is a goat. Like typical Serbian, always talking. Stop stick, doggy. I burn your family. Doggy, doggy. I beat your mom. You sell your wife goat to buy that knife, yes? You sell your little brother Muhammad for 10 euros. You sell all of your family for that knife. I fuck your sister, fucking Serbian bitch. It's a very quick game.
It's just funny because they're all Turkish. Anyway, let's continue. I said what I said.
Or peaked your peak, and the server will calculate your precise actions between ticks. So what you see is what you get.
How many hours do you play in CSGO? Not a lot. Not at all, actually. So yeah, that's one of the updates. Wait, how the fuck do I... Okay, I close this. What you see is what you get. Leveling up the world. We watched already. Cleaner, brighter, better. Upgraded the maps. Touchstone maps. Classic maps with solid foundations that players can use to evaluate gameplay changes from CSGO to Counter-Strike 2. I mean, it's very cool. Like, I think it's super cool. Your items in a whole new light. Bring your entire CSGO inventory with you to Counter-Strike 2. Not only will you benefit from every item you collected over the years, yeah, of course they have to put the items in a new light too, because this is the moneymaker, Gaben. He's like, come on, keep buying those crates, baby. Speaking of which, I do have a bunch of crates, which maybe I'll... Damn, look at the blood splatter. What the fuck? Environmental effects, UI enhancements, accurate audio, reworked, rebalanced, and reverbed. I'm sure this will piss people off. It's basically, you know, whatever. If people have enough confidence in Valve to be able to do this or not. Yes, my CSGO stats are less than 10 hours streamed overall throughout my entire career on this broadcast. Yeah, I played it a little bit in 2019, and I played it for 1 hour in 2023. So that's it. That's the major thing. What's the point? CSGO players play on lowest graphics at 480p pixel? Yeah, whatever. CS is now child game with color. No dark realistic corridor. HasanAbi. I agree. It seems they are doing Valorant child game style graphical improvement. And I don't like color. I don't like color. I want realism. I want gritty realism, dark corridor realism. I want scary big bomb going off. I don't want Valorant child game. Yeah, Fortnite is also launching their Creative 2.0. Fortnite Creative 2.0 is going to have Unreal 5 map editing, which is a huge addition to the Creative, obviously, because you could just basically make anything at that point, which will be wild. And you know some of these Zoomers are going to spend a lot of time on this. So the Creator Economy 2.0 is a remodeling of how creators within Fortnite ecosystem will earn money for their work. Previously, players could enter a creator code when buying in-game items. However, that only helped creators if players remember to manually enter their code. Yeah, Fortnite is turning into basically, better Roblox. It's like Roblox with the Unreal Engine, which is cool as fuck in my opinion. So we'll see. Because like what a lot of people don't know at this point probably, and let me give you a little bit of history here, a little bit of gaming history for those of you who are unfamiliar. League of Legends, Heroes of Newerth, and games like that spawned out of Dota, which was a modded Warcraft 3 map. Okay, it was a Warcraft 3 mod. I think it was Warcraft 3 or was it Warcraft 2? So the entire concept of MOBA games was created because of these sorts of engines, basically. These sorts of engines are it was 3, right? Yeah. So remember, like everything that you know about MOBAs, everything that you know, this major industry now, okay? It started off with someone who was interested. Counter-Strike itself is a mod of Half-Life. All of the greatest games that people play competitively now that are super well balanced were created by fans with mod tools. So don't forget that. Let's take a look at Tim the Tap Man.
Guys, I don't think a lot of people are fully like understanding. Like, this is Fortnite. I'm literally in Fortnite right now, right? And this was made with the Creative 2.0. This is unreal, bro. Wow. Guys, I don't think a lot of people are fully like understanding. Like, this is Fortnite. I'm literally in Fortnite right now.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. Here, I'll put it full screen and I'll go pee real quick.
Right. And this was made with the Creative 2.0.
A lot of people's favorite games, Gary's mod, Elder Scrolls, Warcraft, the list goes on. These are timeless games thanks to their modding communities. Yes. Play the Jake Sucky video. Where's the Jake Sucky video? Half-Life 3? Okay, don't hold out fucking hope like that. Check this. Also, Fortnite. I don't know why. I just like, I do kind of fucking find the movement in Fortnite to be a little cringe. It's like, it's odd to explain, but like, I don't know. There's something about it. As someone who played Fortnite, like, I don't know. It just like, it seems so goofy and cringe, and the movement is the best part of any game besides Apex, maybe right now. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand, especially like I've been following on the updates and whatnot, and it seems to have turned into a movement game. Yeah, like sliding. They had the fucking Attack on Titan shit, like the hammer that lets you fly through. Titanfall, yes, Titanfall has the greatest movement. It's but you know, nobody played that, so I'm just talking about the way that they look. Like the movement itself in Fortnite kind of look weird. You know what I mean? Like the character movement looks like goofy to me, the animation. Does that make sense? I mean, you get what I'm saying, right? So it is very interesting to consider. It's very interesting to see. Not as interesting as seeing literally the news only Andes fucking slowly trickle out, not realizing that I'm going to get back to the news immediately. And I hope you get fucked, all of you shitters who literally fucking are like immediately. As soon as we talk about like, as soon as we start talking about fucking video game news, like I'm watching the fucking numbers dwindle. You know what I mean? People are like, yeah, I'm no longer invested in this. Fuck this guy. He changed. Well, you should remember that some things stay the same, like the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free as we go back to the news before I get to the gaming news again. Okay? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
We are here at Mar-a-Lago on the Bingham Bridge, standing up to represent our great president, Donald J. Trump. What brought me here today, especially today, is because of what we were hearing in regards to that they were going to arrest Trump. We voted for him, so we want him to know we're still standing with you. We're for you, we're with you, and we will stand to the end.
I've been here, let's see, Saturday, Sunday, and last night I was here too. A bunch of us, we each slept in our cars. We stayed all night. Whether he does get arrested or indicted or whatever happens, no, not worried about it. It's a joke. It's just a joke. I mean, what's going to come out of it? Just like Russia, the impeachment. I mean, nothing's going to come out of it, so it doesn't really matter.
I want to put a smile on people's faces and kind of give them some more hope and try to get them to want to come out and show support again. I mean, a lot of people are kind of losing hope, I feel like, because of the elections, the way the elections are going. But I don't think it's a reason to stop, you know? We're out here supporting his policy and him as a presidential candidate in 2024. 2024!
More
perspective now from two journalists who closely follow Trump world, CNN's Caitlin Collins and CNN political analyst Maggie Haberman, who is also the New York Times senior political correspondent. No one covers Trump better than you two, so thanks for your time tonight. I'm going to start with some of your reporting, Maggie, that Trump is literally preparing for his perp walk. He's actually fixated on the idea of being paraded out by authorities. Take us inside.
Sure. So Trump is posturing a strong stance, right? I'm not afraid. He's trying to project strength. He's trying to look as if he is not worried about what is coming. Now, according to people who know him very well, he has spent decades concerned about the prospect of being arrested, literally decades. And so it's hard to imagine that, this is all reality, but he is basically embracing the idea of where this is going to go. And as we've seen over time, when the Access Hollywood tape came out in 2016, he went downstairs outside of Trump Tower and immersed himself in a crowd of his supporters. He has repeatedly tried to show that he is not experiencing shame or hiding in any way. And I think you're going to see that. What exactly that looks like if he's indicted, which, all indications are that it's likely to happen, we don't know, because we don't know what this arraignment will look like. He will be the most famous
politics is back. Wake up.
Defendant to be entering 100 or 80 Center Street. It could happen a number of ways, but I think he will want to make sure that he is seen somehow.
As we know, he loves a show, right? He wants a spectacle. But given all the security around it, as Maggie points out, the historic nature, if this happens, he might not get that spectacle.
Yeah, it remains to be seen what this actually looks like. I do think that they know that this image of him walking in, if that is what it ultimately leads to when he surrenders himself, if this indictment comes down, will be this indelible image. It will be played over and over again. I think that's why they want to project strength in that. I still think they, and by they I mean Trump's legal team and his allies, don't think the merits of this case are going to be very strong, that it ultimately will be very damaging to him. But it is something that has really bothered him. This case especially, not just because of the merits, but because it's about Stormy Daniels.
Correct.
And this has been something that, as both of you know very well, it incredibly bothered the First Lady, Melania Trump, when Trump was in the White House, and this story was in the headlines every single day. It was a huge issue during the campaign because of just the sensitivity of the nature of it. And so I think that's a big part of why it is something that has bothered him so much. I do think they are thinking of how to translate those images of, if it is him walking into the courthouse, what that's going to look like. As Kristen was noting, they've debated him giving a speech after. It remains to be seen what he does and what that looks like, but it is a very sensitive case for them.
It is, you're right, it is personally very sensitive for him. I think that for his aides, they look at it as the investigation of the 4 that he is facing. That's 4 criminal investigations, 1 in Georgia, 2 Justice Department investigations that have sort of merged into one, and this one. This is the one they say they are the least worried about. The reality is that I'm not sure how much his political advisors actually have their hands around what this looks like. I think what the legal team says matters more here. But if this is where it stays, one advisor said to me earlier today, they feel like they can live with this politically. If it starts to become another indictment and then another indictment, that's a lot of freight, and I think they're not really sure how that plays.
Yeah, and look how Republicans are twisting themselves in knots over how to respond. They've been at this retreat in Orlando. They put out this letter from these 3 chairmen demanding testimony from Alvin Bragg. We were talking to one of the House Republicans earlier today, and I've spoken to several on the phone.
I love when the captions just literally have a heart attack, aneurysm, all rolled up into one and just go blah, 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 blah. It's like, what happened there? These machines are taking our jobs, dude.
Today about it's so unusual. They haven't even seen the charges yet. We don't actually know what he may be charged with or may not be charged with. We haven't actually seen the indictment.
Yeah, and I think that's notable, right?
Yeah, but he wants a strong response from his allies. You know how he is when he's in a time like this. He and his allies want to see this strong response coming from other Republicans, and they're sending this letter. They don't even really know what they're asking for.
But part of what they're some people around Trump are telling themselves is there's a chance that, if we keep up this pressure, that Alvin Bragg is not going to indict Donald Trump. And it's likelier to have the opposite reaction, frankly, for a variety of reasons. Alvin Bragg has made clear to his staff, we are not going to bend to these threats. I think they have said that publicly, which is pretty remarkable for the DA's office to say that. But he has also made, for Alvin Bragg, a liberal Democrat in Manhattan, being hauled before Congress by Trump's Republican allies, that's not terrible politics for him. So, this idea that they think they're going to bully him out of this, it strikes me as magical thinking.
Yeah, it was interesting because McCarthy talked about this and he said, I'm talking about Trump again because you guys are asking me about this, but then they sent the letter, the 3 chairmen sent that letter. They're also keeping it, right, center stage. There's also the classified document case that's going on, looming in all of this. Tell us about the new reporting on that, Caitlin.
Yeah, so this is Trump's attorney, his defense attorney, Evan Corcoran. They're now before a D.C. Circuit Court trying to push back on what the judge ruled on Friday, which is that they do believe prosecutors have met that crime fraud exception here. And essentially, he would have to go testify before the grand jury without being able to say, I can't answer that question because of attorney-client privilege. They want him to answer lines of questioning he previously declined to answer for that.
Dude, this is like, I mean, this is so fucking boring. Like, there is literally, I'm unironically falling asleep. We're gonna talk about Justin Roiland. Apparently, Austin Ox has brought me into a secondary line of fire, more drama. Let's take a look at this. Austin Ox put out this video, apparently. Where is this? What is this? Doing a lol lamau even.
Do you think that it's a healthy thing to have an editor that is like his own social media person and let him tweet things that are going to look like done on your behalf, even though they're damaging to your views and your goals? If it went against what you actually believe in, you would probably correct him. When he does this and you lay fire under the radar and that you're kind of like almost like green lighting the whole thing, because if Knox said something you didn't agree with him, you probably correct him. So since you don't correct him, he feels like you agree with him. I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird, but since you're kind of on the same page as him, then you let him get away with it, which I think is a decently unhealthy interaction. I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird, decently unhealthy. Austin Ox gives me fucking absolute brain GG. Where Austin Ox.
Oh no! How Austin Ox is it so quickly? I'd imagine it would take weeks just to edit XQC to sound coherent. Oh no. Okay, first of all, I want to point to something here. Okay, I don't care what fucking Art is saying on his secondary channel or his secondary Twitter. I don't care what he's saying on his primary. But apparently this is. You should watch XQC's response to this video. Like, let's see. What did he say? It's on LSF. XQC's message to Hasan's editor. Oh, brother. Already at 183 comments on this clip.
The problem isn't between me and him. And Hasan is in training Hasan, fuckwad. Okay, if you did your research, okay, maybe you won't be working for Hasan. Maybe you'd be working for fucking PewDiePie or or fucking.
Whoa! Hey, why you say fuck me for? What the hell? Yo, what the fuck?
Mr. Beast. Okay, now you're locked in making these shit videos for free for a guy who lives in a 3 mil house while you are on the fucking streets like a bum and you're talking shit out of your stupid ass.
He's not even shitting on Austin Ox. He's mad at me. What the fuck?
Waiting for them to spread the wealth when it's just a fucking dream. Wake up, bitch ass motherfucker. Wake up. I thought that was pretty underhanded and kind of weird, decently unhealthy interaction. Green lighting the whole thing. Austin Ox gives me fucking absolute brain GG. Where Austin Ox. That is fucking brain dead. The problem.
Bro, Austin Ox is. How is this happening to me? What did I do? If X is research, you would know Austin Ox isn't on the street. He's locked in your basement with other editors. Thank you. Exactly. Bro, he just talked to me like 5 minutes ago. What the fuck is this? Oh, dude. Austin Ox is such a good fucking editor. It's crazy. Also, he's most likely memeing here as well. This was 5 minutes after the call with you, by the way. That happened seconds after he exited this amicable call with you. Okay, yeah, I don't think he's being fucking sincere here. Like, I think he's memeing as well, but I'm sure everyone will take it fucking super seriously. Don't fucking try to copium it, dude. I mean, the issue is that even if he's memeing, his juicers will take it seriously. So, you know, we're back on the fuck Hasan train. But it doesn't matter. What are you going to do? Either you are too charitable or very gullible. No, I just know how this space works. I know how chat culture works. And also on top of that, you got to do what you got to do. Excuse right. I saw HasanAbi on the side of the highway with a carpet saying, will edit for Beyond Meat. Bro, the XQC just attack Hasan while trying to attack his editor. All those attacks were against Hasan more than HasanAbi's Lamau. Yeah, he's right, though. I do pay this motherfucker too much, I think. XQC acting like editing for Hasan is L behavior just because it's not Mr. Beast saying, yeah, sure, you're the CEO of Microsoft, but you should be CEO of Apple, loser. Oh, yeah. HasanAbi is pretty happy overall, I think. Double down, give him a raise. No, I'm gonna cut I'm gonna cut him. But yeah, I think this is more so. I mean, this seems like XQC memeing. And then everyone taking it seriously, like LSF taking it seriously, and my community also taking it seriously and getting upset because everybody loves drama. No matter how much you guys say, oh man, drama, and it's like consequences are devastating, you guys love it. Unless he thinks HasanAbi is about the guy who lives in a $3 million house and living on the streets like a bum, that wouldn't be a sensible interpretation. Wait, are they trying to say? If you've agree with Train on the editor point said that it's a really bad look for Hasan to have an editor representing him also. I mean, yeah. I just want to state for the record for the 1700th time that I don't care what Art has said about me and others. But yeah, XQC is like obviously joking. I mean, and everyone needs to stop taking it seriously. But having said that, that won't feed the drama. So I think people will probably keep taking it seriously. Behind every meme, there is a lot of truth. Yeah, no, totally. But anyway. Just hella funny, not gonna lie, but HasanAbi's mad annoying on Twitter, especially seeing his posts make people hate you more. That is the only thing I care about with respect to like HasanAbi making people hate me. But I don't think he does that all that much. I don't think any of the recent memes or anything has contributed to that. I don't feel that way. To be fair. PR year is going so well. I'm getting even vegans to like you. Getting the vegans to like you. What is this? Totally vegan buzz. Popular two streamer Hasan Pike pays over $25,000. Adoption fees to save every dog at Los Angeles shelters. Whoa. Look at that. Okay. That's crazy. That photo is me in a camo too, but we don't want the vegan support. No, I'll take support from anywhere. Yeah, I don't think Ostonox makes people hate me. I think there's an audience for hating on me, and Ostonox is just another thing that they use. That's it. But again, with respect to what Felix is saying there, he's just fucking around. He's memeing. Look, game recognized game. The thing is, when you make like a good meme, there's not really much you can say about it. It's just the most devastating thing because it speaks for itself. You know what I mean? And that's it. So in that situation, like, all you got to do is just, laugh it off. What happened if Trump get arrested? You not dress up? If Trump gets arrested right now, I will go upstairs and put on a fucking tuxedo. Okay? All right. Let's watch. This is probably a better video on the Trump indictment thing. This is probably one of the last things I'm going to watch on it, other than like maybe DeSantis' reaction.
Donald Trump's alleged role in paying hush money to a porn star could soon lead to criminal charges against the former president.
What is that? Okay, we'll look at that in a second.
History. Exclusive articles the Wall Street Journal published in 2018 triggered this investigation into Trump, and reporter Joe Palazzolo is still digging.
There's this.
I did not expect 5 years later.
And then there's this to talk about as well.
At all.
As a grand jury is concluding its investigation, let's look at the reporting that led to this pivotal moment and what could come next. Let's start in 2016, days before Trump's election victory, and years before porn star Stormy Daniels would tell her side in prime time.
And you had sex with him?
Yes.
You were 27, he was 60. Were you physically attracted to him?
No.
Not at all?
No.
During the 2016 campaign, Daniels and her manager were shopping her story of an alleged affair with Trump from a decade earlier.
She'd been on successful celebrity magazines, and tabloids didn't want to buy it.
Michael Cohen, Trump's personal lawyer at the time, was also approached with an offer to buy Daniels' story. That was in September.
Cohen says, go to hell, essentially. No. And then Access Hollywood happens.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Whatever you want. Grab them by the
And then, boom, it's like a 180. Stormy's lawyer is back on the phone with Cohen, and they're hashing out a deal.
Daniels agrees to $130,000 for her story in exchange for her silence and signs a contract on October 28, 2016. Journal reporters caught wind of Daniels around this time and, over months, worked to piece the story of the payment together.
So the first story ran in January 2018. It was pretty bare bones. I mean, what we said is what we knew, which is that Michael Cohen had arranged $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels. And so we had confirmed that he'd used a Delaware limited liability company, a shell company, essentially, to transfer the payment. And so those are the two stories that we reported in 2018 that really got the ball rolling.
A political firestorm erupted.
All right, the confiscated Stormy Daniels' Molly at an ICP concert in 2018. That is an incredible sequence of words to put together.
Trump denied the affair and knowledge of the payment.
You have to ask Michael. Michael's my attorney, and you'll have to ask Michael.
Days later, FBI agents raided Cohen's home, which Trump called
a disgraceful situation. It's a total witch hunt. I've been saying it for a long time.
Federal prosecutors charged Cohen with campaign finance violations and other federal crimes. He pleaded guilty to all of the charges, telling a federal judge at the time that Trump had directed him to buy Daniels' silence.
I am providing the committee today with several documents, and these include a copy of a check Mr. Trump wrote from his personal bank account after he became president to reimburse me for the hush money payments I made to cover up his affair with an adult film star and to prevent damage to his campaign.
Despite Cohen implicating Trump in the crime, federal prosecutors dropped the case. But that still left the possibility of state charges, as the Trump Organization is based in New York. Cyrus Vance, the Manhattan District Attorney, stepped in. Ultimately, the DA's office decided not to bring charges. When Vance retired, the new DA, Alvin Bragg, initially decided not to pursue the hush money investigation.
There is a felony falsifying business records charge, but that requires the records to have been falsified to conceal another crime or to commit another crime. And, the obvious other crime here is the campaign finance crime, the actual payoff of Stormy Daniels to protect Donald Trump's campaign. But there has never been a case, or a state judge has never blessed the use of felony falsifying business records premised on a federal charge. In other words, these are state prosecutors, they're bringing a state charge, and in order to elevate it to a felony, they have to say that the crime that was concealed by falsifying these business records was a federal crime. So that's like a weird thing, and they decided it was going to be too risky to bring a case that was going to rely on an untested legal theory.
But then, in January, Bragg impaneled a new grand jury to investigate the payment.
God, how lame is that this is the lawsuit that might bring him down? Such a boring story for such a non-boring person. I don't think it's a boring story. I think it's a very fun story. It's just that, he's done actually, worse criminal things that have, serious criminal implications, which is why we think that this is, not a big deal. It says more about Donald Trump, and his long track record of just, being openly corrupt than anything else. You know what I mean? When we look at a situation where can you imagine if this happened to Joe Biden? Joe Biden's done some dog shit things, right? But overall, or Obama, you know what I mean? Sure, are there other things that you could actually fucking nab him on? Certainly, right? But those are still within the boundaries of I guess our legal system and what kind of corruption is allowed, okay? But never forget, Bill Clinton, horrible monster, right? Horrible monster, just an awful fucking president. I mean, the impeachment proceedings were put on him over having oral sex in the fucking White House. You know what I mean? Think about that. That kind of thing, this kind of thing would be considered unimaginable, unfucking imaginable. If you were to compare, if it were to happen to someone who is known as a normal fucking Democratic politician.
He hasn't said publicly why he changed course.
Everyone's surprised, frankly, because our reporting and others had shown that the office had looked at this so many times, had looked at it through kind of different lenses and decided each time not to bring it. The feds had passed up on the chance to bring it. So now here we are in 2023, and what's changed? I mean, we don't really know yet.
One thing that hasn't changed is Cohen's involvement. Trump's former lawyer testified before the grand jury last week and could be called to speak with them again.
This is all about accountability. He needs to be held accountable for his dirty deeds.
Trump has denied the affair and any wrongdoing, calling the investigation politically motivated. The Manhattan DA's office did not respond to requests for comment. If Bragg brings charges against the former president, it could shine more light on what happened in 2016.
An indictment's just an allegation, right? There are still, questions that I have even after having worked on this for so long. If the charges are focused on falsifying business records, what did Trump know about repaying Cohen? There's a lot of sort of gaps in our knowledge about how this all went down. And then, I'm really curious to see if the DA has learned some new facts. Charges, if they come, I think would sort of begin just one more chapter.
Now to our ABC News exclusive.
You think Melania was jealous? Fuck no. I think Melania is, first of all, I don't even think Donald Trump fucks. Okay? I don't even understand what happened with Stormy Daniels. I don't think Donald Trump fucks for sexual pleasure. Okay? And that sentiment is not just my own. I think that sentiment is shared by even Donald Trump's fans. Okay? Now, what do I mean by that? Well, I want to show you my favorite rapper. Okay? 4G Auto Blow, like an auto suck. Okay, you guys know this man. You've probably seen him before. He came out with another incredible, absolutely eviscerating, just critical support for Donald Trump ass beat. Okay, 4G Auto Blow. He's doing some self-suck again. And here he is, just in, MAGA rapper 4G Auto Blow. What is this? You haven't shown this on stream yet? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's like weird as well. I don't know what the fuck was happening here, but I guess like, you know, mommy-child play or daddy-daughter play runs in the family on both sides of the family. But I want to talk about 4G Auto Blow real quick, okay? Yeah, that's weird. I know. You stole that from Connor CC? Wait, what? 4G Auto Blow? You think I stole that from someone? That's his name. The fuck? Anyway. Let's continue. MAGA rapper 4G Auto Blow drops an instant hit, slams Alvin Bragg and the corrupt government responsible for Trump's persecution. Retweet if you stand with Trump.
Major new developments involving former President Donald J. Trump. Trump saying today he expects to be arrested on Tuesday and is calling for protests.
I heard
Before we get started, I gotta admire this man's physique, okay? The skinny arms with the widest body is the funniest. Is one of the funnier body types that a man can have. I just know he has the tiniest ass under that white ass body too. It's like his proportions are all kinds of fucked up. You know what I mean? It's just like so odd. Like literally the tiniest, slimmest arms. Okay. And then there's the wide body with the Hank Hill ass chicken butt.
Protests.
I heard the feds want to lock up Uncle Trump. Democrats trying to lock up Uncle Trump. J6 committee wants to lock up Donald Trump. Alvin Bragg wants to lock up Donald Trump.
It's like, what is this? That's not a jail body. That's not a jail body. That's a Facebook jail body. Bro got 30 days back to back for COVID posting. Yeah.
Why them liberals trying to hate on Donald Trump? Why's the left always plotting on Uncle Trump?
Why?
You know they jealous they can't be like Uncle Trump.
Boo, 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 boo.
Stand and lie on Donald Trump. You know the typical liberal out here lying again. A deep state witch hunt. They out here spying again.
Wait. Oh, gotta point this out. This man is standing at the 6 foot line. He is not 6 foot. His ass is not 6'1". Someone I saw in the replies, like he's I think like 5'8" or something. And you know, he's either standing on his tippy toes here. Or they basically lowered it for him.
7 years later, why you Jamie still bringing it up? Stormy did it for clout. We know Trump never fucked.
This is the point that I needed to show you guys. Like I said, the reason why I brought this up is because the sentiment that Donald Trump does not fuck is not one that I believe. It is a shared sentiment by his most parasocial fans. Okay? Let's play it again.
Stormy did it for clout. We know Trump never fucked.
Stormy did it for clout. We know Trump never fucks.
A misdemeanor into a felony. And why is Rhonda silent sitting so silently? Trump's won every poll, the walking GOP. JN6 2.0, that's what they want to see. Don't put the JN6 committee right in front of me. This is for my patriots that never took that vaccine. This is a Hail Mary, it's all they got. Trump 2024, the Trump train won't stop. I heard the feds
Choo-choo.
lock up Uncle Trump. Democrats trying to lock up Uncle Trump.
Lock him.
J6 committee wants to lock up Donald Trump.
Fuck him.
Alvin Bragg Greg wants to lock up Donald Trump.
No.
Why them liberals try to hate on Donald Trump?
No.
Why's the left always plotting on Uncle Trump?
Why?
You know they jealous, they can't be like Uncle Trump. The type to take the stand and lie on Donald Trump. Yeah, it's the mayor Magaville, baby. All my real patriots staying tall, staying by. They trying to set us up. They ain't got nothing on Trump.
It's a setup.
Trump's already.
Wait. What? Pause. Born to ride Donald Trump? What the fuck? Wait, what? Wait a minute. This takes fuck Joe Biden into a whole different level right here. What? You want to fuck Joe? You telling me you want to fuck Joe Biden and you want to ride Donald Trump? What? I mean, I get it, but born to ride Donald J. Trump, baby. That's weird, man. That's that. I mean, I know he does have a sweet ass pussy. I know it. I know. I've seen it, but like, goddamn.
He just hit my line. Free my big uncle. Why the Democrats always hating?
Why does he have the eye bags on this fucking model, dude?
They want a Jan 6 2.0 because they didn't have nothing stick on January 6th. Patriots did nothing wrong. It's the mayor of Magaville, baby. Trump 2020.
Call Donald Chandler because I'm trying to be his Monica. I'm talking Lewinsky, not Geller. Want to hum his dick like a harmonica. Free line for him. Okay, that requires actually writing bars. So I don't think he's going to take that. Wait, does he say at the end, I'm a gay? What? Wait, what the I know. He's saying I'm a gay? That's odd. I mean, good for him, I guess. On the gang? He's saying on the gang. I've never heard that because I'm not from the mean streets of the villages. So I think that's probably why I haven't heard this slang. I'm too white. That's what's going on here. There was some new developments in the Trump classified documents investigation, which is actually a little bit different than the other RICO charge that we're talking about in Alvin Bragg, the Alvin Bragg RICO charge from New York. This is the January 6th. This is the DOJ's other, not January 6th, the DOJ's other investigation conducted into the former President Donald Trump and his mishandling of classified documents.
On developments in the investigation into Donald Trump over those classified documents found at Mar-a-Lago. Sources told ABC News that a federal judge has determined there is preliminary evidence that the former president may have broken the law. Our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, is here with the story. Good morning, John.
Good morning, Michael. Amidst all the speculation about a possible Trump indictment coming from the Manhattan...
Indictment! He's so excited, dude.
District attorney, there's a major development in a separate federal investigation involving potentially much more serious charges involving his handling of classified documents. Added security is in place in New York amid growing anticipation Donald Trump could be indicted as soon as today in a case brought by Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg regarding hush money paid to porn star Stormy Daniels. But Trump faces multiple criminal investigations. Sources telling ABC News a federal judge has determined that there's enough compelling preliminary evidence that Trump broke the law in another case, the special counsel's investigation of Trump's handling of classified documents. Judge Beryl Howell's order is sealed, but sources described its contents to ABC News, saying she wrote special counsel Jack Smith provided enough evidence, quote, that the former president had committed criminal violations. In particular, prosecutors say he knowingly misled his attorneys so that they would file a sworn statement last June that he knew was false, claiming that a diligent search of his Mar-a-Lago estate found that he had turned over all the classified documents in his possession.
I had a small number of boxes in storage.
Chat. Hasan, the H3 thing is going to be impossible till you address it. I mean, it won't be impossible. It's just like people are going bananas mode again. Hey, foot soldiers, calm down. Ethan can handle himself. Okay, I believe in him. Covering something different right now. You know, I don't know what else to say about it. Then we're just covering something different right now. I don't even know where the, like, he's debating the Sigma Grindset guy, right?
Sales for his clients. He made a bunch of money on the internet, boring. And then I go to this, and you guys talk about this for 5 minutes.
I'm here to talk about interesting stuff. I'm not here to have.
You're here to talk shit. You're here to talk shit.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm here. I want to. I think what's important, what's interesting, is that we talk about the places where we conflict. I think it's great that you're an immigrant and you came to America and succeeded. It's like, oh, okay, great. What do you want me to do? Suck your dick?
Ethan, no. Is it not more interesting that my parents came here to escape communism? They could barely speak the language, and I lifted my family out of poverty and turned us into multimillionaires. Is that not more interesting than me saying men want one thing and then
yes, but it's uncontroversial. Why would I want to discuss that? Tell me, what is a pleasant wife with no attitude?
Sebastian, can I ask
you know what an interesting conversation is? Do you think an interesting conversation entails someone just sucking your dick and doing a puff piece? I think that is what you think it is based on your podcast.
No, not at all. Not at all. I've done interesting stuff, and we could have interesting conversations.
Tell me, you wrote it. What is a pleasant wife with no attitude?
I'm just saying, Ethan, that there is a lot of interesting conversations that don't have to be controversial. But you don't know that because your entire brand is based on controversy.
No. I'm having an interesting conversation.
What's his job?
Based on our differences of opinion.
Right? What's his job?
So do you have a difference in opinion? You don't want a pleasant wife?
Okay. Yeah.
Do you want a wife? Do you want a wife with attitude? Ethan?
What does attitude mean?
A wife that nags,
Escape communism
a wife that talks back to you, a wife that.
Bro, what does he know about wives, bro? You're like literally a baby. What the fuck's he talking about? Oh, do you want a wife that talks back? Like, what are you talking about? What is happening? This is derailed.
Inherent quality of,
this is off the rails.
Because you act like it's kind of right. Because you act like there would never be a reason for a woman to bother you about anything. Like your significant other would never have a legitimate reason to, quote, nag you.
I would never want my wife to call me weird names or like make remarks towards me. Yeah, like I would never want her to say that I'm stupid or I don't look good or
what? Or that's like abusive.
If I ask her to do something, if
that's not
I wouldn't want her to have an attitude with me and to I would want her to act and speak to me as if we're on the same team, the same way that I would do that for her.
Yeah, but that's obvious. You're saying I don't want her to call me ugly. I mean, that's just mean. That's just like a toxic.
He said his parents escaped communism in Romania to come to the United States of America in, I don't know what year, I think, when was it? 1988? Is that what you said?
Because that's warranted, because it's a little bit contentious, our conversation. So sometimes an attitude is justified, right?
I don't know. It depends on the scenario.
Okay. So it depends on the scenario. So is there ever a scenario that you would have with your significant other that would warrant
Ethan is wearing him down
with you?
I mean, yeah, I imagine if I like did something really stupid, like if I don't know, I would never do this because I'm not a cheater, but I could imagine if I cheated, she'd have an attitude, which is
I think that's putting it mildly, yeah,
but
an attitude.
I would never do that because that is not the person that I am. But yeah, I just want a pleasant wife with no attitude. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I would say that most women would want a pleasant husband that has ambition and has goals, and I think that's fine.
Well, yeah, and I want that in my woman too. I want a smart woman who has ambitions and goals too. But we're all different, right?
You agree with me? You agree with me on one thing?
Well, no, I think that people want partners that they respect.
So you agree with me, but you just don't like my verbiage.
No, I think your verbiage of no attitude implies that women are docile creatures there to be subservient and just obey, and to they're just there to make your home, right?
Well, that's just an assumption.
But it's in the language.
I mean, I love women. Women are the
I
the
didn't
most
say you don't
beautiful
love
things on
women,
this
bro.
planet. I know.
But they have a
telling you
role
about
to
who I
play.
am.
They have a role, right?
No, they're the most. Yeah, well, women and men have a role to play.
Okay, this is actually good content. Fuck.
Right. But they have a specific.
I can't look
role.
away.
What is the woman's role?
It's not subservient. They don't have to be subservient to the man, but they
have they figured out how he makes his money or whether he has a real podcast or not?
Anything. What is the woman's role?
To be. What do you mean? The woman's role in a household? Can you
in a
be more
relationship,
specific?
in a household, yeah.
Oh, let's see.
I find it interesting that you're being so thoughtful about it now because I've seen millions of videos of you spitting this shit off. Like, this is what a woman needs to do. They need to be at home. They need to support the man.
I'm always thoughtful. No. I'm always thoughtful. And those videos
But it seems like something you would know.
The same thing.
Okay, go ahead. What's the woman's role?
Highly edited. Those videos are highly edited.
But you're
and
putting them
quick
on your
like this.
TikTok, bro. It's your fucking
I'm not
voice. It's
putting
your...
them.
It's your team. You pay people to put it on the internet to make you look cool.
I gotta
to
pee.
other
I'll be back in a
dudes.
second. Fuck.
That's why it's there.
Let me answer your question.
Please.
And let me just think about it so I give you a good answer.
You said women prefer to submit. Why is that funny?
Yeah, I think that's true.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I think a girl's job is to display a lot of love and a lot of. Hold on, let me get in focus.
Yes, focus.
I think a girl's job is to be the affectionate one, to be extremely affectionate, and to be very loving.
You sound
and very
insecure.
patient and very understanding for their children and their husbands, and to make the children feel loved and heard. I think that's a woman's job. I think it's her job to. Women have this kind of love for their children that nobody else in the world will understand.
I love my
Men
kids.
will never understand.
No,
it.
I love. See, that's a little crazy
Yes.
to me.
I'm sure you do, but I think that
You think my
men and women
wife
love their
loves my
in
kids
different
more
ways.
than me, or differently?
No, I never said that. No, I said that they're different. I think a father and a mother will love their children differently, not more than the other, but just in different ways.
What?
I disagree.
A father
with that.
loves.
That's crazy.
What?
Okay, that's fine. And a father is going to want to protect his kids, and he's going to want to provide an environment where his family can feel safe. And he's also
so
going
you're
to want
saying
to pass
being
down
muscular,
lessons
like that's not
and
really an
pass down-
active role in their
pass
life.
down lessons,
Pass down lessons.
wisdom.
Okay.
Wisdom to his
Mother
his
can't do
children,
that.
Is this a fucking,
and
like,
the
medieval
the mother
times?
is. No, this is just nature.
We're,
This is just what
we're
how it's
passing
always
down
been.
wisdom. Like, of what are we doing? Sitting around a campfire singing songs and shit. I feel like
Everyone knows
Ethan,
women are
you're-
incapable
you're
of passing down
40
wisdom.
40 years old.
I'm
You're almost 40
37.
years old.
Yeah.
These things that you're saying, like you're just snapping back at me. Nothing you're saying, it's not like you're not disproving me in any way. You're just saying whatever comes to your mind.
He's saying, bye-bye, I win.
Opinions.
You're being very, yeah, but we're not even having a conversation. I'm just talking and you're just like spitballing off everything that I say.
Well,
like trying to correct me like a little kid. It's just very childish.
Well, you're going off into places I know I'm not gonna that are not a good topic, because you're gonna go on and explain things that are pretty obvious and uncontroversial. Like you go, I just want women to be like nice to me. I mean, you said women prefer.
That's literally what I said.
Yeah.
I want women to be pleasant.
Women prefer.
And I want women to. You took that however you took it. I said I want women to be pleasant with no attitude. That means if I don't want you to do something because it makes me feel whatever uncomfortable, then please don't like make it a huge deal.
I think you're okay. What? So you think women prefer to submit? This is something you've said.
Okay, so we're gonna ignore everything.
Well, what do you
We're just
want?
gonna
Do you
move
want to
on.
go have a specific
I
conversation?
want you to stop acting. I want you to stop acting like a child. I want you to let me speak, and then we can discuss.
Women prefer to submit. Is that correct?
I think women are happier when they feel like their husbands can properly lead them, or their mans. I think women are happier when they know that the person that they're with is going to make the right decision and they don't have to worry about it. And I would say that's a form of submission in a way, yes.
What is your
And
data
I would
on that?
agree. Just what I've seen in myself
In your
and
long
in my life.
24 years.
Yes.
How many long-term relationships have you been in?
I've been in a few long-term relationships.
A few?
But I'm not going to tell you the number.
Because
I'm gonna
I
keep
mean,
that
you've
private.
only been legally allowed to even have sex for 6 years, so.
I mean, that's
Well,
ridiculous.
in my culture, we don't necessarily have sex. I don't know. I'm Christian and Romanian, so
Wait,
we don't just date.
Is
and
he
then hook up on
is
the
he a
first night. That's
virgin?
not how it works.
Okay, so in your experience, women like to be.
What do you mean in my culture, dog? You're like an American through and through. Wait, what?
Women would agree with
Do you
that.
talk to a lot of women?
When I'm single, yes, but most women would agree with that. And they do. They're like, they want a man that's like, hey, if my guy is if he always makes the right decision, I'd prefer to just let him do his thing.
Well, I don't want to seem presumptuous, but
I'm sure your wife is like that too, Ethan. I'm sure. I don't know. What's your wife's name? Could you tell me?
Hila.
Hila?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure she's like that too, and that's a.
Are
form
you
of
virgin shaming? Just surprised. I want to say yes, but people get so mad. Like the virgins have nothing else going on, so they get so fucking mad every time I say yes.
I also
and then they
like
take it seriously.
when my partner doesn't say I'm ugly. I also like it when my partner is nice to kids and animals. I like that. I like a partner who likes my strength. I think.
What's your name?
I'm Olivia.
Can you tell me your name? So, Olivia, my question was, do you like it when your man, say you have, I don't know if you have a boyfriend or husband or whatever, but theoretically, when your man, if he were to always make the right decision and you felt inside of you that you could trust him and you didn't have to worry, would you prefer that?
No, virgins
to the
can talk about
alternative, which is,
relationships. It's just that, like, I'm surprised because he presents himself as like this macho masculine alpha dog who's so knowledgeable about the world, even though he's a 22-year-old who's only done a bunch of drop shipping and fake podcasts and grossly inflates his fucking wealth in a way to flex, while simultaneously knowing nothing about a, fundamentally important component of interpersonal relationships.
Asking, you're like, you women want a man that could depend on. It's not as important for men, though, because it's not really a feminine trait for a woman to be dependable.
No, women have to be dependable, but I
Okay,
think
so what's the
it's probably
difference?
they're just dependable in
That's
different
also
ways.
European.
I would
also
imagine.
European. That's how they
I,
think.
for one, don't think that the whole submitting thing is right.
It's not American.
I prefer
'cause
partnership.
It's European, Asian. It's more his.
That's
What's
Lena,
this
by
guy?
the way. She's a woman.
What's this guy saying?
Okay, so you guys, you ladies prefer partnership. That's fine. Then just imagine a scenario where you're with a husband, and for every single decision that he has to make, he's going to come and consult you for every single thing. He's like, "Hey, babe, what do you think about this?" Like he
Well,
has
it
no
depends
sense of leadership or direction.
If it concerns both of
You
us
really
or
want
not.
that.
If it's something that's just in his life,
Important
he can
stuff.
handle himself. But
Important
if
stuff.
it concerns me, I'd like to know about it. I'd like to get my input on it.
I
Like,
think it's actually fascinating that you bring that up. Like, why would you want your man to consult you? Because he thinks you're an equal and values your opinion on
Yeah,
things.
that's crazy that that's like out of the
are
question.
you
That's
saying,
so
"Oh,
weird.
I don't want to ask my wife what gum I should chew right now? Or like, what are you talking
But having said that, it is a matter that's very consistent with the way these people view the world, where they don't think women are equal partners in a relationship because they don't think women are equal in general. It's just a reinforcement of misogyny with a different banner.
To wait until we do this, I will tell her, I'll explain it to her, and she'll give me suggestions. Sometimes she'll trust me, sometimes and not give me suggestions. I'll be open with her. And if she does give me a suggestion, I'm not just going to toss it in the trash. No, I'm going to listen to her and honor her. I don't think that we are really disagreeing on much here. I think that we're literally just splitting hairs.
Right, but okay, so then what's interesting is that You are appealing.
By the way, I'm gay.
to this
Thank you for
red
the 5
pill
gifted
community.
subs.
This is, if you go to your TikTok, if you go to your YouTube,
Funny
this is
name.
your identity. You're getting these men, and you're telling them that this is the alpha way of life. And when you say that we're not that different, I do agree, and we kind of both understand, which is the obvious what makes a good relationship and stuff. But the way you paint it online is you say women are submissive, and then what you just said is like, when you have to make a financial decision, it's your decision, right? But you'll ask, but you know, you'll take. But she's in no position to make that decision, right? That's ultimately your decision. That's you.
I don't think that we're that similar. I think that we're just agreeing about this specific thing. Just to correct you there, and then I don't know what you asked me.
Well, you're presenting your opinion in a way that I think is harmful to men specifically, actually, because women know better, right? And I think some women have a traditional.
Well, Ethan.
Yeah.
Ethan, let me just say something. Most of your content, most of your audience used to be men, and now it's not. Now a majority of your audience is women, and my audience looks up to me. They're inspired by me, and I've had conversations with plenty of men, older, younger, same age, that have said that I've changed their life for the better. They feel happier. They feel better about themselves, and they're in a much better position in life right now because I've inspired them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If your life has been changed by watching this dude, your life is fucking not changed.
Your audience used to literally be mostly men.
Okay.
And over time, men have stopped watching you because they don't look up to you in any way. You're not a role model to these men. They don't want to consume your content. Your content is very hateful. It's uninspiring.
Okay.
My content is very inspiring. So hold on. I'm almost done. You can respond.
Go ahead.
I've been in, to give you an example, I've been in a car with someone before that he stopped me, and he works for me now, but he said, Sebastian, my father was never around. I don't have any older brothers. I don't have anyone to look up to.
Dude, you're 22. What is he saying?
I've ever looked up to. And you have made me such a better person. I've gotten in the gym. I've taken care of myself. I've started a business, and now I'm making good money. And this kid who was 18 was crying in front of me when I met him for the first time.
How many
because
people?
I was that much of a role model.
I've had people cry when they meet me. Probably more than you.
No. Okay. This is dumb. This conversation is devolving into nothing. He's literally just saying, "I'm super sick and you're dumb." Like that's all he's saying.
People shed tears for me, bro. They're a mess.
I don't think that you would even disagree with me when I say that I'm a much better role model at 24 for men than you are at 37.
Okay, good. I'll come back. By the way, my audience is like 50-50 male and female. But you're right. It used to be majority men. But let me go back to what you said. You said because a lot of men look up to you, you're more qualified to talk about what's good for men.
I didn't say that.
Oh, so what was your point?
I didn't say that. I said I said I'm a better role model for men, and I don't think you're a role model for men at all.
Right. Because I have a more women audience.
No,
but that's what you
men
said.
Don't look up because you used to have a more male audience, and now you don't. And that's because men have no reason.
His audience has grown since then, though. So if anything, he retained a big chunk of the men that used to watch him. Okay, and then on top of that, more women watch him now.
No,
I'm not
of course,
crazy.
it's an extreme example, but just because you have people that look,
that doesn't mean he lost the male viewership.
I mean, yeah, that was just a very poor example.
But again, this guy is too young, too stupid to understand this thing that he's stating, which is that like Ethan's audience has grown to include more women, right? It's still like he's literally just hyper focusing on anecdotes. He's like, oh, well, in my circle, they don't like you anymore, so men don't fuck with you.
And there's plenty of ways you can do that, leveraging the internet. Okay, you've seen it because you've done it yourself, so you know that I'm right. And there's plenty of ways to do it as well. And I encourage men to do that instead of the alternative, which is going and getting a job that they might regret later in life. And they do that. Okay. I also encourage men to not be a degenerate, not sleep around with a bunch of girls, and to get one girl, to be loyal to that girl, and to build a family with her. That's what I encourage men to do. Okay. So those three things are very, very important for me, among others as well. But those are, I would say, like the most important
All
ones.
right. I'm texting Ethan, but don't annoy them. Don't annoy H3H3.
Because you don't do that. You don't promote exercise. You spread a bunch of hate. You don't love anyone. Your
I
whole
don't love
entire
anyone?
worldview is negative. You're like you don't spread love. Like all
Wait,
you
what
ever
do you
is
mean I
talk
don't
shit.
love anyone?
I meant to say that you don't spread love.
Only
like
me,
your
I'm
entire
the
worldview
pinks.
is extremely negative.
Okay. Do you think that
Do you
there's-
disagree? Like, do you?
No,
do
I
you
do.
really-
I do.
like,
I do.
I'm
I think
wrong.
I think you can observe that I criticize a lot of people, right? But the people I criticize, I think, are very worthy of being criticized. For example, Andrew Tate, I think, is just doing untold damage to a whole generation of men. But do you think that there's other ways to inspire people other than going to the gym and doing drop shipping and shit like that?
How do you think that you inspire people, Ethan? Do you believe you inspire people?
I wouldn't presume to do that much, you know what I mean? But I do think probably there's people. I wouldn't presume to even to make that assumption, though. You know.
Ethan, the thing is you.
It's a
you
little bit of
criticize
hubris,
everyone.
isn't it? It's a little bit of hubris to look at yourself as a savior like that.
Yes, it is. That's a good take. No, it's not. What do you mean? You're just you got, dude. This kid literally just has the TikTok fuckboy haircut, and that's it. And the algorithm gave him the 15 minutes of fame at a certain point when he said something completely unhinged, and it inflated his sense of self-worth to an unimaginable level where he literally thinks he's like God's own fucking a gift to mankind. That's it.
That man, he would cry if he ever met me, boy. I'll tell you what, tears, kisses, and hugs, man. And I'll be like, I love you, dude.
There's an inspiration.
What? I'm not saying you're being ageist or whatever, but I think saying he's too young is kind of dumb. Weren't you trying to make a difference in the world at his age? By the way, I don't agree with this guy. I don't agree with your take either. Wait, what? No, I'm not being ageist at all in that regard. When you're 22 years old, like I was 22, okay? I was 22 9 years ago. And let me tell you something. I was a fucking dumbass, okay? So, yeah, I didn't know what I had a decent perspective on life, certainly, but I had a lot of growing to do. Okay? I'm still a fucking dumbass. And you can tell that his brain is not fully developed yet because of the things he's stating. Like, you can tell. It's his arrogance. It's all, if anything, it's a cop-out from me to him. I'm giving him an exit ramp, saying, oh, he's just young. Do you understand? That's the main point here.
Your brand is dying.
Why would that get a lot of likes?
And it's going to continue dying because of the type of content that you push.
It's not really dying, though, is it?
There's a lot of yes, it is.
In what way is it dying?
Bro, why does this guy think he could tell Ethan about what to do with his fucking brand? It's like what the fuck do you know? You have a fake podcast. What are you talking about? Like, what's it to you, motherfucker?
No, and the overall reputation.
It's like if he came on my broadcast and told me how to run top of the hour ad breaks. You know what I mean? Which come at the top of every hour. Like, it's like if he told me how to do the best segues for top of the hour ad breaks. I'm like, no, dude, that's what I do. Okay. You don't get to tell me how to do the top of the hour ad breaks. And then tell me that, like, oh, I'm forgetting to remind people that if they subscribe, they can avoid said top of the hour ad breaks for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or by getting gifted a sub if they're lucky. You know what I mean? Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Get a lot of presumptions about me.
No. I know. I've known who you are, but I've never like watched or consumed your content.
Okay. Do you just know
like I
that
don't
I'm
know
the
you
worst?
as a person.
I
don't know you as a person. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm quoting you.
Sebastian,
You said
can
that
I pull
about
up your
yourself.
analytics? Your shit's on the down curve, brother. Your career is going down to the fucking dumps, bro. I mean, that is a
What the
colossal dump, bro.
That's off the cliff.
And I mean, at least mine is like pretty flat. But that is treacherous, man. You were going down like the Titanic, brother. That is rough.
That's brutal.
Can you get? Hold on. Yeah. So yeah, my analytics are down because I haven't posted content. I posted a video with my mom that I knew wouldn't do well, and I just posted a video yesterday. So yes, I know my analytics
Oh,
are down.
damn. He got sad about that.
Because I've been getting a lot of heat on the internet, so I just wanted to take a step back. That's why they're down.
It's tough being out there as a creator, huh? I don't think you're gonna make it. You see, if you have thin skin like that. I mean, that's why it's going down.
I think I'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
I think I'll be fine. Yeah.
Ethan, if I can
all right.
interject in his behalf, I think he's going to do better than all of us together.
Oh, thank you, Jimmy.
Not you and me. Him.
Yeah.
Sebastian.
Yeah, but I
That's just
disagree.
my
I mean,
opinion.
our podcast is continually in the
I don't know who
top
that guy is.
charts
He's
of
like
most
one of the
popular
characters,
podcasts
right?
in the world. And our viewership is phenomenal. I don't know if what you know is normal viewerships for a podcast, but regularly getting 1 million views on a podcast, and we post 4 or 5 times a week. That's pretty impressive, don't you think?
It's true.
Like, clearly people like the show.
They wouldn't watch it if they
Sure. Yeah. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Yeah, you got
atheist.
viewers.
Checkmate.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Listen. Let's see. I have other things I want to talk to you about. Here's one about what girls can't wear. So let's see. Let's take a look at
if you're
this.
dating a girl, is there things she can and cannot wear? Well, it depends. I mean, fashion is so broad. So I'll have to see. But if she's dressed provocatively and I'm not with her, there's absolutely.
Oh, he's got the Sigma song though.
Whose attention are you trying to get if I'm not there? If I go out with her, that's another thing. You should only care about my attention. If you're my wife, there should be no other attention from a man that you should care
Dude,
about.
I feel such a Giga Chad, dude. Whenever I hear funk music, I'm like, dude, this guy's Sigma.
So your
He's
stance is you can look pretty when you're with me, but if you're not with me, you need to not look pretty.
No.
Okay.
Wrong. My stance is you shouldn't dress provocatively unless you're with me.
What's provocative?
Like showing a ton of cleavage or wearing as little clothing as possible.
Wearing as little clothing as possible. Okay, so it's cool when they're with you, but if they go out looking like that, it's not okay.
And I mean, no, I would say even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay. Okay.
What's the problem?
Well, it's a little insecure.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
is.
It's a preference.
Well,
Great
it's not.
take,
Okay.
Ethan.
Well, in
Great
this
job.
Because you're kind of walking it back. So we can move on if you want. But in this video, you say, dress sexy when you're with me, but not when you're not with me.
Ethan fell off, by the way. 41,000 active concurrent live watchers, by the way. It is. Every one of these fucking PUA guys are
Dress sexy
insecure.
and look
And it
tastefully
should be
good
constantly
without showing,
brought
like,
up.
your tits and your butt and whatever. But
It's a
yeah,
preference.
I would say I would.
It's a preference
I
based
don't like
on
it.
your.
I don't like it.
Okay. Okay. That's fair. That's
It's not-
fair.
it's not-
No, that's fair. If you have that understanding
Plus
with your partner, I think that's
36,000
totally fair.
here.
But this
And it's not insecurity either. It's not insecurity. It's just I don't
It is,
like that. I don't
though.
want
It is. Like, let's follow the thread.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not.
You're
Would
a
you
role-
want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would
hold
you
on.
want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
Like a hoe?
Well, the definition of a hoe, I guess, is. I'm not quite sure what that means. But
You
you're.
just answer my question. Would you want her out there dressing or wearing as minimal clothing as possible out in a club?
Would I want my. Well, hold on.
Just
Hold
say,
on.
who cares?
No,
who cares
answer
what
the
my wife
question.
wears?
Okay, well, let me show you
like,
this.
it's a
Do
yes
you
or
think,
no.
Okay, well, hold
It's
on.
a yes
Then.
or
Is
no.
my wife dressed like a hoe here? Because I just want to get your. She posted this to social media.
Would you go out to dinner with your wife dressed like that?
Of course, she wouldn't go like that. I mean, what? But do you?
I don't know
just-
why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife, your relationship.
No, no, but I just
wouldn't.
want.
I
No,
wouldn't
say
be
what
okay
you
with her
want.
posting
Say
on
what you
Instagram.
want. I'm trying to understand your point. Would you? Do you think?
I wouldn't
she's
want my
dressed
wife
like a hoe right now?
posting like
You
that
can
on
say
social
yes
media.
if
What do you
I-
mean? What?
Yeah,
What?
I wouldn't want her posting. I wouldn't want my girlfriend.
Look at his
posting
body
pictures like
language.
that on-
He's like
on
closing up,
Instagram.
even
from
thinking about
insecurity,
possibly
right?
having a wife
Because
that
No,
could
it's
wear
not.
whatever the
Because
fuck she
you-
wants. The thought of it is
Yeah,
terrifying.
because it makes you feel insecure.
Yeah.
It doesn't make me feel insecure. I
How does it
feel
make you
perfectly
feel?
secure.
How does it make you feel?
I don't like the. Hold on. Let's.
Oh,
how the women is how that
Dude,
girl's
that's so
portraying herself,
fucked up,
like how
dude.
she's basically advertising and like saying like look how nice my body looks for the entire world to see.
What?
for the
What?
entire
Yeah.
public
No,
to
that's
see.
great.
I
What?
don't
What is the
like
problem with that? How is that being cucked, dude? That's insane to me. That is
want
so
other people
fucking
saying, "It's
stupid.
mine.
and
Are you
not
so
mine?
insecure. It
It's
pisses
yours.
me off, honestly.
It's my wife. I don't want everyone to see her body.
It's not your
My
fucking
wife.
property, dog. That's a whole ass human being.
Okay, and so, well, to me, I don't want to
100%,
control.
yeah.
I want my wife Hila to be as powerful and confident.
It's called mutual respect and trust. That's what relationships are based on. Healthy relationships. That's the foundation. It's about trusting your partner and giving them the freedom to do whatever the fuck they want. That's crazy, dude.
I know that there's no one else
Understandably, you
out
can
there
have
who's gonna
boundaries
take
in
her
this
away from
regard,
And I want her to
Okay,
feel powerful.
but his boundaries are far too fucking strict and built on top of his anxieties that, like, if your significant other wants to show off their body, that means they want to fuck other men.
And so I just want you to dig a little deeper and explain why you don't like it, because it's yours, because she's yours, and nobody else can see her body. Nobody else can see her body but you.
Yes.
Even if she wants
100%.
to show it. Even if she wants to show it because she wants to feel
She
sexy.
doesn't want to. She doesn't want to.
I know, but you're a role model and you're putting this out on your TikTok. This is what you're putting out. I know you guys have a preference, but I'm talking about your influence on men. So if she wants to go out and dress sexy and look good, you're against that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm against her dressing provocatively. She can look nice. Of course,
Because for women, putting on makeup and dressing sexy and going out, it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel confident. It's not necessarily about wanting to fuck other dudes.
It's what it is what makes them feel powerful about it is when they go out and they dress really nice. What gives them the power is the attention that they get. It doesn't have to be a guy walking up.
Typical.
To them. It could be a guy looking at them. And
Typical. Again, that's insecurity. No, that's insecurity.
Then they could dress up and look amazing and just and they could stay.
That's
in
insecurity.
Home, or they could look in the mirror and without anyone around.
So they can dress hot but stay at home.
I don't think that if I have a girlfriend, she should have a desire to go out there and even seek the attention from other men, because the attention she gets from me is enough to fulfill her.
Don't we all crave
where I'm
validation?
standing.
Like, don't we all crave validation in some way?
You should get enough validation from your wife, and your wife should get enough from you. She should be inspired by you, and maybe if you had a six-pack, she would be more inspired by you, and she wouldn't post thirst traps on Instagram. But you should be inspired by your significant other.
Okay, so me not having a six-pack is promoting my wife to seek male attention because I'm not hot enough, because my attention is not working.
Maybe if you took care of yourself, Ethan, and you were in better shape, maybe she wouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe.
No,
she
it's a good
wouldn't.
hypothesis. It's a good hypothesis. So if I was hotter,
maybe not.
If I was hotter, she wouldn't feel the need.
Not hotter. If you took care of yourself.
Yeah.
You don't have to be hotter.
Okay, if I was skinny and I had a six-pack.
If she saw you and you're like, wow, he really cares and respects himself, and I like his attention, and I don't need to go out there and look for attention from guys in the comments or whatever.
See, don't you see you're insecure? Because I know
it's not insecurity.
Yes, it is. You are insecure, dude.
That's exactly what it is.
You are threatened by the other attention that people give to your significant other.
That's exactly
I'm not threatened by it at all. I know that there's not going to be other guys out there that can compete with me for my girl. My girl loves
I don't
me.
even need to compete.
I just don't
I'm
like
not
it.
even thinking about competition.
I'm not threatened. I just don't like it. It doesn't threaten me. If she wanted, look, Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Right.
I'm going to just split here. I'm going to go find a girl that respects me. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life.
You keep saying it's not about insecurity and then describes having an insecurity.
I like to take control of my life and live my life the way I think is best for me.
But you're putting
and you don't
out
like to
messages to male men as a role model, self-proclaimed role model.
Yes.
You refer to your girlfriend as she's yours. I mean, she's a human being, right, with her own desires. She's not an object.
Yes, absolutely. She is mine, and I'm hers. We are to die for each
Don't
other.
you feel a little slutty when you walk around with your big biceps out and shit?
I only put on this shirt so that I could show you guys that I work out.
That's a little fucking slutty, bro. Are you looking for validation from people in chat? Because you're crossing.
I'm just trying to show you guys. I'm just trying to flex on you
But
guys. I'm trying
why?
to show you guys what's up.
No, but like you think that it's funny. You think you're being funny, but you actually just totally undermined everything you said. You're putting out your biceps. Why are you doing it? For validation.
I'm not doing it for validation.
You just said you wanted to show it off. You just said you wanted to show it off.
Ethan, it was a joke. Ethan, I just put on a shirt and I'm
okay, so it's a joke. But
I'm sorry that my biceps are big and you're looking.
We'll cover up. I'm sorry that my wife has big, beautiful titties.
I'm gonna go take a piss real quick. Can you guys give me like 2 minutes?
Please, please go ahead.
Bro, this is awesome.
I feel Dan more normal now. You better like me now, Dan. Where'd you find this guy?
On TikTok. He's just one of these characters, you know what I mean?
I think Ethan is
validated.
I think this kid is really changing Ethan's life, though. Like, he really is. He's right. I knew this was gonna be content 10 seconds after you clicked. Yeah, I wasn't gonna do this. I wasn't gonna stop my coverage to like take a look at this. But goddamn, brother, that is like, it's hard to look away. It's a fucking actual train wreck.
That's slutty, brother. That's him. That's a bit of a thirst trap. I would even go as far as
It'd be sick if we could hop on the call. No, it's their content.
he has his
it depends.
headphones on. He can hear me. I know you're listening.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is why I break a lot of these motherfuckers' brains, right? Because like 98% of his commentary against Ethan has literally revolved around how Ethan is fat. That's it. Fat man bad, fat man bad, fat man bad. And the reality is that like Ethan and I share a lot of the similar values, right? We have similar opinions on a lot of issues, but then I effectively counter that, like almost entirely, right? Almost entirely. And like the unfortunate reality is that like a lot of these people, a lot of these guys and their fan bases rely on looking at shapes and colors. You know what I mean?
Contentious, but I appreciate that we're having this conversation.
Like, Ethan is significantly prove you're not fat as well. You got to stop with this baiting me into thirst trap shit, okay?
Odds.
Okay.
Yeah. Argumentative. Hey, dude, look at
So
this.
what thirst trap did I post?
Extremely cold in here, by the way,
Shirtless
today.
picture on Instagram?
Yes, dude. This is unacceptable. That's a thirst trap. That's like you're.
Well,
yeah.
that was before. That was before. So
23
that's why.
weeks. How long you been with your girlfriend? Thought you.
And it was also, I mean, pretty inspiring, I would say, considering I was.
Women can't be
pretty
inspiring
overweight.
with their bodies.
I mean, there's nothing inspiring by taking off your shirt and showing men your tits. It's
That's
not
what you're
inspiring.
doing. You literally just took your
That's
shirt off and
exactly
showed
what
your
you're
tits.
doing in that photo.
Yeah, but the difference is I trained extremely hard
Well,
and
what
I
about the
dieted
girls
properly
who
to
train
get those.
extremely hard and then post? Like Hila is training right now with a trainer.
Bro, that photo of Hila is exactly the same, if not more inspiring, because she's talking about like losing pregnancy fat, right?
See how silly you're being?
It inspires me, actually.
Don't you see how silly you're being? You go, oh, I didn't know that. But it's like, everybody who's posting pictures, like, there's a lot of them just feel good. They want to show it off all their hard work.
There's different contexts, right? These things are a lot more nuanced. Like if you're just posting a slutty picture versus if you're like working out and you're showing your core or like your progress in the gym, like before and after, that's a different context.
Okay, so gym
You
progress
understand that?
pics are good.
It's a different context.
So
You
if a
can't- you
girl
can't
posts
disagree with that.
herself in like tight gym pants and like a bralette to show off progress, is that cool? Or is that slutty?
Look, I still wouldn't want my girlfriend to do that. Just my personal preference.
Right.
But it's okay. I understand that if you want to show people your progress and you're proud of it, I'm all about that.
Yeah, but did you see it's a little silly? Because it kind of all qualifies is that when people want to show off and feel good.
No,
because we're all working on
I just think it's context. Yeah, sure. I just think it's context.
Yeah, because
but-
this video you're putting out as the self-proclaimed role model says women should not ever do that because that means they don't respect their man. Like, this is you as a role model talking to men.
Things she can and cannot wear.
Because now you're adding nuance and context and stuff, and you're walking stuff back, and you seem more human, right? But like when I watch
Well,
it,
this is how I
well,
am.
hold
This is how
on
I
though,
am.
because
Of
that's not
course-
what you're
of course
selling.
on TikTok.
That's not what
Of
you're
course,
selling.
Of course, I'm not selling anything.
Yes,
of course,
you are.
on TikTok,
You're
things
selling
are taken
yourself
out of
as a
context, and I have
self-help
no
person.
control. I have
Stop
no
it, it's
control
your
over that.
people.
No, I don't. I don't have a self-help
what happened to being an
course.
alpha male, bro? You don't have control of your own social media account and the
I
people
never-
you pay?
I never said
well, who
I
would want to
was.
be you're incompetent.
Yeah, if only he had a real podcast and not a fake one, just for TikTok clips like this one, maybe he could provide adequate context.
Pay them.
Listen.
You said you pay them.
Listen. Okay. Are you done?
I don't even know if he has a podcast or not, but at this point, I'm refusing to believe that he actually does have one.
Please, go ahead.
Okay. I never said I was an alpha male. I don't sell any self-help courses. I don't do any of
You're
that.
inspiring.
Okay. I'm just trying to inspire people. Sure. And I actually forgot what I was going to say, unfortunately.
808 Where says, why do you guys keep labeling as an insecurity because he has preferences? In this case, why don't you guys allow your wife to get piped by other guys? I mean, some people do that and are confident, and then some people do that and are sneako, right? The entire difference is confidence and like what that boundary is. If you truly believe it and you want to work it, go off king. You know what I mean? The difference, however, in this circumstance, like I said, the main difference in this circumstance is confidence. Okay? As far as like comparing your wife fucking other people versus your wife literally posting fucking photos of herself looking good or looking hot, you know, that's a little wild, because one is like in the realm of perfectly reasonable boundaries in a monogamous relationship. The other one changes the monogamous relationship, which is an acceptable mode, okay, perfectly acceptable, perfectly normal for people to engage in, to a polyamorous relationship. Do you understand?
Selling this image.
Like the fact that you think that posting photos of yourself, allowing the idea that you're allowing your significant other to post photos of herself is akin to being in a polyamorous relationship is silly. That's how scared you are?
Stop, bro. Why are you pretending like it's not the funnel?
That's not, because I'm not funneling people to buy my courses. Yes, there are things that when I speak in these podcasts, they are intended to be a little bit more polarizing. You probably do that too.
Whoa,
and that's how you get exposure.
Didn't you accuse me of being polarizing and that's why I was a bad dude?
So hold on.
You just said you post polarizing content.
No. I'm saying in those instances. Okay, look. If I can't get
He's getting
my thoughts
bitched.
out, I'm gonna.
He's like, no, Ethan, polarizing to me, Ethan. That means I disagree with you, which means it's polarizing. My opinions, I don't disagree with, which means they're not polarizing.
He answered it.
No, okay. So yes, in order to grow and a faster way to grow, you post content, and if it's controversial, then it goes viral. Sure. And the truth is that Sebastian, if you watch my longer form content and if you watch my podcast throughout, you will see, and now you see as well, interviewing me, that I have a more nuanced perspective on things. And a lot of the time, there's a gray area, there's context, and I can understand that. So that's just the truth. When people seeing me and they're like, who is this shithead? They come and watch me on YouTube and they're like, okay, or whatever. Or they interview me or they watch podcasts like, okay, he actually is not
people
a
think you're a shithead.
He actually knows a couple of stuff. I'm just using a word.
Do people think you're a shithead?
So yes, those videos
do people
go viral.
Think you're a shithead?
Well, no, I don't know, Ethan. I wouldn't imagine they think I'm a shithead.
Because that's
Probably
what you
some people
accuse
do.
me of, being a bad guy, and people don't like me, and that's people think you're a shithead.
Oh my God!
Because you're controversial.
So, yes, when we post these,
so what's the
podcasts,
difference between what we
people
do?
actually see me for who I am. The difference is when you actually
Ethan
find
is
out
successful.
Who I am,
Right.
I'm a decent person.
Unlike me.
And when people look at you, yes, unlike you, you're someone that spreads a ton of hate.
That's the
and
difference.
Someone that is not an example to follow.
So the difference between us is that once you get to know...
No, the main difference is Ethan is successful and this dude is just LARPing.
I'm still a piece of shit.
Now that's funny.
But that's what you said.
That's hysterical. You're killing me.
Ethan, I don't think there's anything very inspiring about you.
Right.
Okay.
Right. I've heard that.
I'm sorry,
that before.
but I don't. And maybe I don't know
I don't
you that
get
well.
it.
Maybe there is.
I want to get in on this so bad. I want to be like, brother, you have a podcast that is unsuccessful. He has a podcast that is successful. It should be inspiring to you. You're literally a content creator. Just like he is.
Sorry. I think there is a lot of common ground. Like we have, I think there's crossover on values, but these are values that's like universal. Like you don't want your partner to call you ugly. That's not interesting, right?
So that's our common ground.
Well, I'm just making a point. We have lots of common ground, but that's like normal shit, right? And so I just you're branding. We both have good hairlines. Pull your hairline back. Let me see. That's a pretty good hairline.
Good hairline.
Fuck,
very good hairline. I'm jealous, Dan. Dan, I'm jealous.
So,
Jersey Outlaw's jealous of that hairline.
Jimmy has to sit this one out.
Yeah, sorry, Jimmy. He just said you got to sit this one out.
Sorry, Jimmy.
I know. I'll have Olivia lower it down a little bit.
I do want to.
So are you not like Ethan? Is there nothing about what I've done on the internet that you find inspiring at all? Like what I've done for my family, like what I've done for young men, what I've done for people, I've inspired people. Is none of that important to you in any way?
Okay, so how did you make money? Let's start there.
Okay, so I'll tell you, and don't interrupt me, okay? I have a video on this. You can watch it for more detail, but I'll summarize it. So when I was in high school, I looked on the internet for ways to make money because, as you know, probably I didn't have any of it myself. So I was the first thing I did was I started working at Taco Bell, and then I started working at a car wash vacuuming cars, and then I started vacuuming cars, and then I got into sales, and then I got into real estate, and then after real estate, I started doing dropshipping.
That's a big
That's why I
jump.
started dropshipping. So I would start a store, work on it, start another store, work on it. And every store that I started, I became better at it. I became more skilled. And
What
I
is
made money
dropshipping?
Dropshipping?
Yeah.
You know what dropshipping is.
I just
I'm
want
not
you to
gonna
explain
know
what it is. It's when you buy shit from Alibaba and then like resell it on Amazon, super marked up, right?
No. I mean, you buy stuff wholesale and then you sell it somewhere else.
retail.
You can attach a logo. You can create a brand around it. There's a lot of things you could do, and it doesn't have to be cheap products. And you know what dropshipping is because you have a brand yourself and you guys source clothing that is not the highest quality clothing and you guys overprice it. So you know very well what this business is and you know how to do it.
You think that
So
my
I did
clothing
that.
brand is drop shipping?
No, I think that your clothing brand is sourced from China or from wholesale places that are cheaply made with cheap quality, and then you sell it overpriced. People are better off just going to H&M at the mall and buying clothes there.
So
and
what
plus,
you do?
Also,
So
when
what
I
you-
was watching, hold on. When I was watching this video on you, there was a person that was also comparing your designs, and you guys were stealing tons and tons and tons of designs from other brands, which in the past you have also criticized other people of doing.
This motherfucker Googled H3H3 controversies and he just spit.
Really say people shouldn't steal designs from brands.
Go ahead,
you
okay.
knocked dropshipping. You knocked dropshipping because you said that people sell shitty shit from Alibaba and they overprice it, but you literally do the same thing with your brand, Teddy Fresh. And I'm pretty sure that's a pretty large, pretty significant source of revenue for you. So I really think it makes you look bad when you say that kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm going to continue telling my story.
No.
Because I'm not done.
Well, come on. Don't be silly. Now I'm going to respond to that. So I just want to go back to where this conversation started. You talk about context and how stupid it is to express an opinion without knowing what the fuck you're talking about.
Sure. Okay, fine.
You watch
Yeah,
one, no.
tell me.
You watch one
you get-
hater video about how we steal designs and shit, but you've never heard me talk about that, right?
No, I haven't. This is all I know from it.
Okay, cool. So that's not a very well-informed opinion.
Okay, tell me,
And then-
where do you get your clothes from?
So first of all, you say that Teddy Fresh is drop shipped. You say we buy it.
No, I didn't say that.
Well, hold on.
I just said that I didn't say that.
I know you said you just
You
said,
said
but you did.
you
say-
said you know what drop shipping is because you do it
do
with
it.
Teddy Fresh.
Yeah.
You literally just said that.
Yeah.
You know, okay.
No,
I didn't
no.
mean
You
that,
just
then.
said
You know
that.
what dropshipping.
That's a fact.
Okay, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
So you know what dropshipping is because you've explained it, and you know what dropshipping is. You explained it when you were criticizing me, and you do e-commerce, which is very similar to dropshipping.
All e-commerce is drop shipping. That's crazy. So listen.
Are you? Do you have like? Is the speaker? Are the speakers not working?
No, they
Are you
work.
guys
I just think it's awesome that you speak confidently.
Bro, it's like saying fucking Nike's doing drop shipping. Like
I will say something, and you guys
Like,
will
literally.
take the most like absolute.
they're sourced from the same. He's like, well, they're sourced from the same factory. Like Alibaba and the drop shippers are sourced from the same factory, so it's the same. No, of course it's not the fucking same. One has a shitload of marketing, design, like so many additional components. I'm in the garment manufacturing business myself, okay? So I can speak on it. Of course it's not the same as fucking drop shipping. It's like saying what I do in Redbubble is the same.
Where do you get your clothes from? Do you not source it from cheap countries? Where do you get it from, please? If you don't tell me, where?
Do you think that
tell me.
Good products can be made outside the United States? Is it possible?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so what's your point?
Where Answer me the question. Where do you get
We source it from all over the world.
Where do you source your clothes?
All over the world.
Where's most of it come from?
A lot of it's made in China. Yeah.
Okay, great. Sure. That's where most of dropshipping products are made from.
Why
Chinese
is that the
they
same
make a ton of
thing?
products.
Why is that the same
Because
thing?
you are just Alibaba is Chinese products. You're knocking
How do you think we
dropshipping-
make our clothes? How do you think we make our clothes?
Oh my gosh.
No, seriously. How do you think we make our clothes? Tell me.
I think that you steal designs from other companies and you source products from Chinese countries.
From Chinese countries.
And you said it yourself.
Chinese
I'm quoting
countries.
you. You said that's what they do with dropshipping. And then
Bro
they
said Taiwan
ridiculously
number
mark it
2.
up. That's also what you do. Your clothing is ridiculously marked up. And your wife has said that it should be worth more. When in reality, it's not. It's just cheap clothing.
Okay,
There's nothing that special about it.
let me tell you about Teddy Fresh. We have 30 employees.
Here's how this motherfucker doesn't know China, okay? The same exact Chinese factory that's producing Alibaba products are also producing literally fucking like designer garb, okay? I know this, like I said, even though I don't source my material from China, I am very familiar with Chinese manufacturing. The entire difference is that like you can literally get like iPhones. Like iPhones are made in China. You know what I mean? You can get it from
detail. We do rounds of testing and stuff. It starts in a mock, and we work with some of the best manufacturers in the world. The same people that make
Okay,
Supreme
great. So
stuff.
you source your products from China. Drop shipping. A lot of drop shipping comes from China. Great. So
What the
you're
fuck?
knocking it, but you do exactly that. And then
No,
also,
it's nothing
like I was
alike.
trying to say,
Is Apple
and
drop
what-
ship
like I
their
was-
phones? Does Apple drop
Like
ship
I was-
iPhones? Does
Like
Apple?
I was trying to
does
say,
Apple
you
drop ship
ridiculously
iPhones?
overprice.
Does
you
Apple
ridiculous-
drop ship iPhones?
Look, all right.
No,
I'm not
seriously.
doing this, bro. Like,
No,
I'm-
does
no,
Apple
I'm
drop
not
ship
doing it.
iPhones?
No, Apple
What's
does
the
not,
difference
and I'm not
between
gonna
what
do
we
this
do?
anymore.
What's the difference between what I do and Apple does? Because their shit's made in China.
Ethan,
he's done.
No,
I think he's
your
done.
brand is overpriced.
Based
You
on what
overprice it.
information is it overpriced?
Based on people can go to H&M and get similar style clothing for way cheaper.
So
For Forever 21. You sell hoodies for $100. You sell t-shirts for $40.
Is there any hoodie worth
That's
buying?
overpriced.
Have you ever bought a nice hoodie before?
Okay.
You
so
believe in
this
status,
is this
right?
is all that I'm trying to say. This is all that I'm trying to say.
No, but you're
No, go. I want to know. I want to know if he thinks Apple is doing drop shipping. Like,
I'm in full.
You have to be protective as the man.
I'm in a full right place.
showing
As
you-
a man, I'm
showing you how
protecting my
you're
wife's
wrong.
business. As a man,
Ethan,
and it's
I'm
not just
showing
about
you how
muscle.
It's wrong of you. I'm showing you how it's wrong of you to criticize something that you
I didn't even
directly do.
criticize
That's
it. I think it's
hypocritical.
funny you think
you
I'm
did.
criticizing.
You said drop
I
shipping
just
is a scam.
explained it.
You said it's a scam.
I never
you
said that.
You said it's.
Bro,
you
you're
said it.
fucking-
You did when you
You're
criticized
living in an
me.
alternate
You-
reality.
You
Did I
said
say
that.
drop shipping is a scam?
You said that when you criticized me. Go watch the video on me. I
Okay.
can't believe you forgot this. I just watched it
I
2
can't
hours
believe
ago.
it.
You said drop shipping is a scam because you source things from China and then you sell them overpriced. And that's exactly what you do.
Why are they
How can you
overpriced?
not see your own hypocrisy? You're literally being the biggest fucking hypocrite right now. It's
Why
incredible.
is Teddy Fresh overpriced? Have you ever bought a nice hoodie before?
Okay.
Have you ever bought a
It's
piece
overpriced.
based
for
on
the
what?
type of clothing that it is.
Wait.
Have you
Based
ever
on the fact
touched
that you-
it?
Okay.
wait, what? I thought I was gonna be like, nah, you guys are not going and finding his old tweets. And then I looked at the date of the tweet, and it's in 2021. Oh my god! I was like, oh no, you're not gonna do that. When he's like 12, he said the F word or whatever. What?
And my wife's company. Our hoodies
Good.
are super
I
high
like that.
quality. They're made to last. They're made by the same manufacturers that make stuff like Palace, Supreme, and all the top brands. It's actually not super profitable because we put so much work into the materials and the crafts. Our margins are way less than our contemporaries, other brands, streetwear products, because they actually charge more for the same type of product that's made in the same factory. But because we know that we don't want to mark it up too much on our customer, we take it at less of a margin. In fact, we operated on a loss last month because We wanted to take our time and spend more time on the design process and getting our processes in order with our 30 employees. So we did take a loss last month because we wanted to take our time and get things going, organized in an efficient way, like an alpha male would.
Great. So what I'll do is I'll buy one of these hoodies. I'll buy one of your hoodies. I'll have it shipped here, and I'll check it out. And
Every Teddy Fresh does actually have some decent quality, like for sure.
Can you buy one of Ethan Klein's hoodies for me? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, let me finish telling my story. Let me tell my story. So I got into dropshipping, and then I started doing e-commerce, which is where
Do you think stereotype around Chinese products is overblown now? I know working on a Chinese-built cargo ship, that quality's ramping up really well. Brother, China can make the literal shittiest fucking clothing you've ever seen, and it can make the best clothing you've ever seen. That's the whole point of Chinese manufacturing. They do both at the same factory. Literally. They do all of it. They do everything.
As I was learning dropshipping and e-com, growing my skill sets, my YouTube channel was growing in tandem with me.
Hasan has never had the China make bad, cheap shit take. Yeah, I don't
like trading, and I started.
The reason why I source my clothing from domestic manufacturers instead of China is because I want American labor to grow. I love Chinese labor too. It's great. Labor is labor, but that's the main reason. It's not because I think China makes cheap shit. I'm not a fucking idiot. I know that Chinese products are literally some of the highest quality, top notch. I mean, I have an iPhone. That shit's made in China. Like, they have some of the highest quality product and they have some of the lowest quality product. The problem is Alibaba, especially if you're unfamiliar with the products that you're sourcing, Alibaba, in a lot of instances, you're going to get the shit product and you're going to mark it up. And you don't even care because it's not even about, it's just about making money. You have no consideration or interest in it. Do you get it? You're only doing it because you want to make money. That's the difference. Teddy Fresh has a lot of labor and love put into it. You know what I mean? It's like an independently owned brand that has grown over the years. There are people who like fashion, who want to make fashion products. There are people who engage in it. One, of course, because they want to make money, certainly, but also because they like it. Such a cope argument, Lamau? No, that is not a cope argument. Brother, if they never made Teddy Fresh and just kept doing white glove production like I do, okay, they could have kept making gigantic profit margins while simultaneously making all their money off of revenue that they generate from their podcasts and shit. You don't get into like the garments business, which is entirely different. Learn everything, okay? Learn everything about it. Make designs specifically because you're just drop shipping. Like specifically because you're in the interest of like generating revenue like drop shipping is.
How much do you have?
So anyway, I did that, and if you guys are boring and if it's not interesting, then that's fine.
Let me ask you. Can I please ask you one thing? Who's a better salesman, me or you?
What do you mean? Who's a better salesman?
Do you think you're a good salesman?
What? I don't. Give me. What do you mean, salesman in terms of what?
No, I'm not trying. It's not
selling yourself. Selling
a
car, selling a like
selling
pen,
yourself.
Which one?
You know,
What?
selling yourself. Because obviously, I'm not trying.
Well, Ethan, I don't think you really even sell yourself. I think that you just make broad content that appeals to a broad audience, and that's why you have a lot of people watching you. I don't think that you really even sell yourself.
Do you think you're a good salesman?
I don't know why you're asking me this question.
Because I just fucking sold your ass a hoodie, bitch.
There it is.
So who's more alpha?
There you go, Big Dan. There it is, Big Dan.
Hey,
Mr.
Ethan,
Stalin.
I haven't bought anything. Katie, did you buy that yet?
Yeah, I know. You don't have to buy it.
Oh my
It's still
God,
funny.
he's such.
No, I'm gonna contribute, try to make your business profitable this month because my life This is what I want.
He
I
has
want
so
everybody
much
to
money,
do better.
Ethan, he could
Ethan.
probably buy 20
Ethan,
hoodies.
I want everyone. No, Jimmy, shut up. I want everyone to do better in life.
40
I want
hoodies.
everyone to be.
You're a
better version of
multi-millionaire. You could
themselves.
buy his company.
Jimmy, I'm not talking to
Sebastian
you right
Fresh.
He's the outlier.
I'm the Jersey outlaw.
He's out of control. Sorry, I apologize for
listen to
Jimmy.
me.
Yeah.
I had to say it.
Listen to
I
me.
had to say it in your behalf.
No, you're good. Go ahead. I'm sorry,
I
Sebastian.
want everyone to do the best that they can possibly do in their life. And I know that that's good for them. That's what I want. I want you to make more money. I want your company to be profitable. I want you I want you to lose weight. I want you to be happy. I want you to be the best version that you can possibly be. I don't care that we disagree on everything. I don't care that you brought me on here and you're trying to make me look dumb and it's not working. I still want the best for you. And
no, it's working.
That's my
He's a better
my
salesman than
ideology.
you.
That's what I want.
I also
so
wish
I'm just
the
letting you
same.
know. That's
no, I
that's,
wish the same
this,
for you.
This
I don't
is just
want.
all
I
that I
don't.
want.
I'm not wishing harm for you. My thesis is that you are putting out, I think, harmful ideologies in tandem with Andrew Tate. You're riding that wave of red pilling, and I think it's really bad what you're doing. You also called me dumb and the worst person in the world, but we already went over that. We walked that back, so that's fine. But this is what I'm saying, and we can get back to that if you want, because I do think there's interesting things like Andrew Tate. I'd love to discuss with you because I know you're a fan of
No,
his.
I'm not red pill at all, and I wouldn't say I'm a conservative. I don't care too much about politics. I literally just want to do my own thing, and I want the best for me and my family and everyone else in the world. That's all. I just want to be left alone. I don't want you to tell me that my kids have to be gay. I want you to just leave me alone. That's all. I can raise my own kids.
So you think people want your kids gay?
No, I'm just saying I don't want to get into this because I'm Frank, I don't enjoy arguing with you because you're very frustrating. I'm just saying I want to be left alone. That's my point.
You want to be left alone. What does that mean?
It means I don't want people to tell me
you want
that I have to
be whatever. Right.
That my kids have to be gay or whatever. I don't know.
Right, but
Just
nobody's saying that, right? No, nobody's saying that. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, I'll give you an example. If I were to send my kids to public school, I don't want for my 6-year-old to be exposed to a book talking about gay sex or
but that's not happening, is it?
That is happening.
Really? Where?
That is happening. Look it up. I'm sure there's a book that went viral for it was in elementary schools and it was teaching kids about sex
you seem to have a
stuff,
really,
and I just don't want that.
Yeah. You seem to have a really good grasp on the topic.
On reality.
Because you're prepared to homeschool your kids because of some anecdote that you are telling me to quote.
Chat, he may or may not
Do you
know.
have any other specifics to guide my research?
You could just look it up. I'm sure it's easy to find.
Okay. Can you guys look it up? Is there an epidemic of 6-year-olds learning about sex?
It's specifically a book that is teaching kids to be gay.
Are you referring to the books in Dearborn, Michigan?
Hey!
Something happening.
AP!
That's why I asked.
Rocking the fucking Hank Pecker merch.
No, I didn't. I've never seen this in person. I've only seen this on the internet. So
okay. Well, I don't. Well, there's a lot of people who are scared. I've heard that point before. It's like I don't want my kids to go to public school and then they become gay. They get tricked to become gay or trans or something. And well, you say that there was a 6-year-old's learning about gay sex or something, and it's ruining society. So let's look into that.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. No, I did not say that. I didn't say that it was ruining society. You're just like, oh my God, this is so frustrating.
Hold on.
You take one piece of information from what I've said, and then you create this absolute version, the absolute wrong version of what I said.
Can I play something for you that's so related?
Frustrating.
Let me play something that's related.
I was tanning and I just overheard some kids talking loudly. They were talking about something transgender, something gay. I got up and I went and I talked to them and they were 16, 17. And I asked them, I'm like, I just have a question. How many people are gay at your school? How many people are in the LGBT community, would you say? And one kid immediately said 60%. And I was like, huh? And the kid's like, no, he's exaggerating. And then it's probably 35, 40%. And I was like, what? Are you serious? Almost half? And they're like almost half are transgender or gay. And I'm like, bro, I graduated high school 4 years ago and there was 3 gay people. What happened?
Yes.
By the way, this is from last year. It says, what the F is happening with gay people? 10 years ago, everyone called them F words, the F slur for gay people in high school. And today, 1 in 6 high schoolers claim to be gay.
There it is, boys.
1 in 6. So yeah, it's continuing. More and more people.
So do you miss the days when we could call gay people, you know, the F word?
No, I just think it's surprising. I think it's crazy that that's happened. It's been such a popular trend lately.
Yeah, but that's not true either, is it? It's not 1 in 6.
No, it is. It is.
Really?
I've
What's
talked
your
to
data?
my cousins that are in high school. I've talked to my cousins in high school.
His
I've talked to
data.
strangers that were in high school that go to my school, and a lot of people liked that video and commented on it and said the same thing. I mean, it's
that's data. Never mind.
Gay and transgender these days than before, and I thought it was surprising that
30%.
there's such 30% or more sometimes. There was such a spike in it, which I thought was crazy and surprising.
See, Ethan got to bust out the left-handed, the number of people who are left-handed. Sigma data set. Come on, bring up the spike.
Maybe that it's becoming more acceptable to come out of the closet, so to speak.
Yeah, it's becoming more acceptable and it's becoming more of a trend, and more people are saying like, "Hey, this is whatever." I think it's also becoming more acceptable, but it's more of a trend now.
You said it's not genetic, sexuality is programmed. I wasn't into girls when I was 12 weeks old, right? I mean, you're a baby. Why would you want to fuck women at 12 weeks? If a baby human was kept in a white room until he turned 18, he wouldn't have a sexuality. I think he'd be fucking brain dead.
He would just be an animal. Yeah, no. Yeah, it would just be straight limbic system.
Well, there's actually studies, right, of when there was like a wolf girl or something who wasn't exposed, or she was kept in a basement.
Wait till he finds out how gay fucking animals are, dude. Oh, brother. These guys, they lose their minds when they find out, like, animals are gay as shit, dog. That's the worst example you can point
even though
to.
they were getting enough food or air, like they just needed affection and love, so the study couldn't even be finished. I looked it up. So it was too inhumane.
So you say
that I tweeted that because people think they're born gay, and I don't think they're born gay.
So people.
Oh no!
They choose to be gay.
I don't think people are born gay. Yeah, I think that
they choose.
It's a life choice. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and so why would someone want to choose that? Especially if you go back like 20 years ago, right? Or 50 years ago. If you go back all the way.
Do you know, Ethan, why I read on that a long time ago? It's guys that don't have tight relationships with their father, from what I remember.
They end up gay.
That's one of the.
Jimmy.
What? Is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's back it up a little bit there.
No, I remember as a kid. I remember as a kid.
No, not.
reading
I mean,
on
it's
it.
okay. It's not like.
I didn't mean anything bad by it, but a commonality I saw.
Oh
from when I was
God!
in my 20s,
Who's this
I
guy?
was never gay. Was like.
Jimmy.
Why are they letting him cook?
I'm just trying to help you.
Stop cooking, man!
Okay, then I'm not gonna say anything.
Get out of the fucking kitchen,
That's
dog!
just
What the
I'm
hell?
gonna go take a piss.
All right, go ahead. I want to unpack this with you. This is interesting.
Damn.
Sorry if
I haven't peed once. By
Second
the way.
pee. Yeah, he's on his second pee right now.
Oh, who is that? Beta.
How much longer, Heath, do you keep him on? Is he your whole podcast?
I didn't expect it to go this long, but this is great. I'm enjoying it.
He says that this was going to be a life-changing experience for you. Do you think it's life-changing so far? Have you seen the light?
I'm trying.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the light, but it's too bright.
Yeah.
It's too bright. Yeah.
So,
who's that?
Any good movies lately?
Nah.
Are you trying to get in on the call? No.
Changed my life.
Okay, so check this out. Here, I want to hit you with something about the gay thing.
Okay.
So.
Okay, Ethan, let's talk for 14 more minutes, and then I have to go. So that should give us enough time to.
That's fair. So listen, left-handed people, the amount of left-handed people back in the day was really low.
I sent him back.
People left-handed were seen as inferior, and they were forced to use their right hand more often. But as it became more acceptable and people realized left-handed people weren't demons, then the amount of left-handed people increased, and it became steady at what, like 10% or something?
12%.
12% is left-handed. It went up astronomically
Wait.
all of a sudden.
What did it go for? From what to what? From what percent to 12%?
It went from about 3% to 12%, so a fourfold increase.
So 4 times. Wow. Interesting.
And people don't want, would you say people choose to be left-handed?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, but that'd be silly. Why would you?
Motherfucker, you don't know anything about anything, and yet you still chirp on it. Why not chirp on this too?
I don't know. Maybe
Can I ask you,
born.
if you go back, what was the Turing guy who invented, he invented
Alan
computers.
Turing.
Alan Turing.
Yeah, he was a closeted gay man. And when he came out, he was like lobotomized and ostracized. And his whole, so
no,
why
he got
would someone
chemical
like that
castrated,
choose
not
to be gay?
lobotomized, and he killed himself.
I don't know. They felt that it was who they truly were inside, probably, and
that a
that's where they
choice?
felt comfortable.
So wait, if it's someone's,
yeah, maybe.
If somebody's being true to their
How
inner
is it not a
self,
choice?
how is that a choice?
How is it not? I mean, they're deciding that this is the way that they're going to express like who they really are. This is what they're going to do.
Do you choose
What do
every
you
day
mean?
to be attracted to women?
Yes.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think I'm just naturally attracted to women.
Right. So do I need to connect the dots, or you got it?
No, he's too stupid. He doesn't understand.
Let me think about it. Hold on.
Go ahead.
And collect my thoughts.
Go ahead. It's all good. Take your time. Because you're so close. You said
I wasn't.
By the way,
I wasn't.
I typed that in, and Ethan literally said it as I was pressing enter.
I've developed, and now that I'm mature in it, and I'm secure
He's
in my
cooking.
attraction to women. I wasn't born being attracted to women. I wasn't born with the sexuality, and I think that you kind of just figure it out, and then you like based on the way you grow up in your environment or whatever happens to you in life, you go one or the other way. I read a statistic. You guys, you can have your team look it up, but it was like a majority of people that are part of the LGBTQ have had like some sort of traumatic sexual experience in their life, or they have some sort of traumatic event happen in their life.
Oh
that,
my God.
Greatly influences their coming out or their decision or whatever to be whatever it is that they want to be. And also, although it's a very small proportion of the population of them, which I think it's like, I don't know what percent it is. They are responsible for a majority of like the sexual, what is the word?
I don't like you, but I respect that you stand on your belief. Wait, why don't you like me?
Molestation, like sexual abuse cases, like they're responsible for it, which would just mean that it would make sense, because if they were sexually abused, then they would be more likely to sexually abuse. I'm sure you learned that in therapy.
You think gay people are more likely to be abusive to children?
Sexually abusive? I think that's a statistic. Yeah, I think that's true.
The overwhelming majority of literally the overwhelming majority of sexual assault that's done on children are conducted by straight people.
Do kids
straight
choose
men?
Their upbringing?
No.
Okay.
I don't think so.
Like
Yeah.
straight white men, as a matter of fact. Like it's not even a question. Okay. Like if we're looking at like broad categorizations, if we're gonna make like an assertion, white men, straight white men in particular, literally get eviscerated in this combo. Okay, like not even
If someone wants to
fucking
be gay, they should be gay, and
close,
that's fine.
dude.
If it makes them happy, then do that. I have friends that are gay, so I don't know. Like you're in this podcast, you're gonna try to
Because
make me
there are
look bad,
more
but it's
straight
not
men than
how it
LGBTQ
is.
members.
I don't have anything against
No,
gay
I'm
people.
talking like proportionally too. What the fuck are you talking about?
There's this idea that gay people are predators. That's super homophobic and actually super wrong, right? There's no credible scientific study or evidence that suggests that lesbian, gay, bisexual, or trans people are more likely to sexually abuse children than heterosexual. In fact, research has consistently shown that sexual orientation is not a predictor of sexual offending of a child. The American Psychological Association, among other professional organizations, has stated that there's no empirical evidence to support the notion that homosexuality is a risk for child sexual abuse.
So I found a study actually that I read that said there's 4 environments a child can grow up in, right? Or more than that, but you could have married male, female. You could have unmarried male, female, married male, male, married female, female. And the absolute best case scenario for a child, the best environment was married male and female. for various reasons.
That's not real. That's fake. That study's not real. That's not a real study. There is no such study on the planet. It's two-pair bonding. That's
They
it.
saw that these kids were often more depressed. They had more anxiety. They had trouble paying attention in school.
That's false.
Et cetera, et cetera.
It's a Facebook study. He's just as a literal. I have read so many studies on this. It is objectively false.
I'll link you the study and you could read it. I don't think
There
it's
are literally
necessarily
meta
because they get
studies
bullied
like
by their
no
parents. It could be
shot,
because
dude. No
the man gives
shot.
something that the child needs and the woman gives
This
something. that-
motherfucker saw a Facebook poll. Is the study Shapiro talked about? You covered it. Let me find.
I'll send you the study.
Still, like, let's assume that's true. Like, who cares, right?
Well, you would want your kid to grow up and not.
Well, of course,
be
my
less-
kid's gonna grow
not,
up.
Not be.
I
risked
fucked
to
my
be
wife. I mean,
freaking-
I fucked my wife, and we had a kid.
You wouldn't.
It's none of my.
You
You
wouldn't
said
want
you
your
just
kid to
wanted
grow
to
up
be
and be
left alone,
depressed.
bro. Why do you care?
You're asking me. That's why I'm responding.
Okay. What do you
All
do
right.
with the data? The data has some application.
We have 7 minutes, Ethan. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Can we end it on a good note, or is that out of the question?
No. You're right. Let's move on. It's not that. It's whatever. Let's see. I want to show you. Well, first, okay. Let's just do this. I know you don't have a lot of time. Your thoughts on Andrew Tate, real fast. I just want to address this with you.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. So just tell me real fast. Do you think he's a role model? Do you think he's a good guy? Like, I just want to hear you talk about him in short. Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I'll tell you what I think. And please don't interrupt me, so I can get everything out.
Just try to be
There are
succinct.
things,
Okay, if you can be, because we don't have a lot of time.
there are some things about Tate that are good things that men would want to emulate, and there are some things that you should not. You should absolutely not emulate. There are both. There are bad and good.
So what are?
That's where I stand.
So I think
So
the good
you want
ones
to
are
start with
obvious.
good or bad?
The good ones are obvious. Like, we know he's like rich and successful and whatever, yada yada yada. So what are the bad ones? That's what I'm curious about.
Okay, starting a agency and like an OnlyFans agency or webcam agency, I don't think that men should ever aspire to do that ever. Sleeping with a bunch of girls and having like all these girls with you and having multiple wives, I completely disagree with that. Those two things, absolutely. And then
That's
what
the
else is
thing.
there?
The agency. He won't even call it. Like, just call it sex trafficking, bro. What the fuck? He's like, no. I don't even want it to be done ethically and legally.
But I also think that he is that way on the internet, and in reality, he's a lot less aggressive. That's just what I believe.
Do you think he's a sex
but
trafficker?
I don't know. I think that there's a chance that he could be framed. But also there's a lot of information that I don't know.
What?
I don't think him being framed.
Bro,
is
he
crazy.
took the funniest road. He took the funniest stance to take, dude. He's like, I don't like the fucking fact that, like, you know, he's promoting sex work, but, like, also, he probably is framed for it.
So in the podcast, Tucker talks about Jeffrey Epstein, and he was like, Jeffrey was like, he called his brother the 2 days before or something, and he's like, yeah, Jeffrey's gonna get out, everything's gonna be fine, and then boom, dead. And that was in like the New York federal prison, which was like one of the most secure places in the entire.
Why are you comparing it to Jeffrey Epstein? Do you think Jeffrey Epstein is also not a sex trafficker? What the fuck?
I don't want to cut you off.
You can't compare Andrew Tate to Jeffrey Epstein while simultaneously saying Andrew Tate was framed unless you think Jeffrey Epstein was framed.
Were discharged. Names were never found. Nobody knows anything. Like, this person was killed in one of the most secure locations possible. Nobody knows who did it.
Fishy,
So
I
yeah,
agree.
I believe there are people out there that have some crazy ass power, and if Tate goes against some of the things that those people agree with, I think that those people have reason to not like him and reason to try to get him behind bars.
Bro, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't murdered in prison because he was against cancel culture, you fucking idiot. He was working with the State Department to blackmail some of the richest and most powerful people on the fucking planet. What are you saying? Andrew Tate is a broke boy. He went to Romania so he could be the Jeffrey Epstein on a budget, dog. No powerful person is like afraid of Andrew fucking Tate. The delusion, it's making me lose my mind. He is so stupid.
Which is his e-commerce course that was unearthed. So let me just play this for you. This is Andrew Tate speaking.
Bro. I'm fucking losing it. I'm losing it. Holy fuck, I'm losing it. This conversation is so funny, but it's so frustrating because like he's literally targeting redeemable aspects or concepts, but simultaneously defending irredeemable shit. Like over and over again. He made it seem like he's defending Andrew Tate, but not on the. We've seen this video before. You don't have to see it. He's making it seem like he's defending Andrew Tate because they might be fucking framed, while simultaneously claiming that like it's actually the sex work entirely that is frustrating. He's literally stating that Jeffrey Epstein was framed similar to Andrew Tate while defending Andrew Tate, which means you're defending Jeffrey Epstein. He is too stupid to understand the concepts that he's espousing. Like if Ethan stopped there and went, wait a minute, you're comparing him to Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think Jeffrey Epstein was framed? Like, do you think Jeffrey Epstein is a good guy, an innocent person who was murdered?
Okay, yeah, we've made this much money, but I'm going to pay the tax to make sure we don't get in trouble. She'll sit there.
I've never seen something like this.
Now that allows you to do two things. One, it's another control element. If I work with him, my tax is not a problem. If I do it alone, I have to deal with taxes. Taxes are complicated. It's a control element.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard this so many fucking times, dude. It's like, TikTok needs to be banned. I know. It's just like, as much as I enjoy TikTok, as much as I enjoy like some of the fun content on there, to be fair, this kid probably idolized Epstein a little bit. Jeffrey also got rich by doing nothing and faking being smart. True, but also he's, I don't think he knows enough about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's be real. Like, I've just never seen someone say Jeffrey Epstein was innocent. You know what I mean? Like people say R. Kelly innocent. You know what I mean? I've never seen somebody say Jeffrey Epstein is innocent. Like, this is the closest we are ever going to get to a real life human being, other than Alan Dershowitz or Prince Andrew. I've never seen somebody fucking say that. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude.
What is it? It's for the tax. You want to pay the tax or not? Okay. And they just sign away. They don't know what they're fucking signing. Let's throw them away afterwards. But they think something's happening. Something real's happening. Nothing's happening besides me getting rich, bitch.
Was that interesting to you? What's your thoughts on that?
I don't think this dude's a bad guy, just uninformed.
Well,
I mean his brain is warped.
What do you want me to say? I mean, I don't like that. Like, I disagree with the way he talks about it, about women in that video, for sure.
Do you think he was framed after watching that?
Well, I don't think that doesn't provide any evidence as to into sex trafficking. He was just talking about how he like strong arms and manipulates women into like working with him.
Well, he started by saying
that dog. That's sex trafficking. You do that for anything that is illegal, okay? You strong arm and manipulate someone into working at McDonald's and not the regular level of coercion that capitalism already has in its own system. That's slavery. Okay? That's it. You just said strong arm. Jeffrey Epstein was not only stupid, but maybe illiterate. His personal Spotify account has playlists titled Exercise and Gospel. They're still there. Wait, he made a Spotify playlist titled Gospel? Why was he listening to gospel music? Am I crazy? What the fuck? What? That's so weird. No shot Lincoln. If M. Hud says it, it's 100% true. Talked about it on our pod last week here. How did I never see that We Are Young was on Jeffrey Epstein's Spotify playlist called Exercises between Ave Maria and Sexy and I Know It? Jeff was one stupid motherfucker. Classica. What the fuck? He's not just typoing. He's probably dyslexic, but the sheer number of hours he spent on the elliptical to this while planning out his New Mexico breeding farm. Pretty sure it's code for Freak Stuff playlist. No, man. No. Oh, ew. Traveling classics with the kids? What the fuck? Oh, I don't even want to know what he was playing this music for. Read the titles. It means something. No, dude. You guys are... Okay, listen. You guys are reading too much into it. People often forget that these motherfuckers are not, like, the people that are in the news are not as intelligent as you think they are. Not everything is just like... Not everything is just a grand conspiracy, okay? You can be a dumb guy who's in the right place at the right time. I'm a dumb guy who became a fucking famous Twitch streamer. I am the perfect representation, okay? Look at XQC. Please understand, there is no real meritocracy. And just like there's no real meritocracy in the legal world, in the entertainment industry, there is no real meritocracy in the conspiracy world or in the fucking State Department asset world. Do you understand? Like CIA, Mossad asset world. Jesus Christ.
Ethan, I told you I have to go, and I want to wrap it up.
Andrew Tate says, "I love raping you" to a woman who accused him of rape. That's a WhatsApp text obtained from a subpoena.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we wrap it up, or do I have to leave?
We can wrap it up.
I
Yeah,
really
you
want
gotta
to
go.
say.
I do want to say I
gotta go.
I appreciate all the time that you spent here with us. Thank you.
Thank you,
I did not
Sebastian.
expect it to be this long.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We had a lively conversation. We had a contentious conversation. You learned a new word today.
I never finished my story either, Ethan. You never let me finish my story.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't have time now, but you can watch my video on it. But you probably
change
won't.
my life?
You don't think it's that interesting.
You said you would change my life. Do you think that you've achieved your goal?
I don't know. I think that we're going to need multiple sessions.
Oh, he wants to come back? There's no way this motherfucker wants to come back for more smoke, dude. No shot.
Knowledge that you can motivate me.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I think that I could open up your mind.
Right.
To what? That, like, homosexuality is a choice and somehow for some weird reason that it's bad? Open up his mind to what? Like, I need to understand. Open up his mind to what? That at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Like, everybody knows that already. Okay? Everybody knows that you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Okay? Everybody knows that you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? Everybody knows that. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Shit about life. As all 24-year-olds, you have hubris. That's your downfall. You would be so much more open and receptive and respectable if you had some humility. Exactly. You need to have humility.
I have more humility. I have more humility than you do.
Do you see what you just said?
That's such a hypocritical thing to say.
You literally just did it.
You're one-upped.
I said I have more humility than you.
Oh my God, dude. He said you need to have humility. If so much hubris, he goes, I'm the best at humility, dog. I'm the number one.
More humility than you. Like, do you see how stupid that is? Like
all of your content is hateful. How can you go on and brag about being more humility?
I criticize people. I'm a comedian.
Look at. Oh my God. All right.
I'm inspiring men. I'm inspiring men.
I tried to wrap it up and like finish off on a good thought, to literally be more mature than this nearly 40-year-old person here that invited me to his show.
37.
And you're not having this. I'm already 6 minutes past where I need to go.
Well, the difference of our age was quite apparent, but I do wish for you.
To leave. I'm going to leave now.
I do wish for you to have more humility.
You just want to keep going like a little child.
More humility.
Give us a flex to end it on a good note. Give us a flex.
Let's see the muscles.
Flex us up.
Yeah.
There
it
you go.
Take the shirt off. Let me see the pec work.
Do Dr. Fidel. Do it, Dr. Fidel. Shirt off. Shirt off, Dr. Fidel.
You work hard for it. Show it off, brother.
See you later, my friend.
All right, nice chatting. Thanks for calling.
We can talk again soon.
Yeah, maybe we will, actually. But I appreciate you spending the time and sitting through it all. So thank you, man. Appreciate it. Really do.
Have a good night.
All right, take care.
have a good night.
Stopped.
Here it is. There's love.
I don't know if he.
That was insane. That was actually insane. Great content overall. Good job, Ethan. Here, you have covered this with Shapiro too, but here's JP on it too, citing the study about the single parents and not gay parents. But he added heterosexual to the first part because he's a disingenuous piece of shit. Oh, oh my God. That's the study that they're referencing? The study that they're referencing is so misconstrued by the right that I didn't even understand what fucking study that they were talking about. That's crazy. That's not real. There is no study out there that shows that same-sex parents are worse for their children than heterosexual partnerships. It's just about income. That's it. That's it. Dual income households are better than single income households because in most instances, single income households don't have enough time for shared responsibility and also don't have enough money. That's it. Anyone that says that like same-sex parents yield worse results for childhood development are objectively wrong. And not only that, they're objectively wrong, but they're also very likely homophobic. Very likely bigoted. Extra summons. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. And user 75276634197, which happens, I think, to be my TikTok account username. Spider from Mars. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you, user, for the 5 gifted subs. Why are people gifting subs? I already ran the top of the hour ad break, if that's what you mean. Like if that's your why are people gifting subs? God damn, my hair looks like shit here, bro. What the fuck was I doing, dog? Look at how silly I look. Responds, I believe very firmly the nuclear family is the smallest viable human unit, mother, father, child. Better than X's bots looking for evidence? Well, to be fair, X's bots couldn't find evidence because there was no evidence. Most of the family outcomes are similar between sexual minority and heterosexual families, and sexual minority families have better outcomes in some domains. You also lost a lot of weight since then? Yeah. I think my hair when it was long was fine, but it just like made me, I think it just gave the appearance that I was dirty. No matter how well I kept it, it just had that appearance, no matter what. It was just like unavoidable. You know what I mean? Unlike the top of the hour ad break, which is avoidable, which I already gave you. Bro, we told you. I think a lot of people said it, but also the buccal fat removal. Yeah, I did that. Buccal fat removal, I did. Anyway. All right.
At the time.
Let's see. Did you cover the tweet of Jordan Peterson discovering music? No. Address the Botox allegations? Here, this is all I need to do to address it. See this? Does that strike you as a Botox head? Huh? I need to train my body to... I need to train my head to stop doing that. So I stop getting those lines. I'm starting to get insecure about it. Like this much. This much is maximum. Woo! What is that? Little Krish, let me send one link. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Little Krish stole his mommy's credit card again. Heidi, I miss talking about your Valo game.
Do you think I could be better than Hasan? That's really why I'm playing this game.
Yes.
No!
I just don't like that guy.
We'll see. We'll see. I have to see how you play. I've seen Hasan play a lot, so.
I'll be honest with you.
What?
Do you think I could be better than Hasan? That's really.
What? Wait. What? No shot. That's crazy. She said yes so quick. She said yes so quick. She immediately jumped on the yes train. That's hurtful. That's painful. That's real pain. That's devastating. Like, look how quick she said yes.
Yes.
Run it again.
Yes. Yes.
Wow. Wow. I got nothing. Anyway, I don't play Valorante child game anymore anyway, so Valorante child game with no gritty realism, no realistic corridors, no scary big bang, flashbang. I thought you were hitting plat. I quit.
I just don't like that guy.
Well,
Wait, what? Who's this guy? Fluxutated. Hasan, better just chatting streamer, better Valorant streamer, better hairline. The GOAT.
I have to see how you play. I've seen Hasan play a lot, so.
Hasan is trash at games. That's a really low bar, though. I don't think Miscue's better than me at Valo. I don't think he will be better than me at Valo. Chat, it's not Ray, it's Kaide who's saying this. But to be honest, I would expect this. I would expect this from Ray. But I would not have expected this from Kaide. No, I'm kidding. I don't think Ray would say that. But I did not think Kaide would say this either. To be fair. A HasanAbi head out in the wild. Wow. It's over, boys. Pack it up. Ethan said thank you. Ethan killed it. That was excellent content. Ethan is at his best when he's... Ethan is at his best when he does shit like that. Did you see Northern Lions canceled? Uh-oh, why? What did he do now? Is it because he's bald? In which case, yeah, I agree.
Diana Prince to Wonder Woman. Alter ego. Excuse me.
Oh!
This cry told.
Oh! 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 Wait, what?
Alter ego. Excuse me. I told you this crossword was trying to get me canceled.
God, I love Northern Lions so much, dude. It's always so unfortunate because of the way he looks, okay? It's just Northern Lion on his Clint Eastwood arc. Oh no. Yeah, that's the real G word, okay? Haven't heard that's his Gran Torino, man. Batu bacaksız. Thank you for teşekkür ediyorum 100 sub için. No, the SS video of Northern Lion is one of my favorite clips of all time. ESL moment. What does that mean? The G word. It's an anti-Vietnamese, anti-Asian slur. Or isn't it? Is it Korean? I thought it was Vietnamese. Oh, my bad. It's both for sure. Yeah, I thought people used it in the Vietnam War, didn't they? I think it's just like, I think it's used interchangeably because racist people who love discriminating also love doing it indiscriminately. Fun fact. When you know it. When you're racist, you don't make that distinction usually. You're just like, I don't know. They're all Asian. Yeah, anyone saying that word does not care if they're Japanese, Chinese, or Italian. True. Italians, they get that. They get heard that all the time. Pretty sure it's used as a catch-all like Oriental or some shit. No, Oriental is like colored. It's from an era where that was like intended as like the appropriate word, but then people understood that it was inappropriate. You know what I mean? It was otherizing. You know what I mean? Whereas that is a slur. That's just a straight up slur. That's the difference. Thank you, Mr. Slurmaster. Dude, I know all the slurs, dude. I mean, come on. Its origin is unclear, but it may have originated among U.S. Marines during the Philippine-American War in 1899. Dude, that is some old school shit, bro. That's like, I am the slur scholar. Historically, U.S. military personnel use the word to refer to non-Americans of various races. Wow, interesting. Interesting. U.S. military using a discriminatory slur against all matter of like non-white people indiscriminately. How strange. Yeah, that's some ancient tomes of racism right there. Exactly. I love dusting off. I love going into a crypt and dusting off the ancient tomes of racism to find new words that are new now because they've been so old. Yeah, archived slurs, the best. Did you talk about this talk show host stealing your persona? What? No, I didn't. What is this?
So you're talking about anime.
Exactly, something about that.
Akhi, we've talked about watching animes. Anime is something that is addictive. It makes you addicted to watching it.
True.
And you watch one episode, you
Fair.
watch season 1, you watch season 150, and it's the same trash.
Oh my God, this dude is literally a One Piece fan.
The same events. The hero in the beginning has a tough upbringing, and then his life goes on, and then he finds challenges, and he becomes stronger, and you start supporting him and backing him up, and then he may fall in love and may.
I love that song. We got to bring that back.
A number of tragedies happen down the way. He almost gets killed, and he comes back and he wins.
Bro, this dude has watched like multiple, not one, multiple shonen. Okay, he just nailed it. Like, that's insane.
The same old crap.
Also, this is unironically Moon's take on One Piece. This is what Moon said about One Piece, dude. Please point to a singular difference in what this man said and what Moon said about One Piece. Does anyone have that fucking clip? I can't find it on YouTube. Daph wants to fight you. Wait, we know. I know. We've already watched this so many times. Here.
It sucks. One Piece sucks dick. It sucks. It sucks. And I've drawn this conclusion as a result of speaking with 3 or 4 people who have literally read it nonstop, and they explained to me exactly why it sucks. Okay. Luffy fights the main bad guy. His lieutenant fights the second, whatever is, I don't know his name. The lieutenant fights the second hardest bad guy. And then the third in command fights the third hardest bad guy. And then they do the anime trope where they fucking, Luffy overcomes his greatest tribulations and somehow defeats the guy. And they've been doing it for 1,200 episodes. For 15, 20 years, it's been the same thing, man.
Tell me that's in any way, shape, or form different than this. Literally the identical argument, dude. Okay. All right. It's time to watch. Look, this is, I didn't want to talk about this, but we have to, okay? I am certain that Michael Tyson, legendary heavyweight fighter, boxer, is completely oblivious to the reality that Hasbullah, the man who is standing right in front of him, is a grown-ass man. What I'm about to show you is going to break you, okay? So what starts off as, classic show fighting, play fighting, whatever from Hasbullah, who is demonstrating fairly good form, I think, even though he does break his guard a little bit. Picks Hasbullah up and starts nuzzling him. Bro! Giving him little kisses. We gotta watch it again. What do you mean he would do that to his opponents in the ring if he could? No, I don't think he thought that Hasbullah was. What, you thought he was Evander Holyfield? Is that what you thought? That's what he was pulling? No, I'm pretty sure he was giving him a little nuzzle. Hasbullah, when he got picked up, I'm crying. Mike thought he was a toddler the whole time. He's 20 years old. That's awesome. He's just giving him a little smoochy smooch, dude.
Not gonna happen because I'm the best at this. I'm the best, Tell him I'm the best. Oh, he's trying to.
I was supposed to link up with Hasbullah when he went to market, but because Donald Trump was supposed to be getting arrested, I didn't have time, so I instead was out here streaming for you guys. But also at the same time, he's a Bolsonaro supporter, so like, you know, fuck him a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like I felt a little conflicted about it regardless. You would have gotten Omega canceled, brother? Pff, oh, man. Oh, I would have gotten canceled? Really? Oh, wow. Okay, dude. What else is new? It's just been another fucking Monday. Like, what? What kind of take is this? Bro, he's Dagestani. Of course he's conservative. Yeah, you just hate to see it regardless. Check out Will Menager's retweet of JP's night out dancing. What?
Man, I went to this bar in Nashville. This band was playing Kelly's Heroes, a great guitarist, the best guitarist I've ever seen. And they were playing old country music with a heavy blues rock twist. So they do this great version of Ghost Riders in the Sky. And this brilliant guitarist just goes way out on a limb. And everybody in the crowd, it was so fun to be there. They're just thrilled to death.
Let's see. How is he going to bring this back to trans people or something? Like, because he's got to, right?
Because they're watching this man doing the same thing that surfers do. He's like dancing on the edge of chaos and order in this virtuosic manner. And everyone is so taken by that.
Oh my God, he's about to cry, bro. Bro, there is no, oh my God. Okay. I didn't pre-watch this, as you guys can tell, and I went in the other direction because Jordan Peterson has two speeds: transphobic, crying. Sometimes the two speeds get incorporated and he starts crying while being transphobic. Didn't realize that this was one of the other speeds. One of the, I had a 50-50 shot there. I got it wrong. I apologize. You know what I'm saying?
It just lifts them out of the normality of their existence. You know, you see this joy just transfuse them. And that's because they got an intimation of genuine meaning.
He needs so much therapy. There would be none left for anyone else if he were healed. You think he cries when he's coming? I don't think he's ever come. I think Jordan Peterson stopped coming. First of all, he is way too barred out to ever come. Let's be real, okay? You know, that's number one. Number two, I think he stopped coming a long time ago anyway. Like those dance moves do not resemble the dance moves of a man who has known the pleasures of an orgasm. Too close to Balkan posting? Okay, dude, don't get me.
Most of what I do on this channel is update you guys on drama happening in the streaming world, and that's about it.
Can you give your opinions on this? I knew it was going to be this tweet. I knew it was going to be this tweet. They should invite a Lana Del Rey for men. It's such a good tweet. It's so true. Good, brother. Gucci, what are you doing here? Huh? Just random shit? What does that mean? Nice. Rod's here. Upgrading some circuit motors or whatever the fuck that means. I don't know. Said a bunch of words and I have no idea what they mean.
And update you on things happening in the world that might affect your life. And a recent news story I think might change the way you have to talk, because you might have been committing a crime for the past few years without even knowing about it. Don't know what I'm talking about? Well, I'm going to play you guys a clip, and I want you to see if you've been guilty of doing the action that happens in this clip. It involves Daff, and she was asked whether she would rather fight 100 Hasan-sized ducks or 100 duck-sized Hasans.
If I fight 100 Hasan-sized ducks, they're not Hasan. I would rather beat the shit out of Hasan. In Minecraft.
There it is.
It's because I'm white, isn't it? It's official. Holy fuck. It's so blown out right now. Jesus. How the fuck do I fix this? Maybe I turn it off? Come on. My white balance is broken! Ah! A little bit better? It was like a flashbang grenade. Most of the chat thought she's serious and they were like, fuck yeah, perfect woman. Based, holy, valid, based, Giga Chad. That's surprising because it's like Nick's audience loves me, I think. Usually, normally.
It is. In Minecraft, the smoking gun, the catch-all defense that people have been using for millennia. Since day dot. Anytime you say anything.
Hasan, they hate you. Wait, really? And
too aggressive. Maybe you're in a Valorant solo queue and you're the duelist and you're entering and you're trading.
No, I do, but there's a lot of juicers and miskids there. I get shitty whispers from NMP's chat when I talk about you, Law.
Out 1-for-1, but your pussy ass teammates don't follow you in. So you want to enter into to your comms and say you guys should fucking kill yourself in Minecraft because come on. It came out a little too harsh. You were a little too heated in the moment. People do this. People do this. I don't do this, but people do this. People do this. But nowadays, it could get you into some serious trouble. And I have to give you a little bit of context. It started with a proposed bill.
Chatter, you asked for it. I'm sorry.
Florida, where they want to start attacking hate crime a little more seriously. And I'm just going to roll out the first few seconds.
If you graffiti a building, it is a crime now. But if your motivation is hate, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend 5 years in prison. Okay. If you want to litter, it's a crime right now. Sure. But if you litter and your motivation is a hate crime, it will be a third-degree felony. You will spend 5 years in jail.
I don't even know what that means. Okay. All right. What is a littering hate crime? Is like dropping mayo an attack on all of my white ancestors? I don't really get that part, but the person to note is the person in the back who is the actual sheriff who doubles down on these statements and gets kind of aggressive with it.
You came to the wrong county. I stand with my Jewish friends, and I'm honored to be on your hit list. It's an honor to be sought after by a bunch of punk thugs like you.
Now, I'm with this guy. I stand with...
I feel bad banning him, but he's been spamming it nonstop. I'm gonna have to fucking time him out and then fucking give him a shorter sentence. God damn it, dude. It's a mid-meme worth. It's just like he's been trying to get me to click on it for 2 days and like nonstop spamming it. And I told him not to, and he still keeps doing it. And he shifted tactics to go, breaking news, Marjorie Taylor Greene spotted visiting Trump. Yeah, I can't ban the guy with the cute Portugal Hasan PFP, dude. Simply for posting mid. The Japan trip made you nicer? I hope. I was losing my grip on reality there for a little bit after because shit was awful.
I stand with going against I stand with Jewish people. I think anti-Semitism is cringe. I think that's a pretty easy statement to get behind. But he went pretty hard right there. I don't know if I double down that put a bullet in the back of my head statement that put me on a hit list thing. That's a little bit crazy. And so people started to put him on a bit of a hit list. And they started to give him some shit online. And it started with actually his own Twitter account. This is Sheriff Mike Chitwood. And on Twitter, he posted this interaction where he tweeted out about some scumbag white supremacists who harass people in this country. Real thing. And then in response to this, some anonymous Twitter users said, I feel so much safer knowing this guy will protect me from wrong think and squash the First Amendment. His hard drive and all electronics should be confiscated and searched. He's owned, compromised, sick guy. And it's because he's wearing a bra. And Mike replies and he says, these racist, bigoted, anonymous losers really think they're hurting my feelings with a photo from an event where we raised thousands for breast cancer research. We already know you're not that smart. That's why you guys became bigots. Damn, fire comeback from Mike. Mike was throwing the heat on Twitter. And so they took it from Twitter to a place where they get a little rowdier, 4chan. And this was some of the posts, or at least one of the posts.
I mean, those guys are the fucking 4chan guys. They're just on Twitter.
That was said about Sheriff Chitwood on Twitter. Or excuse me, 4chan. And these words are blocked out, but I'll read them. Just shoot Chitwood in the head and he stops being a problem. They have to find a new guy to be the problem. But shooting Chitwood in the head solves an immediate problem permanently. Just shoot Chitwood in the head and murder him. In Minecraft. Which man, that is doing a lot of heavy lifting right there. This is doing a lot right now. Okay? In Minecraft, oof, that's Shohei Ohtani on the Japanese team. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I barely watch baseball. But it's doing a lot of heavy lifting is what I'm trying to say. But apparently not enough heavy lifting. Because the police found out about this. The like Florida.
Ooh, big oof. The oof meter is off the fucking charts. Motherfucking got him. Now, I just gotta say something here, okay? Let me explain something here. Know that everything you say on 4chan, under the guise of anonymity, through VPNs and whatever, that you think is actually protected, is not. Okay? Maybe people get calls about certain things because it's being consistently monitored. Okay? Remember that when you're posting shit like that on Kiwi Farms or 4chan or wherever the fuck you're posting shit, recognize that these guys do have the tools and capability to actually fucking pursue you, come after you, find you, and, you know, make your life a living hell. Okay? Surely there are no 4chan posters in here. There are a lot of 4chan posters in here. There are a lot of hate watchers that say identical things, if not infinitely worse things about me on the internet than this fucking sheriff. Now, of course, I'm not a sheriff, so, you know, he said, you deserve it. Like this guy. You know, we got one. It's like clockwork. It's just awesome. You just revealed yourself. Why? Why? Why are you like this? What I'm going to say is this. I got nothing to hide, bro. What do you mean? I mean, I'm pretty sure your government name is not Hot Sauce 311. So you got that. If I were you, I'd be a little shamed. Account created in 2014. Oh my God, Mhud, you're fucking insane. Literally, that was GeoGuessr speeds, bro. What the fuck? That's insane. Holy fuck, that took you 30 seconds. That took you 30 seconds ago. This guy's older than me and failed as a streamer nearly 9 years ago. I'm playing hardcore WoW right now, too. That's wild, dude. Enemy neutralized. Literally like that. Jesus Christ, dude. Big Boy Gamer Man, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That was... Holy fuck. Anyway. Okay, so I've been streaming for a little while now, and I can't figure out how to get my condenser mic to work. I've used my other mic, but I have my mic, and I used to make my mic with the use of music. I want to use that for stream, but here's the problem. Okay, so say I'm recording music in Fruity Loops. I record mono, obviously. Now I want to use a mic outside of that. Saying it's Skype/stream. People only hear me from one side because it's in stereo. Lol, I failed as a streamer. I streamed years ago for fun. What does that have to do with anything? It's not hard to Google search my name. Don't test them. Don't test MHUD. Don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway, let's... Okay. So the point was that there is not really a lot of real anonymity on the internet. Okay? I just wanted to see why he was mad and bitter. Well, I mean, I think there's probably other reasons on top of what we just saw. But there is not really real anonymity on any of these outlets. You reveal a lot of you reveal a lot of yourself on the internet without recognizing that you are. A lot of people think that under the guise of anonymity, they can like write death threats and shit online. And this story is basically, a come to Jesus moment, I hope, for a lot of people. Now, obviously, this deterrence is not going to, is not going to stop you from being like a, oh, what? I mean, it's deleted. It's not going to stop people from behaving in this way, and it's not going to make people feel better about themselves. But remember that a lot of people behave this way because they're angry. And if you're angry, it's better to ask why you're angry and examine that internally, okay? And try to figure that out and solve it. You know what I mean? Because just talking about how you want to kill someone online is not going to make you happier. It might give you a brief moment of solace because you feel like you're amongst like-minded individuals, but a lot of those forums are simply just keeping you in that situation. That's valid advice for you too. Yeah, but I like to think that I'm upset at very reasonable things. Perhaps maybe that's not the case. But I usually am mad at systems. The only time I get upset at individuals, like even that guy who just said that, where I was talking about death threats and he said, well, you deserve it. Okay? When he said you deserve it, instead of immediately ripping him apart, I am trying to understand why he's so upset and try to find a reasonable solution. If you find yourself this upset at a fucking Twitch streamer, so much so that you want to like kill them or talk about how he deserves death, like you're not in a good space. You know what I mean? You're just not. What about the one trans debate issue? What do you mean? Like the XQC editor? Yeah. I mean, same. It's like drinking poison, hoping someone else gets sick. Exactly. That's it. I'm at me then. Ha ha ha. The one where the trans user said you did a bad job. Okay. This is a great example of this. You are probably coming at this problem because you either A, saw a YouTube video from a while ago without knowing the full context of the situation, B, didn't realize that this person was still an active community member that I had patched things up with, and or C, are from directly the forums that I'm talking about, where you think that this is a talking point to use against me. Not. There are plenty of people just like yourself in here. All the question markers are ding-dongs. That was a great analogamy, he says. The moment that I pull someone up, everybody starts chiming in. The real reason why you're doing this is because you want a reaction. If you actually cared about Catboy's perspective, you would perhaps seek a little bit further and recognize that, once again, I am also a person with weak moments. Okay? However, regardless of that, this person is still very much an important member of our community. Okay? The fact that you are still bringing this up, even though it is, 2 years ago, it was like 2 fucking years, implies that you don't care about anything. You just think this is a good talking point. Okay? Use a good talking point against your interlocutor that you think you are destroying in the marketplace of ideas. You're not. Everyone here knows you're a clown ass. Without looking at anything beyond that first post, I bet that guy's a chronically depressed 30-something that nurtures that depression by spending time in very hateful spaces full of people that want to keep each other as low as they feel as themselves. That's how all those spaces are. From small group chats to giant chant forums, not moving on from that shit can only end in a few very shitty ways. I believe you can grow up still chatters and you can still be a good person. Exactly. I barely discovered the clip. I was just wondering. I doubt even a handful of people actually wish death upon you over comments you made online you're reaching. Oh, man. Oh, brother. Yeah, you must be new here. First of all, that's how you know the filters, the Fossabot filters are doing a really good job. Okay? Number one, that's how you know the Fossabot filters are doing a really good job. Anyway. Bro, it's not just me. My chatters get death threats. Like, what are you talking about? People in this community get death threats. Regardless. Yeah, look. Lesby writes, I got death threats on Twitter. I know. I saw your tweets. You made the biggest mistake of all. Well, the second biggest mistake. You made the biggest mistake of all when you thought that at the top of the hour there isn't a 3-minute ad break that you can avoid without subscribing. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. I had a very angry person message me a book after a stream when I mentioned I really enjoyed your content. Oop. Yeah. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free, or by getting gifted a sub. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. That's number one. Number two, you made the second biggest mistake, which was defend sex work on Twitter. You can't do that. That chatter defended sex work on Twitter publicly off of a deranged anti-sex work swerve. And then it was over. I saw what they were so deranged. They were so insane, dude. Anyway,
Central Intelligence Agency notified Sheriff Chitwood and then found out where the guy lives, which was in New Jersey. Then they got the New Jersey or New Brunswick police involved, and then they went to his house with a search warrant and tried to extradite the guy back to Florida. And this was the interaction that followed.
Guess how the guy looks? I don't need to guess. I already know.
Come to the door, please.
I already know. It's another David DePepe moment.
We'll schedule in a second.
This is presumably Richard's mom, the guy who said all that stuff. I want you guys to take just a guess of what Richard looks like.
They're here. I don't know who they are.
South Brunswick Police.
South Brunswick Police.
Just so you know, we're audio visually recording.
They're recording.
Can you step down here, please? We'll talk. Yeah, come in. We'll talk to you down here.
He's a muscular, very good-looking guy. Of course he is.
What's up, bud? Come on down this way. How are you? How you doing? Go ahead. Okay, all right.
The most New Jersey accented "how you doing" into an immediate arrest, and they got the guy.
My left shoulder. Okay, take it easy.
They arrested the guy, and not only did they arrest him, he did the number one thing you should never do, which is always applicable. Doesn't matter what you do in life. They got him to talk to the police before actually being on trial, where he admitted to posting that on 4chan and saying that they should kill and murder Chitwood. And so they're charging him. They're charging him for that threat. And not only are they charging the guy, Sheriff Chitwood is stunting on him after the arrest.
Ooh.
He posted on Twitter a celebration picture of the arrest.
Ooh.
What a shame. A 4chan troll has come out of his room.
Listen, this kind of shit is not good, okay? It's not. But also, it's hard. Really hard for me to fucking sit here and be like, damn, dude. I feel bad for this guy. I don't. I can't. I know a lot of you motherfuckers are exactly like him, okay? You hate watchers out there. It's just funny. It's not right. It's funny. Yeah. You gave the cops a W, which I find to be disgusting, honestly. It's real fucked up. You gave the cops a W, and you got clapped up in your jammies. Don't do this. The easiest way to do this is not by doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down in your hatred. Okay? And just behaving even in more unhinged ways. It's by learning from your mistakes, recognizing that this shit is definitely not good for you, and that you should stop doing it. Stop going to these fucking circles. Stop freaking these circles. Work on yourself. Try to become a healthier individual in both mind and body. You know? Because it's just not. It's not going to help you. Going on 4chan is going to give you a dopamine rush for a little bit where you feel like you are surrounded by like-minded individuals. But it's a perma soul-sucking, just real dark well. And that well is bottomless. Okay? Straight up. Hey, HasanAbi, I was following you some time ago. I had so false image of you from mass media. I mean, it's not mass media. It's just like random fucking shitlords on the internet. But when I have been listening to you for a couple of weeks, I realized how right and normal you are. Like-minded individuals, excuse me. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? This dude fucked around and found out because he went after a sheriff, okay? But what I'm talking about is something deeper than that. Because there are thousands of motherfuckers like this that are still operating, right? And instead of fucking like fixing their brains a little bit, they go deeper and deeper into that pit of despair. You know? I already ran the top of the hour break.
Thank you to the police department, the Brunswick Police Department. And then he's got this picture of him. Not only does he post about it on Twitter, he then doubles down by having a press conference.
And I'll share with you what our suspect looks like.
Where he just pulls up the pic of the guy and then goes on to say how easy it was to find him, how they found him, how they arrested him, and how he's going to be in a world of fucking hurt because he's going to get charged with a pretty serious damn crime. And that's anyway why you no longer are able to use the in Minecraft excuse or in Grand Theft Auto or in Valorant or in League of Legends or in any other fictional video game as your excuse to do the heavy lifting to soften whatever fucked up shit you said before. So maybe it's time we start loosening it up a little bit. Maybe we start getting a little more chill in these lobbies.
Honestly, I want to celebrate it on the one hand because like this is literally the same exact, this is the profile of the dude that's like in every fucking server, in every Discord server, you know what I mean? This is the profile of the dude who's doing exactly what he's doing to the sheriff that does it to random Twitch streamers. You know what I mean? Random people, trans people online, you know what I mean? But also at the same time, I feel sad. When I look at that guy, I look at like, you know, I look at the dude that fell so far down the fucking rabbit hole that he just like lost the plot entirely. You know? What is this? Oh, Jesus. It's fucking sad, dude. It's sad. Like, this is a 38-year-old dude who literally lives with his fucking mommy and is just like posting about killing people online nonstop. That's so fucking sad. He's got to be some form of mental illness for sure. Yeah, bro, of course. You think they'll take the same level of action for trans people and streamers as they do with the sheriff? Of course not. But make no mistake, okay? Make no mistake. I don't believe that like the law enforcement community is ever going to offer marginalized people or non-marginalized people who still get a fuckload more hate than this one fucking sheriff did. Okay? They're not. We're not. It's not happening. I'm not even talking about that though. What I'm talking about is the underlying reason as to how someone, like a full-blown human being who once had aspirations, goals, a whole ass life ahead of them, turn into the internet and become this like deep, dark pit of despair. Okay? That's what I'm talking about. That's what the issue is. Like, the underlying issue. You're assuming a lot about this person. Brother, I have to deal with this person every fucking day, 1,000 times a day on the minimum. What do you mean? I know this person's fucking soul, okay? What are you talking about? That's why I always pull up the David DePappy example. Like he is David DePappy. Just a different version of it. I don't know. They said his room smells like a gym in the body cam footage. This guy is something else. He's not something else. He is very similar to everyone else. What do I always say? Whenever another fucking 4chan kid, well, 4chan adult, okay? Because 4chan kids are now actually adults like him. They were kids when they first started, and now they're this, okay? The American hikikomoris, okay? When they get exposed, literally everyone else goes, oh, nah, dog, he's a op. That guy is both gay and a loser. They say this all the time. They said it about David DePappy. They said it about the fucking Cincinnati guy. They always say it because they hate the fucking mirror reflection. Okay? Obviously, people who go into forums like this and are constantly trying to fucking spread hate are, you know, unironically, they hate themselves the most, right? They hate themselves the most. That's why they're there. So I always try to mention that, like, you know, there is a different path out of that deep, dark pit of despair. But it basically comes from not repeating the same toxic patterns that you engage in all the time. No matter how good it feels for you in that very moment, you feel like you are surrounded in your hug box with other like-minded, self-loathing, black-pilled dickheads. Okay? They called him a Jew the second the news came out that he got arrested. Yeah, exactly. Well, they're 4chan, so they also don't just say he's a gay loser, but they'll say he's a gay Jewish loser too. Yeah. Truth is a lion. You do not have to defend it. You let it loose and it will defend itself. They're celebrating catching a basement dweller on 4chan at his mom's house in New Jersey. This is backfiring badly on you, Sheriff. Yeah. FedEx me your drugs. Yeah, this guy's right. Well, he wasn't in the basement. He was in the attic. Fuck, man. Golden will be framed for the CP. Ten minutes after lunch saying, I'm so full it should be illegal. Bro, there are so many motherfuckers like this. It just makes me sad, dude. It really does.
Damn crime. And that's anyway why you no longer are able to use the in Minecraft excuse, or in Grand Theft Auto, or in Valorant, or in League of Legends, or in any other fictional video game as your excuse to do the heavy lifting to soften whatever fucked up shit you said before. So maybe it's time we start loosening it up a little bit. Maybe we start getting a little more chill in these lobbies and start being a little nicer, perhaps. But I will end it on one note, because we got to go out with a bang here. I will fucking destroy. I will kill everybody. Let me rephrase that. I will beat everybody. Beat their ass at TSM. That's right. At Team Solo Mid TSM in Valorant. In Valorant. It's in Valorant. And this one, look, it's actually true, because the Moist Moguls are going to play TSM today in the first ever tournament for our Valorant team. All right? So it's Moist Moguls against TSM happening at 4 p.m. today.
Saved. FBI, this guy right here. Oh yeah, we were gonna watch the How Kurzgesagt cooks propaganda for billionaires. Don't worry, we're gonna watch this. This video got fucking 1.5 million views. That's crazy. That vid was good. I mean, it made me real sad. It made me real fucking sad, dude. There's no way. Here's the thing. There's no fucking way that you can like combat this shit. Look, from what I can see from the comments, the general public is not on the sheriff's side. If you watch videos from the Polk sheriff, you can see everyone from his side. Something must be wrong with the sheriff. That's my opinion. Yeah, dude, totally. YouTube comments are actually how you understand what normal people think when they see a fucking 4chan loser like this get arrested. Totally. Like, dog, you do not understand the world. You haven't left your fucking basement, okay? You can't. You have no way of understanding the fucking world. Like, here, I'll give you an example from myself. Because I do have a bunch of hate watchers in here who watch me every fucking day so they can put, like, new clips in their clip folder that they can clip chimp so they can, like, utilize it every now and then. A couple of them literally reared their ugly faces immediately, being like, oh, what about the trans chatter you once yelled at 2 years ago, who is still an active member of your community, who you patched things up with over the misunderstanding? Okay? Literally sent you art saying, you've changed my life for the better. What about that guy? You know what I mean? Like, you're... Like the guy you yelled at, who apologized to you for popping off on you for misunderstanding what you were saying, who, you know, like, what about that guy? Like, you brought that up, which means you're, like, seeking that kind of thing out, which means that you are in these sorts of circles. In your mind, you probably think I'm ontologically evil, and therefore there is nothing that you do that is not acceptable. Like, everything you do is acceptable with respect to how you behave, right? Like, everything that you do towards me, whether it be an effort to cancel me or an effort to, like, you know, shit on my followers if they're in the chat, or when you see them in other people's chats for using a fucking emote or whatever and you whisper them, like, insane shit, unhinged shit. Okay? Like that guy who just wrote, "You racist son of a bitch," and got immediately banned. Okay? That guy thinks in his... That guy's a victim of an echo chamber that he's a part of. Okay? Unfortunately, he thinks you are awful. Like, you're an awful person. Like, I'm an awful person. I'm an evil person. I'm genuinely an evil person, right? In the real world, most people have no fucking clue who I am. I'm just a fucking loser who's on Twitch. A well-paid loser, but a loser nonetheless. Okay? And the reason why I sometimes like to take a step back and just describe the situation to people is because I truly do believe some people that are in here that can change, that are maybe at the margins, right? That maybe could change their attitude, can change themselves, have a healthier life. Okay? So other than the fact that like most people have no fucking clue who I am, people who do know me in the real world, like that just have normal jobs, who don't tune in for 8 hours every fucking day, to whether they hate watch or even love watch, I guess. Those people just otherwise think I'm like a guy who fights for progressive values and social justice. They have no idea about the clips that you're pulling from 2017 or whatever the fuck. They don't know. Okay? So your goal shouldn't be to get them to see that and be like, no, hate on this guy. Just like I'm hating on this guy. Your goal should just be, why the fuck am I so angry at a Twitch streamer? Because he banned me in his chat? What the fuck am I doing with my life? That's a good starting point. You know what I mean? And the second best thing you can do is basically get out of those weird circles that you're in. Here, Sunjockey says, I was deep in 4chan way back, and it is scary. It's kind of like a feedback loop where at one point you don't even realize you have all that hate inside of you, and it just feels normal. I'm glad that that's the past. Yeah. I promise you, it's not that serious. When you take a deep breath and don't get constant reinforcement from probably the darkest pits of despair, okay? You will realize that it is not that serious, okay? Fight the bad thoughts. Anyway. Now let's watch how Kurzgesagt cooks propaganda for billionaires.
November 2016, Kurzgesagt published a video on the most gruesome parasites. It tells a story of devastating diseases that the world governments couldn't solve, so the big pharma stepped in to be the hero of humanity and save the day. It's one of those too good to be true stories, so I decided to look it up myself. And the real events are nowhere near as glaring for the big pharma as Kurzgesagt presents. Pharmaceutical corporations did donate their medicine to the most affected regions, but they didn't do it out of their own volition or initiative. They did it after decades of neglecting the diseases because they weren't profitable enough to manufacture fixes for them. Bill Gates is actually responsible for much of the neglect. His charitable priorities overemphasized big-name diseases such as malaria, HIV, or tuberculosis. But in the process of doing so, they drew crucial attention and resources away from more common and structural problems, many of which led to outbreaks of other diseases. After the public pressure was too large to ignore, the drug makers decided to join the plan. Big Pharma never came up with this initiative. It was the World Health Organization who had proposed a roadmap to eradicate the diseases by 2020 and convinced governments and NGOs to join them. The pharmaceutical conglomerates never assumed any risk. These corporations took home almost $9 trillion in profits in 18 years, so this little stunt is really just a pocket change for them. This video was paid for by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and it so happens that the Gates are heavily invested in many of the pharma companies Kurzgesagt portrays as heroes. They own major holdings in many of the participating companies, and both Bill and Melinda Gates are trustees of 2 pharma firms. This video isn't positive news, it's a positive PR. Kurzgesagt admitted they wouldn't have made this video if it wasn't paid for by Gates. Okay, what the hell just happened?
Before we continue with this, I have to repeat something that I say all the time. You're probably familiar with this, but all matter of media is oftentimes done at the behest of billionaires because billionaires sit at the tippy top of a system that created them. A system that is supposed to, that a system that is designed for that level of wealth accumulation. Okay? And that's what the media does. The media normalizes the oppression and struggles that you face, make it seem like it's actually normal, make it seem like there's no other type of system, no other type of economic organization of society that could ever be better. Okay? It is there to keep you sedated. Now, in the process, do they actually fucking tell you the truth about the news? Of course. Of course. But you always have to have that underlying understanding that the media's ultimate goal is always to normalize capitalism. The media's ultimate goal is to always manufacture consent. Okay? That's it. Kurzgesagt is only unique in the sense that it is a YouTube channel, which is part of the reason why you wouldn't expect it to have biases like that. But of course, those biases could also form as a consequence of growing up and being educated under the banner of neoliberal capitalist democracy being the best form of governance. Okay? Oftentimes, it's a bit of both.
Is the perfect culmination of everything that's wrong with billionaires funding media to get the coverage they need. It provides a whitewashed take on real events, it undeservedly elevates the role of private entities, and gives a marketing boost to their agenda and financial interests. The ultra-wealthy are pouring hundreds of millions of dollars into media companies, academic institutions, and governing bodies to rig every step of policymaking in their favor. When billionaires want to open up the markets for their trade, they'll fund media outlets that tell the audience how important investments, innovations, and economic growth are. They'll donate to research that will give them the argument that whatever they decide to do is science. They'll give to political campaigns to get the right candidates elected so that the laws they lobby for are easier to pass. We have identified this to be a problem with all big institutions, and this is what it did to our trust in them. So if it is a problem when billionaires fund our politicians, our journalists, and our academia, is it also a problem when they fund our YouTubers? Because billionaire funding is a lot more prevalent on YouTube than you might think. It's far beyond the scope of this 6-year-old video. I didn't realize I was watching a video sponsored by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation because Kurzgesagt didn't reveal this information until the last 20 seconds of the video. I actually first found out about the sponsorship from Kurzgesagt Medium article on how they treat sponsors. Here, Philip Detmer, the owner of the channel, admitted that Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation was their biggest supporter. So big, in fact, it helped transform Kurzgesagt into a powerhouse. But Philip Detmer also told us that Kurzgesagt is almost entirely viewer-funded. I wanted to know where the truth lies, so I went to the Foundation's grant database and found this. In November 2015, Kurzgesagt was awarded $570,000 from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for a 49-month-long contract. I wanted to see the full extent of this contract, so I started going through their YouTube videos to see how many were made for the foundation. And that's when I entered a rabbit hole. I was able to identify at least 8 videos Kurzgesagt made for the Gates Foundation. When they were awarded the Gates grant, the Patreon was relatively small, yielding less than $9,000 per month. The money from Gates would cover at least $11,000 per month, or $71,250 per video. So the Gates money alone would be at least on par with their Patreon, but Gates wasn't alone. Throughout my research, I kept discovering more and more billionaire-sponsored videos. It's not just one foundation. It's George Soros, the Templetons, and Facebook co-founder Dustin Moskowitz. They also made a sponsored video for this professor from Oxford University, William McCaskill, who is funded by Open Philanthropy, and Kurzgesagt also received money from Bill Gates' personal blog and venture capitalist funds. From what I was able to find, Kurzgesagt made at least one video for Open Society Foundations, at least 3 videos for Templeton World Charity, 3 videos for Bill Gates' blog and Breakthrough Energy, and 1 video for William McCaskill. We know they were awarded $500,000 from the Gates Foundation and almost $6 million from Open Philanthropy. If they kept the same per video rate since the Gates grant, it could be estimated Kurzgesagt received at least $7 million from billionaire funds. This would be more money than Kurzgesagt received from their supporters on Patreon in the entire history of the channel. This made me realize that Kurzgesagt never was this small, independent, almost entirely viewer-funded channel. As soon as the studio incorporated, billionaires began lining up. They transformed the small Munich-based design studio with 5 employees into a multi-million-dollar media powerhouse with dozens of...
Why does it matter? Shouldn't the critique be on the content of the video so they got paid for them? Doesn't seem relevant without a criticism for the video content, right? Yes, no shit. I'm sure this 24-minute video is probably going to address that as well. Here's the thing. I don't know the background of the hated one. I don't know if they're right-wing. I know Charlie watched this. Okay? Ultimately, though, you know, this is no different than fucking Fox News. You know what I mean? And the same thing goes for George Soros as well. Like, these guys have the exact same interest. They have class solidarity. There is no like billionaires don't have politics beyond class politics. There is no left right. They might have like pet projects or whatever. But ultimately, they have one interest, which is to sedate the masses into thinking that the current order is good. Okay? The current way that you exist is good. Ultimately, otherwise, you will realize that there's a lot more of you than there are of them. Like a lot more. They might not, Kurzgesagt might not make a video straight up saying that like socialism is awful, but they'll make a video about climate change, and then the end note will be, we got to vote. We got to vote for, we got to vote for our leaders and vote our way out of this problem. That's just neoliberal capitalist propaganda regardless. Or talk about how, some kind of carbon reduction policy in the form of cap and trade is actually one of the best policies that you can utilize when it's demonstrably ineffective. They might not even go as far as vote and even say we should just wait for new innovation to pick up the slack. Eventually it will. So they might actually identify issues correctly. Okay? They might actually identify issues correctly, but their solutions will be bullshit. It's a less nefarious, or I guess more innocuous way of framing issues in a particular way from YouTube. That's also the reason why a YouTube channel will oftentimes get significantly less funding than major TV networks. Major TV networks are just straight up owned by wealthy oligopoly beneficiaries. I don't see how voting for different legislators that care about climate change is an issue. It's not. But the takeaway still has the exact same sedative because it's not correctly identifying the issue with respect to the profit motive.
Employees. Kurzgesagt was also sponsored by regular commercial businesses such as Brilliant or Skillshare, but neither of these has multi-billion-dollar investments in global industries, and they aren't spending millions in political lobbies trying to influence lawmaking. And most importantly, they don't fund the sources that Kurzgesagt uses for the research. And what the hell is going on with Kurzgesagt research? Kurzgesagt told us their research is impartial and fact-checked by scientists to ensure integrity. But my skepticism alarms were already buzzing out of their asses, so I started looking at their sources and noticed something odd. Many of their videos rely primarily on a single publication. This publication is a partner of the channel and they help them with research and provide numbers for their scripts. This publication appears so frequently in their sources, their website is quoted up to dozens of times in a single document. This research publication is not some independent group of scientists just sharing their hard science for free. It is Our World in Data, heavily funded by Bill Gates and other billionaires, many of which have also sponsored Kurzgesagt videos. The publication
oh God, I already saw something that I fucking despise.
Have also
the Center for Effective Altruism Meta Fund. Okay. I mean, I utilize Our World in Data too. Not saying that the shit on there is fake, but like, effective altruism is Sam Bankman-Fried. For those of you who don't know, is what all these fucking Silicon Valley geeks and freaks believe. It's just a way to justify their level of wealth accumulation by saying, "Oh no, I know better." It's the age-old conservative rhetoric around small government, eviscerating government, so that and starving the government, bankrupting it, so that like it's just philanthropy that actually patches the patchwork of solutions necessary for survival. Why? Because I know better. I'm rich. Trust me. I got rich because I'm smart, because I deserve it, because this is a meritocratic process. So obviously I know better on how to spend money than the government does, because the government is bloated. Okay? Isn't that the core of neoliberalism? Yes, it is. You are far away from smart man. Brother, I think you genuinely misunderstood what I was saying. I'm not saying I am rich, that's why I know better. I'm saying this is what effective altruism is, and people who believe in it. Do you think it'd be unethical to watch the content knowing this? What? No. No. I mean, unethical to watch content. Like, what ethics are around watching content? You can watch things you disagree with. You can watch things you agree with. You don't have to 100% agree with things that you watch. There is no left or right to watching content. There is no ethics to content consumption. That's just like liberal brain rot. We watch a shitload of right-wing content on here, like every day, all day. That was the other side of why I was so upset about people being like, dude, you cannot even review Hogwarts Legacy. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Good one. There you go. Immediately said child pornography. Just eviscerate that guy. Just laser his brain. That dude needs a lobotomy, straight up.
Sponsored Kurzgesagt videos.
FBI, right there. This guy right there.
$4.8 million from the Gates Foundation alone, but they were also funded by Open Philanthropy, Templeton, and William McCaskill. All of these entities had their series of sponsored videos at their Kurzgesagt channel. Their partnership with Our World in Data was initiated by the grant from the Gates Foundation through the first video on overpopulation, made in collaboration with Max Roser, the founder and lead scientist of Our World in Data. Following this money trail led me to discover that the data in Kurzgesagt videos isn't such a rock-solid science as they authoritatively present in their videos. Many of the numbers from our world in data Kurzgesagt relies on so much are complete garbage. In the videos on overpopulation, they show this amazing decline in global poverty, a trend which they attribute to economic growth. But where is this data coming from? It's from Max Roser graph at Our World in Data. But look at how the data points go all the way back to the early 19th century. None of these historical numbers are proven. Real data on poverty for the majority of the world didn't exist until 1981. Anything before that is a speculation. And who defines extreme poverty? The World Bank does. How? By calculating the lowest possible rate as an average from poverty lines of the poorest countries in the world. That's living below $1.90 a day. Scholars strongly disagree with this rate and suggest.
Abso-fucking-lutely, yes. Oh, this video is cooking, dude. Holy shit, I'm glad Charlie and I'm glad Moist Critical and XQC watched this video. Okay, this is 100% yes. This is a very good video.
Suggest at least $7.40 a day. With the World Bank's rate, billions of people that are extremely poor.
Two things have contributed to the number one thing that neoliberals love pointing to whenever they fucking say capitalism has eviscerated extreme poverty. Number one is China. Okay, China, number one. Number two is this. Is the little game they play with what they consider to be extreme poverty. Just, you know, change the numbers up a little bit and all of a sudden, poof, global poverty has been eradicated. Exactly. Moist disagree with mostly anything in that video? Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize that he disagreed with everything in the video, but whatever.
According to their national,
I hope some of his fans
took a
better
income regions, which is what makes the graph
more understanding
like
approach to this.
Instead of this, if we use the $7.40 line, or this if we leave out China. So not a dramatic decline at all, but an increase actually, or a stagnation at best since 1981. There's also half of the world's population suffering from hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition, more than 40 million modern slaves, and the ever-widening income gap between the richest and the poor. So really,
what you're seeing here, by the way, the global north versus the global south income USD per capita, that gap widening all the fucking time is also identical to the very same gap widening between those who have and those who do not have in the United States of America. Even in the global north, when you look at income and wealth disparity, that gap is nearly identical. That the numbers are a little different, obviously, but that's just how it fucking works. Because one cannot exist without the other. Where was the last guy you clapped? I want to know what he had to say. It seemed like he was cooking.
Really hard to come to an optimistic.
It trickles down though. Yeah, like my cummies trickled down to your mom, dude. What the fuck do you mean it trickles down? What has trickled down? Are you a feminist hater or a blind man protector? There's no middle ground. You either are or aware of your life, or you're a men excuser. And don't come at me with men victim too. When you know who the problem is, oh, okay, I'm glad you banned this person. They're just fucking insane. My man said trickle down exists. Where has it existed? Trickle down is just a justification, a false and disproven, consistently disproven justification for neoliberal economics. We already know that it doesn't exist. That's crazy. We're living in 2023, chatter. This isn't like 1987. What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? I was joking. I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Conclusion that poverty is somehow on the decline. But it is a conclusion touted by Bill Gates, who also paid for this video to be made.
As the economist Max Roser has said,
the world has done quite well on this.
The newspapers could have run a headline.
The lives of the poor will improve more in the next 15 years than at any other time in history.
The lives of the global south and people living in the global north as well will be improved marginally as a consequence of technological achievements. This does not mean that they are being improved evenly, and this does not mean that their lives are being improved overall. Okay? Just because someone now has like your hand-me-down shit, okay, and they're following the technological improvements 15 years in the past, does not change the reality that their relative wealth in relation to your relative wealth is devastatingly unequal.
Number of people in poverty fell by 137,000 since yesterday.
Comes out as what for many people will be a stunningly positive story.
Many videos made in partnership with Our World in Data can be dissected like this. Look at the numbers on historical emissions from the video on who is responsible for climate change. Where are these numbers coming from? Our World in Data, of course, but that's just one source that conveniently downplays the role of the developed countries in climate change. According to a paper from Lancet, funded by no one, the US is responsible not for 25% of emissions, but 40%.
Yeah.
The EU is responsible for 29% instead of 22%. G8 emitted 85% of historical CO2, and the global north is accountable for 92% of excess carbon in the atmosphere. These numbers draw a much less equitable share of responsibility than Kurzgesagt. As I was analyzing more and more videos, I actually discovered a plot I did not expect to find. In a couple of separate videos on climate change, Kurzgesagt briefly mentions seemingly random selection of innovations.
Or a new generation of nuclear power plants to new batteries, electronics and steel, low carbon production of cement, artificial meat, carbon capture, direct air capture, and carbon capture.
This study came out after Kurzgesagt's video, to be fair. Oh, the Lancet one that he used? Okay.
Capture.
Regardless, though, I think that disparity, I'm sure there's plenty of fucking studies that show that the disparity in which like the first world utilizes energy consumption and has a tremendous amount of carbon footprint in comparison relative to all the other developing nations is like there were plenty of studies before then. I remember watching this shit. No, I remember watching that video and if I recall correctly, I'm pretty sure I criticized it. Did I not? I was never this skeptical of the videos that they produce, and I love the ones that they do about aliens, especially. But those aren't really funded by Bill Gates and whatnot. But I do remember at the time when I was watching it as a Kurz enjoyer, I had some issues with the way that they covered climate change. No, their alien videos, like the Fermi paradox and shit like that, is actually very good. Maybe because I agree with it, but also because like it's just like basic concepts. You know what I mean? Unless it's funded by Mark Zuckerberg, who is definitely an alien and trying to make us seem like aliens are not already here. Oh, God.
There doesn't seem to be any objective merit as to why I mention these in particular, but they do have in common two things. Bill Gates has invested millions into startups developing low-carbon cement, steel, batteries, alternative meat, nuclear energy, and carbon capture. And none of these technologies have proven to be commercially viable or scalable enough to make them count. The innovations lack robust scientific backing, and experts do not agree relying on them is a valid strategy. Many videos on topics that align with the interest.
By the way, this is another fundamental component of effective altruism is like kick the can down the line, let you just consume, and let the future sort it out. This is where effective altruists actually basically create a symbiotic relationship with just out and about right-wingers. Jordan Peterson, who is funded by the oil and gas industry, literally 100%, by the way, this is like verifiably true. Demonstrably true if you listen to what he has to say about like the logging industry or whatever the fuck about renewable energy, but like also 100% funded by oil and gas billionaires who literally repeat their propaganda regularly. He always says the same exact thing that you hear from effective altruists, which is that in the future we need to keep developing, and then eventually. In the future, we'll find a solution for our carbon footprint. Jordan Peterson and a lot of these like supposedly neoliberal billionaires of course, disagree. Jordan Peterson also claims that climate change is like not all that big of a deal. These guys say climate change is a big deal, but we will find a solution through technology, through technological improvements. Now, do I believe that we could? Yes, I do. But if you ask the scientists, the actual people who have spent their entire lives researching anthropogenic climate change and its devastating impact on humanity, they don't believe that we have enough time to make this gamble, and instead we should start taking preventative measures. Okay? So that's the point. Anything that moves away from like genuine preventative measures, and I'm not talking about fucking cap and trade. I'm not talking about like carbon, the carbon credit schemes that the American government utilizes. I'm talking straight up hyper-focusing on renewable energy and slowly but surely moving away from fossil fuels. Thought you would like to know this. Second lab-grown chicken product cleared for human consumption by U.S. regulator. I fucking doubt that it tastes good. But if it does, I'm excited.
Of Kurzgesagt billionaire sponsors are frequently sprinkled with messaging about how investments and innovations will solve a problem or make the world a better place.
By investing in these things right now, investment and aid and fair investment. Is investment massive investment as investment pours in?
It's obnoxious how often this happens.
We invest in innovation that lead to innovation, the nature of innovation. And innovation, but innovation, the more time we give innovation, and innovations like artificial meat.
The standards for quality of such data is profoundly lowered in order to make these hidden injections work. In the instance of carbon capture, Kurzgesagt pulled the numbers on cost straight from a Gates-funded magazine, who took the number from a Gates-funded private carbon capture facility. But that's the low.
And then, yeah, okay. This part is pretty much every fucking facet of media. Newsflash, whenever you read a fucking study, it always goes down this exact same multi-layered scheme that will oftentimes go back to a specific like billionaire funded or millionaire corporation funded research facility. This is something that is done all the fucking time. By the way, sometimes it doesn't even mean that the information or the data is wrong, for the record. Okay? Just understand that. I'm not saying that this data is wrong. It is just an unfortunate systemic problem. It is what it is. Now, there are instances where I can tell you it's wrong because I know some of the think tanks, for example, that fund this kind of research and why they're funding it, right? If I see something from the American Enterprise Institute, I can tell you immediately, oh, no, that's bullshit. That's a bullshit study, 100%. So you have to always be aware of the biases of what people are telling you, okay? What is the bias or the underlying reason as to why this information is in front of you, okay? What are the interests of the think tanks that decided to facilitate a research like this? Okay? Recognize that.
Lowest estimate. In reality, it could be as much as twice as expensive today, and still at least twice as expensive as trees are right now, than carbon capture is projected to be in the most optimistic estimates, which won't be real until at least the next decade. Rather than solving the climate crisis, many scientists argue such investments divert attention away from more impactful solutions and delay phasing out of modern industrial methods and fossil fuel dependence. Kurzgesagt doesn't tell you which technologies Bill Gates is invested in and how positive messaging about them is advancing his positions. But Kurzgesagt did take the effort to mention exactly those technologies that Bill Gates and his billionaire friends are most invested in. There is a pattern that can explain why Kurzgesagt videos are like this. In many videos that coincide with Bill Gates' interests, they collaborate with our role in data or prioritize their content on these issues. In their video on Do We Need Nuclear Energy to Stop Climate Change, Kurzgesagt prominently links to Our World in Data's pieces on nuclear energy. This video is not sponsored by Gates, but the billionaire is betting heavily on his new generation of nuclear reactors. Kurzgesagt's source document links to Our World in Data 27 times, or about every third reference. Kurzgesagt made videos heavily criticizing organic food. This is another topic of major investment from Gates, who thinks industrialized agriculture with pesticides and GMOs is the best approach to solving world hunger, which it hasn't solved so far. In all 4 cases.
Yeah, I mean, the real solution to world hunger is abolishing the profit motive. Like, I'm sorry not to come across like I'm teetering on the edge of the top of the hour ad break or the edge of socialism, but it's just like, we already produce an abundance of food. It's a logistics problem. Okay? Top of the hour ad break, however, not a logistics problem. Very easy solution for you. Subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you get gifted a sub. There's no systems at play here. It is what it is. Okay? You subscribe, you don't see the ad break. You get gifted a sub, you don't see the ad break. Here's the ad break now. You can't say that GMOs don't help when it comes to famine caused by environment or disease. No. I'm not anti-GMO. Rainy Draws a Lot. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. No. You're misunderstanding me. I don't have it. We just looked at fucking lab-grown meat, brother. Like, I'm fucking in favor of all matter of technological developments in food production. Okay? I'm simply stating that hyper-focusing on exclusively GMOs and shit like that moves the problem away from the real issue. The real issue being logistics. Okay? The real issue is always logistics. Every single issue that we have in society right now, homelessness. Well, we have more homes than we have homeless people. How's that for simple science? Fuck do you mean? We have more homes than we have homeless people. Why are there homeless people? You know, we have more people dying of famine in a global economy where we have an abundance of food. We have solved, like I said, technological achievements have solved so many of the problems that existed in like the 17th century, 18th century, 19th century, and onwards. And yet, for some reason, the very same issues still persist in current, present society. Why? Because someone has to make money. Okay? That's it. It was not a capitalism problem. It's just a logistics problem, Cap. Exactly. Wait, we have more empty homes than we have homeless people? Yes.
Cases where Kurzgesagt draws verdict on
like a lot more.
Food. Our World in Data is cited as reference. This video is also not sponsored by Gates. The most generous billionaire is one of the earliest backers of alternative meats, owning major positions in vegan and meat-free protein companies. Kurzgesagt has made a series of videos on meat, all with a strong verdict on how meat is bad for you and the environment. All of these videos were advised on by Hannah Ritchie, one of the key lieutenants at Our World in Data. During the production of at least one video, Ritchie was a business manager at a meat-free microprotein company. Whatever your take on meat is, these are conflicts of interest that should normally be disclosed by any serious research. But Kurzgesagt makes no effort to help you connect the dots. Kurzgesagt is terrible at disclosing their sponsors. I did a poll of my audience to see when they think channels should disclaim sponsorship. Most people would prefer before the video starts or during intro. Kurzgesagt never reveals their sponsors until the very end of their videos. Some sponsors were declared in the last few seconds of the video, some were only mentioned in the text on screen, and in at least one instance, the only disclaimer of sponsorship was in the description. This is a low bar even for YouTube. Plenty of good educational creators disclose their sponsors upfront. Why should Kurzgesagt be given a pass? Most people who...
Okay, this guy might be a bit of a, at the very least, a sock them, because I saw plenty of good channels, and immediately I saw Not Just Bikes.
Declared in the last few seconds of the video. Some were only mentioned in the text on screen, and in at least one instance, the only disclaimer of sponsorship was in the description.
Did he put second thought in there?
This is a low bar even for YouTube. Plenty of good educational...
Oh yeah, he put second thought in there? Okay, never mind. This guy, this channel in and of itself is...
Creators disclose their sponsors upfront.
Nah, this is nitpicking? No, I think that... What? No, I don't think that's nitpicking at all. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, there is a proper... decorum or proper guideline that mainstream media has when disclosing their sponsorships. NPR, for example, will always mention it. They always put it somewhere that is like very noticeable. Always. If they have a conflict of interest, if they have like Facebook, for example, he means I'm nitpicking? No, I'm nitpicking in a positive way. I'm saying that this guy's like leaving little clues that he might be a bit of a leftist. I still don't know how meat consumption or whatever still contributes to global warming. Meat consumption absolutely contributes to global warming because we raise cattle specifically with the purpose of like killing the cattle and eating the cattle, and they fart a lot. What? How? It's like pretty basic stuff. Yeah, no, 100%. They destroy ecosystems. They fart a lot. They ruin fucking natural water supply. There's a litany of issues that come from agricultural production.
Why should Kurzgesagt be given a pass? Most people who do not watch videos till the very last second, or who cannot read everything that's on the screen, would never be aware of the extent to which Kurzgesagt videos are sponsored by billionaires. Kurzgesagt also does a terrible job at explaining who their sponsors actually are.
This video is part of a series about climate change supported by Breakthrough Energy.
In their climate change video sponsored by Breakthrough Energy, you're told it is just
a coalition founded by Bill Gates that's working to expand clean energy investment and support the innovations that will lead the world to net zero carbon emissions.
But they don't tell you that Breakthrough Energy is a bunch of venture capitalist funds where billionaires stand to make huge profits from adoption of technologies they invest their billions into. Kurzgesagt left a link in the description that leads.
This video is doing a wonderful job of basically saying that the main problem is capitalism without saying the main problem is capitalism, but basically instilling that skepticism in venture capital instead of saying capitalism. Because a lot of you who do still, no matter what happens, love capitalism will look at this and go, well, who cares if it's like VC backed? It's ultimately doing a good thing. Not realizing that like venture capitalists in general do not care about the saving of the environment. They care about the profit motive. That's it. Therefore, it's understandable that they are not really in the game to immediately stop, or at least as manageably as possible, roll back some of the most devastating impacts of anthropogenic climate change. Anthropogenic contributions to climate change.
To Gates' book sale, but not the fund's official website. YouTube has a policy that flags channels funded by governments with a label that informs viewers of this financial conflict. This was enacted with the aim of combating government misinformation on the platform. You can see this on Kurzgesagt German channel that is backed by the government, and YouTube labels it as a German PBS. This same standard should be applied to private funding too. There should be a label that cannot be arbitrarily set or removed by the creator that discloses upfront who is funding their videos. Media consolidation is a major threat to diversity of views, and billionaires, including the ones funding Kurzgesagt, are the main driver behind this trend. It is not enough to promise editorial independence, because there are multiple ways sponsors can influence content behind the scenes. Kurzgesagt maintains their sponsors never have input on their scripts, but in practice, they routinely consult with researchers that come from sponsor-funded institutions or scientists directly on their sponsors' payroll. The two videos Kurzgesagt made with Max Roser were sponsored by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. But Max Roser's Our World in Data received almost $5 million from Bill Gates, so what is exactly the degree of separation here? In the video on vaccine side effects, Kurzgesagt lists 6 experts they consulted with, at least 4 of which are from Gates-funded institutions, and 1 scientist is an executive at the Gates Foundation. How is that not a sponsor commenting on their script? In 3 videos Kurzgesagt made for the Templeton World Charity, at least 4 out of 6 scientists have received direct funding for the research from Templeton. In the Kurzgesagt video on long-termism, The Last Human, sponsored by Open Philanthropy, 2 out of 3 scientists are from the Oxford's Future of Humanity Institute. The institute, which received at least £15 million from Open Philanthropy. The one LMU Munich scientist was also at Oxford during the Open Philanthropy grants. There is no disclaimer of any of these associations anywhere in Kurzgesagt materials. Another long-termist video, the one on the civilizational collapse, was sponsored and researched by William MacAskill. Seemingly a random professor from Oxford University, MacAskill is behind the Center of Effective Altruism and a number of other charities that have received funding from Open Philanthropy, and some have funded Our World in Data. Nothing about this relationship is ever disclosed in Kurzgesagt's source.
What is that video? I don't think I've ever actually watched that. Have I? Wait.
And a number of other charities that have received.
Was there ever communism before Marx in all of history? Haha. Interesting question, my friend. Yes, it's called primitive accumulation, primitive communism. But that's besides the point. You should read Marx. He talks about it.
Funding from Open Philanthropy, and some have funded Our World in Data. Nothing about this relationship.
Is civilization on the brink of collapse? Did I watch this? I don't think I watched this.
Is ever disclosed in Kurzgesagt's source materials. Open Philanthropy has given Kurzgesagt more than 5 million euros to expand the channel into foreign languages and to promote long-termist philosophy and effective altruism in their videos. Do you think money doesn't buy influence? So billionaires do political lobbying and campaign financing for the lols? And
no, they do it out of the kindness of their heart. Shut up, dude. You don't understand. Duh. They do it because they're magnanimous. Of course, and this is something I told Charlie Kirk all the way back in like 2018, or maybe it was 2016. I can't remember. One of the times that I debated him on stage at Politicon. If billionaires were so magnanimous, perhaps they would give a fairer distribution of profits that they steal from their workers back to the workers. If billionaires were so magnanimous, they would perhaps give more back to the federal government by paying an adequate amount of taxes. But they're not. They're not.
Don't get any laws influenced in their favor. Do billionaires buy newspapers and donate to media companies to support independent journalism? Think of what happened to the COVID-19 vaccine developed by the University of Oxford. Researchers originally planned to release their vaccine patent for free so that third world countries could manufacture their doses faster instead of waiting for the rich countries to donate the vaccines to them. Until Bill Gates stepped in and forced the university to partner with a manufacturer and not release their patents. Against the pleas of the WHO and the developing world that patents would stifle vaccine access, Gates used his $750 million leverage to change a university's course.
That was one of the most evil things that a person, like a singular individual, can do. Okay? One of the most evil things. And he didn't even do it for profit for the vaccine or anything like that. He did it for the love of the game. Understand one thing, okay? That's what makes it even worse, because he wasn't directly supposed to profit from that. What he profits from is patents. If we make an argument that international collaboration and the abolition of patents is objectively good, that it's inherently a utilitarian act of kindness, then all of a sudden, people could ask the same thing about Microsoft, and that will make Bill Gates pee-pee Microsoft instead of patents remaining in the way that they are intellectual property remaining the way it is, making Bill Gates' pee-pee macro hard. Okay? That's it. That's why he did that shit. That's what makes it so much worse. That like he wasn't even directly profiting from that shit. That's why so many fucking like there were articles written at the time about like how we shouldn't abolish the patents for vaccines internationally because like people could steal from the research. And it's like, steal from the research? The fuck do you mean, brother? Steal from whatever you're talking about cancer research. You know what I mean? Oh, well, actually, the delivery mechanism for the mRNA vaccines are going to be really good in like cancer treatment in the future. It's like, you want to paywall medicine. You're crazy. You're a bad guy. You're a fucking bad guy. I think the argument was about quality control. Yeah, no. That's the PR argument, okay? It was not about quality control. How fucking disingenuous was that, by the way? I don't even fault you for falling for that. Okay? Well, you said it was stupid. But that's what they said. They said, oh, India can't produce these vaccines on their own. We need to make sure that there's quality control. Motherfucker, India produced 75% of all vaccines distributed globally, dude. Get the fuck out of here with this quality control bullshit. Not saying that to the chatter. I'm saying that to Bill Gates. It was a disingenuous and, dare I say, fucking racist argument, okay? Bill Gates is not connected to effective altruism. He criticized effective altruism promotes rising taxes. Rutger Bregman said that. Okay, I don't care if Bill Gates is personally connected to effective altruism or not. He's still a fucking demon. What do you mean? We're literally talking about how he's a demon right here. He doesn't have to be. Every one of them can have their own seasoning of ethics, okay? It's still inherently unethical. I'm actually happy that chatter brought up quality control. I fucking railed into Billy Bob so much back then. I totally fucking forgot about the dumbass arguments that he put forward. Oh my Lord.
He did this to protect the interests of big pharmaceutical companies he has been investing in for decades.
I don't even think it was because of that, by the way. I think it's more nefarious than that. There was a reason why companies and billionaires that would benefit from mass vaccination, mass inoculation campaigns so they can get everyone in the workforce back to work immediately, literally still stood in front of international IPs, intellectual property rights, being waived for this fucking vaccine. Why? Because they themselves benefit from intellectual property rights. They themselves benefit from patents. That's why. Their mode of revenue generation revolves around the protection and maintenance of patents. If they were to abolish that, if they were to blow that shit up, if people were to even say, wait a minute, why don't we are witnessing Hasan's anti-vaxxer character arc live? What? Bro, did you just not understand? It's the opposite. I'm saying I want everyone to be inoculated. I want mass vaccines to be distributed to people. Standing in front of that and stopping that from happening only because your profit margins might be in the future diminished as a consequence of like people making an argument to abolish IP for other sectors is the exact opposite of what you think I'm saying. I'm saying vaccine good. I'm saying IP bad, vaccine good. Breaking the patent opens a precedent. Same idea with the moral hazard argument. Yep. I think personally it is mind-boggling that we have paywalled healthcare. Like even in medicine, it is so crazy. Making medicine is expensive though. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. Shouldn't be as expensive as it is, but how could we do that when the workforce is saddled with debt and billionaires are so invested? What the fuck do you mean making medicine is expensive? No, the fuck, it's not. It's not. What are you talking about? It is not. It is not expensive at all. Look at what happens to medication when generics can be made. When the patent has lived out its entire lifetime, and then all of a sudden it's cheap. How the fuck did that happen? Wait a minute. I don't understand. No, making medication is really expensive. ROI on free medicine is crazy. Insulin companies gonna go bankrupt. I want them to. He meant making the research, not manufacturing medicine. Yeah, wait till you find out how medicine is researched. Wait till you find out what private corporations do once they fucking sit on an IP, once they sit on a patent to medication. Novel chemical compounds are found in higher frequency under publicly funded medical research than privately funded medical research. Even if it's founded under privately funded facilities, those facilities are still also operating under the same fucking guidelines that publicly funded research facilities are operating under. Okay? Novel chemical compounds are still founded. They're still found, not founded, sorry, in publicly funded facilities at a higher rate. Do not forget this. The overwhelming majority of funds that private facilities, or not private facilities, but like pharmaceutical companies utilize most of their funds not on novel chemical compound development, but instead on marketing or distribution mechanisms. What does that mean? Oh, well, we switched a little different part of this fucking drug that you were using, okay? Which means now we have to extend the patent. We have to extend the patent for another 7 fucking years. That's it. That's all they do.
Which resulted in the global vaccine apartheid and possibly millions of preventable deaths. Money buys influence. It buys it in politics, it buys it in science, it gets you favorable coverage in the media. Gates poured $300 million into
Oh, come on, bro. He put fucking mint press in here. You motherfucker said he's a libertarian or whatever, but like, that's mint press, dude. Are you kidding me? That's Alan.
Gates.
He put a fucking Alan MacLeod article on here. There's no shot that this dude is not a leftist. Are you kidding me? What the fuck?
Poured $300 million into media companies, Kurzgesagt being one of them. Ask yourself, when was the last time you read a critical piece on Gates or his foundation?
I don't know how to say his last name. Shut up.
Kurzgesagt wants to maintain they are able to decouple the interests of their funding source from the content in their videos. Does this mean that we'll soon get to see a cutely animated character of Bill Gates meeting up with Jeffrey Epstein at his private venues after he was convicted sex trafficker?
Science is more than a body of knowledge.
When big money buys big influence, science is always the casualty.
If we are not able to ask skeptical questions, to interrogate those who tell us that something is true, to be skeptical of those in authority,
it becomes less diverse, more stringent, and more authoritative.
Then we're up for grabs for the next charlatan, political or religious, who comes ambling along.
In the academic community, there is a phenomenon called the chilling effect. It occurs when scientists self-censor or refuse to speak out against the funding source of their institutions out of fear of losing support or getting sacked. With the Gates Foundation, they refer to it as the Bill chill. Gates' funding priorities have worried scientists for stifling diversity of views for decades. His philanthropic funding made it difficult to find independent reviewers. Through his multi-billion-dollar empire of donations and investments, Gates amassed enough power to single-handedly influence policies of global and national governing bodies. When Gates Foundation pours money into a project, they end up having enough power to veto public policies that don't align with their charity's priorities. We need to have a serious debate. Is big money lobbying a problem only if it's for issues we don't like? Or is it a problem on principle? This is how Kurzgesagt views the fossil fuel lobbyists, as evil villains trying to influence our politicians and mislead the public with their money. Kurzgesagt clearly understands the problem of big money, but they don't seem to have a problem with when they are on the receiving end of the big money influencing policies and public opinion. Billionaires have hacked the system by which we measure the merits of arguments.
Hasan, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Why don't you just give up? Like, I get you want to make more people leftists, but what's the point? The oligarchs already have a system basically fucked. Like, what the fuck is the point in educating people when there's no revolutionary potential anymore? That's dumb. That's silly. That's stupid. Okay? Don't be a fucking doomer. Society can only prosper when old men plant seeds for trees they will never sit in the shade of. Okay? Come on. Come on. Doesn't matter. You might not see positive change in your lifetime. You might not see positive change in your children's lifetime, but ultimately you're doing the right thing because your cause is just and you believe that you are setting a better future for the next generation and the generation after that. Okay? That's crazy. What if we don't even get to the next generation? You don't know that. Someday you'll get that quote right, but close. I think I paraphrase it, but I think I do a decent job of paraphrasing it, so fuck you. Okay? Nereye lan? Ay amına koyayım. Geldin, yemeği yedin, siktirin gittin ha? Hadi eyvallah. Anyway. It does not matter. It's easy to feel doomer. It's easy to feel nihilistic. It's easy to feel pessimistic. It's easy to feel like, you know, the world's never going to get better. But you do the right thing, and you will get a lot of emotional fulfillment out of that anyway. Because you're not doing it because you're going to have immediate tangible results. There might be things that you do, short-term goals that you achieve, that might actually make you feel better. Okay, you might actually get producible, easily definable short-term results. Like, let's say you organize your workplace. That's a example I can use, right? You can get some tangible results in your community. But ultimately, even if you don't get that, the reason why you're pushing for this is because your cause is just, is because you are doing the right thing and it makes you feel good. That's it.
It's in science and public discourse. With the sheer wealth, they brute force their ideas into the mainstream by giving their interests more funding for research, more coverage in the media, and higher likelihood of becoming a public policy. This system is beyond broken, especially for a studio as big as Kurzgesagt. Back in 2017...
Oh, the last thing I was going to say is, and I don't want to fuck this up, there are decades where nothing happens, and then there are weeks where decades happen. Rare Hasan lying. Dude, that's inspiring and sad. I'm rock solid in my political position, don't get me wrong, but it is sad. It doesn't matter. You don't know. You don't know what happens. You don't know.
Kurzgesagt admitted in their Medium article they would actually be able to do away with sponsors altogether and rely on their Patreon supporters, ad revenue, and merch. They also have a design studio branch that makes commission work for big-name clients. So why haven't the channel got rid of sponsors yet? They are already funded by the German state, and they sold courses on Brilliant and Skillshare. Why not maintain integrity?
You can afford to make less, make less.
By the very least, Kurzgesagt should be more transparent and disclose sponsorship at the beginning of their videos so that people can make the decision before they watch the video and not afterwards. But transparency alone would not fix the conflict of interest and perverse incentives. Journalists, educators, and media outlets should not take money from entities they are supposed to be critically covering.
Damn, why'd he put our boy there, dude? World Economic Forum's very own bravest warrior, the Fedayeen himself, dude. The Fedayeen, dog. Johnny motherfucking Harris right there, dude. What? Agent Johnny. Okay, I joke. I don't know if he's CIA or not. I know he did a response to me titling my YouTube video, "Is Johnny Harris CIA?" Okay? Like, I don't know. I don't know if he's CIA. I don't know. He made a video on you. Ha ha ha. Who? Johnny? Friend of the show, Johnny, did not make a video on me. He just made a short, like, response, like a YouTube short. I don't think priming audiences with information before giving them info to be objective about is intentionally disingenuous or outright dumb. Yeah, he did this. This was...
Will be popular. You're gonna be popular.
He didn't say no, though. I mean, he's playing along with it. He's not like, what the fuck? Oops, sorry, Johnny. We got to get you into witness protection. Wait a minute. C-Max says, I still like Johnny. Don't care what anyone says. Yeah, because you're Belgian. It's an entire fake nation of like literally loving the CIA, designed around loving the CIA and international Western hegemonic superpowers congregate literally in the fake nation of Belgium. Not even a real country. There's a border for Germany to enter France. Here was Hank responding to the Kurzgesagt. I think Philip's response on Reddit was really good, better than mine. Would have been if a person put together a manipulative hit piece that made my company look shitty and went viral. Yeah, it's Hank Green. Like, yeah, wow. You mean to tell me Hank Green is upset that someone criticized? Like, Hank Green is a liberal. He is the best liberal. He's the best boy, okay? But he is the liberal. Like, of course he's going to say this is fucked up that they did this. What are you talking about? Anyway, okay, so Kurzgesagt statement on the conflict of interest allegations. Posting statement on behalf of Philip, our founder, head writer, who has Reddit blocked on his devices. Understand. Okay, that's the best thing that you could ever do. In December, a video came out. We reacted to it as we were planning to finally finish our next behind-the-scenes video anyways, explain how we do business, how we see it. We're a big platform. It's okay to criticize. We welcome it. Although ideally, with better research and not out of context in a scandalizing way. Kurzgesagt is billionaire funded, not viewer funded. Our viewers provide 65% of our income via our shop, YouTube ad revenue, and Patreon in that order. Damn, their shop makes the most. Institutional sponsorship grants, licensing and agency make up the remaining 11%. Jesus fuck, that's a lot of money. Holy shit. I mean, it's TLDR not true. I mean, it is billionaire funded. There's still a fuckload of funding from billionaires, but also on top of that, fuckload of funding early on from billionaires when it mattered a lot. But yeah, I mean, they're massive. They're literally massive. So that makes sense. I don't think this dude, the hated one, was saying all of their videos are funded by billionaires. He was saying that some of their videos are funded directly by billionaires. And in a lot of instances, those videos happen to align with the values of the billionaires themselves. Now, you might have authentically arrived at those values, right? But ultimately, you know, Just happens to be aligned with those values. Wasn't another point that the sources are billionaire funded? Yes. Long version, sums are huge, so add a bit of context. How do we fundamentally finance ourselves? So we added the last 3 years, which should give you a fair and current insight. There are two main sources of revenue, viewers and outside funders. During this time, blah, 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 blah. We got about 6% of German public broadcasting from the German channel during that time. We ended this partnership by the end of 2022. Organizational sponsors represent about 13%. Rest is small agency work. Stems from open philanthropy and is not used for any sponsored videos, but for translating our videos and creating our videos for TikTok. With these funds, we have started Arabic, Hindi, Korean, Japanese, Portuguese, and French channels. It's just too expensive to do on our own. The goal was that these channels become self-sustaining. There's a 2-year funding for TikTok content. It gives us great freedom to explore how to use this platform. Okay. Grant includes only 2 sponsored videos so far. So really only 4% of our video in the last 3 years came from sponsored organizations, only 0.9 from Gates. It's plausible that we are completely disregarding all of our values for that little of our income, even if you think we could be influenced by the right price. Okay, I think this... Okay. Here's what I think. Are you ready for this? Manufacturing consent in mainstream media, in legacy publishers, does not occur oftentimes through direct remuneration. Okay? It's not like, I am billionaire guy. Here is $100 million. Say nice things to me. Just like the people that get elevated to Don Lemon or Anderson Cooper's positions within the structure of CNN or within the structure of MSNBC or within the structure of Fox News are not getting there because they're like, I will be your best lapdog. Okay? It's implied. It is almost self-selecting. And when it's not self-selecting, they push you out. Okay? Because the entire purpose, if you've read Manufacturing Consent, the entire purpose of the media is to disseminate this level of propaganda. Okay? So Kurzgesagt, as I also called from the jump, before the video even started, is operating in a similar vein. Okay? Like what Chomsky told that journalist, you made it to that point because you hold these views. Exactly. There is a reason why Bill Gates is not giving me money. Ostensibly, we're on the same side as it pertains to climate change. You know what I mean? There's a reason why George Soros is not giving me money. I'm an independent media outlet. Why am I not getting money from these motherfuckers? I thought we were on the same side. Are we not? We hate climate change. We love open borders, right? So what's up? Why am I not getting that money? You're a tiny bug in the vast world? Sure. But I think at this point, being one of the leftist, like largest leftist media outlets independently, if these guys were such, brilliant supporters of the left, as the right claim that they are, or as even a lot of liberals think that they are, then what's up? Where's my fucking check, dog? Yeah, and when Kurzgesagt started, they were not the powerhouse that they are right now. But they were still getting funded. You get it? Yeah, smaller podcasters get their money. You don't have to be that big to be a right-wing guy that gets money from, the oil and gas industry. What, you think people are genuinely paying $300,000 in speakers fees to Ben Shapiro because they really want to hear what he has to say? Who's funding the $300,000 speakers fees for Ben Shapiro? How did that work? Let's continue. This is why the right is the most altruistic, since they find the dipshit with 20K followers. Bill Gates needs to step up his astroturfing game. I mean, yeah. Like, Jeffrey Epstein gave $64,000. Never forget this. To some fucking random psychopathic race realist YouTuber by the name of JF Garepi. He's like a straight up Nazi, okay? How the fuck did that guy get $64,000 from Jeffrey Epstein? None of you even know who the fuck this guy is. And if you know who he is, you're probably brain broken. And that's a bit of a self-report for you to know some fucking super in the margins pedophile Nazi. He got $64,000 from Jeffrey Epstein. How? Why? Because when you're saying things that they like, they want you to keep saying it. They'll give you money. It's the same principle of what you do in the middle of the hour, at the top of the hour, when you gift a $5 subscription to someone else or subscribe on your own, but done in a way that is, of course, infinitely more powerful because one billionaire has, more purchasing power than all of you combined. Okay? By the way, that's a secret middle of the hour segue, but that's it. Say things they like and have an audience. You're doing their work for them. Exactly. Which is why it's always laughable when I see like neoliberal weirdos online. And they're doing it for free. Or they're doing it in my chat. And it's like, why are you doing it for free, idiot? You're so dumb. Anyway, in an article I wrote in 2017, I explained how we handled Aura. There's been criticism. We haven't mentioned these partnerships prominently enough. Not something we really heard a lot about in the last few years, but we will talk internally about how we can make this clear. Accusation 2, Kurzgesagt is working in an unscientific way that uses sources that are also funded by the grant givers. We don't work unscientifically, but diligently fact check our videos ourselves and work with scientists from around the world. Long version, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's as disingenuous as the way that this video was framed. And I don't think that this reaction to it or response to it actually undermines the overarching message that like they got a lot of capital early on, and that part of the reason why they get that capital is because they have united values with the billionaires that are giving them money. Thank you very much for your response. I wasn't expecting considering. It's been a lot more than a month. It's been about more than a month since my video was published. I would love to be a part of this larger conversation. On to the official response. The funding of Kurzgesagt's videos, working with scientists that financially connect to your sponsor. However, there's a range of key points you miss out on, and they are even more important than just two of their own. Namely, you don't address criticism of Kurzgesagt sponsor disclaimers and the suggestion they should come at the beginning of the videos and not in the outro or the description as you disclaim currently. Criticism that they're not transparent enough about revealing your connections between the source and the scientists that consult with Kurzgesagt sponsors. Criticism that Kurzgesagt or any other informative outlet should not be receiving funds from entities that have a financial agenda, profitable or charitable, in the areas you cover in your videos. Criticism that Philip Detmer told his viewers through Reddit comments that Kurzgesagt does not let sponsors comment on your scripts, but there are several instances where sponsors had input on your scripts in certain videos. Criticism that Kurzgesagt relied on a sponsor-backed commercial entity for a major citation on Kurzgesagt's source of document in a video on climate change. Criticism that portrays topics that align with their sponsor's interests through the lens that benefits the sponsor's views and interests. On funding, you claim 65 is from your viewers. There are several major issues with that statement I think require further clarification. First, you chose a period of 3 years, 2020 to 2022. Why are you limiting your numbers to just the last 3 years? My video evaluates your estimated revenue streams from the moment Kurzgesagt incorporation in Germany till about the fall of 2022, when my video was finalized. Comparing numbers from just the last 3 years of that evaluation of a 7-year estimate is not a fair comparison. The historical context matters because in your response, you are a large animation studio with 60 employees. But back when you were awarded grants from the Gates Foundation, Open Society, and Templeton, you went from just 5 employees to less than half of what your workforce is today, or even at the time my video was released. That is precisely what I was saying as well. They literally just avoided that. They avoided that super fucking hard. That is, I think, a fundamental point that was not addressed in their response originally, and I think it's a little weird. You can still like their videos, by the way. Chat, never forget. I'm not saying stop watching these guys. They're bad. They're unethical. Okay? They're probably even genuine in their opinions that they're presenting. I'm not shitting on Kurzgesagt. Okay? I'm not. Achtung! Alarm! I'm not shitting on them. I'm not saying Scheiße. Don't watch them. Okay? But even in the past, when I watched a lot of their videos, especially when I found out that they were also being funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, before I found out that they were funded by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, okay, even I thought that they were a little sussy. If you recall, especially when we talk about climate change, and solutions to climate change, and carbon emissions, and how much of that is coming from developed nations. Literally just watching the same way you would watch Johnny Harris. They're done. Exactly. I love watching Johnny Harris videos. I think he makes great videos. Okay? I think he makes great videos. You're a white pig, says Puerto Rican vegan socialist. What the fuck? That was funny. I'm not going to ban him. I think it's funny. I'm sorry, but they're dog shit. They literally put out a video on why nuclear annihilation is good. Okay. Yeah. Then you don't like that video. But there are plenty of videos that they make that are cool and fun. And, I like them. Just remember where their biases may lay. That's it. That's it. That's all I'm stating. That's all I'm saying. That's all I am mentioning. You are Gülen's puppet. Yeah, totally. According to your company documents in Germany, there were 10 employees in 2016, 14 in 2017, 22 in 2018, 30 in 2019, 37 in 2020. Also in your 2017 Medium article on Kurzgesagt dealing with sponsors, you admit that Bill and Melinda Gates was your biggest supporter. Most importantly, my argument wasn't that Kurzgesagt is a billionaire funded and not viewer funded, as you stated in your response. In a response to another critical video, you commented that Kurzgesagt is an almost entirely viewer funded channel. What my video is arguing against is your statement that it's an almost entirely viewer funded. And what my evaluation showed, and what you also seem to admit, is that you did indeed receive more funding from billionaire entities than your Patreon supporters. Admittedly, Patreon funding is not the only revenue stream that can be considered as coming from your viewers. So let's take a look at your claim in more detail. Okay, I don't really care about the breakdown of this. I think that's nerd shit. Sorry. Okay. YouTube. It's like semantic shit. Okay. I'm not reading all of that. To support the creation of videos on topics relevant to effective altruism and improving humanity's long-run future. In addition to video creation, Kurzgesagt intends to use this funding to translate existing videos into a number of non-English languages to support the production of short-form video content for platforms TikTok and YouTube. Some of this content will feature topics relevant to the effective altruism and improving humanity's long-run future. Both of these grants fund video production, and only one grant also dedicates a portion of the total sum to translation. So by the very least, more than half of the $6 million grant from Open Philanthropy has been dedicated to make more videos. Whether it's shorts on YouTube or TikTok, they are still videos. Holy shit, that is blistering. He cooked, and now we're eating. Okay? That's a scathing accusation that I think is very clever. I think that is a good gotcha. I will say that. Very good gotcha. I assume good faith on your part here and guess that this is a semantics distinction without difference. You claim only 2 videos were sponsored by this grant, but the grant funds a lot more videos or shorts than that. So to dismiss the Open Philanthropy grant would be disingenuous. After this, you go on to explain how none of this funding is significant enough to influence your values. This is a preposterous statement, and if anyone tried to accuse you of that, they would have to provide extraordinary evidence that is unlikely to even exist, which is why I've never made that claim in my videos or anywhere else. I think Kurzgesagt perfectly aligns with the values of their sponsors. Yep. That's it. That does not make it immune to influence. It arguably makes it even worse. It is because of your values that you receive all the significant funding. The problem is that any channel that would try to go against your values would not receive such funding and would not have enough resource to compete with you. Like, I don't think Climate Town gets this shit. You know what I mean? Fox News, for instance, was created as a part of News Corp by conservative billionaire Rupert Murdoch to make content that appeals to conservative viewers. No liberal journalists were paid to suddenly regurgitate conservative talking points. Conservative journalists and news anchors were paid to do that. That doesn't make it magically not a problem anymore. It is still problematic because it amplifies specific views on national television that are not proportionally reflected in the true demographics or don't stand on the merit or arguments. The problem with billionaire funding is that they get to amplify their own ideas irrespective of their merit, simply because they can dump money into media companies that make content about it. My critique is that this is how billionaires fund influence, not that they make people say something they don't believe in. Yeah, this is great. I mean, yeah, this is a way better summarization of basically what I was stating when I was talking about an apt comparison of how apt of a comparison this is to legacy media and how billionaires fund or influence or at least benefit from the kinds of propaganda that you hear from legacy media. Now, there are, of course, moments when you recognize that inherent contradiction of what you're hearing from ostensibly liberal media operatives, right? Where someone turns around and says something like, well, you know, healthcare would actually be bad on CNN, and you're like, hold up, what? Like, what do you mean? Or they won't do it in such flagrant ways, but in many instances they'll just like vilify those who are advocating for it. You know what I mean? They'll lend credence to the ridiculous, cynical criticisms of those who advocate for it, right? Like just a little bit of coverage on maybe Bernie Sanders has 3 houses and that's not great. Even something as innocuous as that could be an effective way to destroy the people that are advocating for certain values that go against the corporate benefactors' best interests. Right? Just do that. You know? It happens all the time. So, just remember that. People want to consume content uncritically, so they think they should stop watching shit they don't 100% agree with. That's okay for reality TV, maybe not for politics. No, I mean, always consume content critically, but also don't fucking try to stop people from watching shit because you don't know why people are watching certain things. Feel me? Brother, you're so right about transphobia being a mental illness. Lamafao, I can't believe it. Oh, not only this, but actually, here's another great example, right? Transphobic sentiment is really good for New York Times and other legacy media publications. Why? Because transphobia is a normative position for the most part. A lot of people either have apathy or directly have disdain for trans people, right? So when you drop that in, when you like talk about it a little bit by lending credence to, for example, detransitioners, which are so incredibly fucking marginal, right? That like the amount of coverage that has been dedicated to them almost is akin or identical to the actual number of detransitioners that exist in society, right? It's like the amount of articles that they've written is more than the amount of detransitioners that even fucking exist, okay? It's not a real thing. It's not a real issue. But, oh, we got to lend credence to these guys. We got to always talk about them. We got to always talk about all three of the detransitioners nonstop, right? You would never do that for vaccine skepticism, as I talked about before when we were criticizing the New York Times for its transphobia. You would never do that because vaccine skeptics are outside of the scientific consensus, and the New York Times understands that lending credence to vaccine skeptics creates the presence of this false balance, as though like the other side has some good ideas too. We got to hear them out. You get it? Sorry for making fun of your race. Many of my friends are white. Just don't like the burp. Love you, brother. You're so fucking stupid, dude. I don't give a fuck. He says, sorry for making fun of your race. I agree with you. Marginalized groups of people should be ignored. Marginal people are bad. I agree with you. Marginalized people should be ignored. Take your lithium, 22-month subscriber. You are fighting shadows in the chat. Take your lithium. It's time for your medication. Okay? Please. Take your lithium. You've forgotten to take them today. Take them right now. Or maybe fix your headphones because you clearly can't hear what is coming out of my mouth. Okay? Marginal does not mean marginalized. Okay? Trans people are marginalized. Detransitioners are not marginalized. They are a marginal group. Work the argument out carefully. Oh, my Lord. There you go. What do you mean, there you go? Wait. No, that doesn't benefit you, brother. That's like... Do you think that this is your simple semantic misunderstanding here? That you think this is actually or do you think that there's a distinction between the two words that I used? He said, there you go, keep going. Okay. Nazis are marginal. Does this mean that Nazis are marginalized? I don't think so. Anarcho-primitivists are marginal, but it does not mean that they are marginalized. Okay? Billionaires are marginal. Does that mean that they are marginalized? No. Sometimes words can mean different things. This is why I said, take your medication. Okay? Words, what do they mean? Yeah, it's the same way with nationalism and nationalize. They sound similar, but mean very different things. It's mind-boggling to me that someone who has given $5 for 22 months, avoiding thousands of hours of ad breaks, can still have this hard of a time understanding what I'm saying. The amount of top-of-the-hour ad breaks that this guy avoided is unimaginable. Okay? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub. I need to hear from this person after. I hope they understand. Take my money, tall, sexy man. Thank you. MXM Gray, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Greenberg 22, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Low Chin 69, thank you for the 5, get the subs. And Lean thank you for the 5, give the subs. Every time you guys say he left the stream, you're wrong. They actually don't leave the stream. They're still in here. Then they pop off and say something. Hasan's Femboy Masseuse, thank you for the 5, get the subs. And thank you for the Femboy Massages. Tehjaran, thank you for the 5, get the subs. And Rainy Draws a Lot, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Yeah, a lot of detransitioners also aren't even anti-trans. They are pro-trans. So it's literally even a smaller margin. Please nuke Hoscore. Thank you for the 5, get the subs. Good logos. Thank you for the 5, get the subs. Anyway. Come on, man. You came in and you prodded, and then now that you got a response, you're like not saying anything. I'm just like poking at you. Being like, come on, do something. Why the fuck want to do something? Oh. I tried to type more and it didn't work. Wait, what? How did you... Oh, I guess you can't write now then. So how did you write then? Just now, just think. You timed me out? No, I untimed you out. You timed yourself out because you were spamming. You got timed out by Fossabot. Stop complaining about that. Do you understand the distinction between the two words that I just described to you? Especially with the examples I gave you. Look, when someone is a 22-month subscriber, like, you know, there's a little bit more care and consideration. You know what I mean? That's it. That's what it is. That's why I'm like spending some time here to understand truly what their perspective is. Please stop arguing with a pair of headsets. It's true. Imagine you forgot to unsub. I mean, what? If you've ever been annoyed by an oppressed person, you're literally a fascist. You have it backwards. If you believe any oppressed person is cringe, you are the same as Hitler and deserve the same fate. How much is PragerU paying you? Oh, they're just, I think they might just be an anarchist. Never mind. Okay. It's okay, man. All right. We don't need to hear from you. Yeah, no, they're just, yeah. Marxism, you know what to do when you film for us on all this anti-anarchist talk. Okay. Transphobes are genuinely losing their minds. I find myself suspecting actual women of being trans now. It's like culture war trauma or something. I actually had to pause this movie and look at the actress to make sure she was actually female. So many questions here. 1, what is actually female? Do you mean cis? 2, what difference does it make? 3, perhaps you finally understand. Trans derangement syndrome happens, okay, to every TERF at a certain point in their lives because gender is an expression, okay? And it's not as rigid as you think it is. So that's precisely why you start seeing shapes and shadows everywhere you go. That's it. That is why these motherfuckers go crazy. That's it. It's always been that way. Like that this is where it comes from. Are you going to cover Justin Roiland? Oh, yeah. Before I forget, I did want to cover Justin Roiland. Oh, shit. And, I mean, I guess I'll go into it a little bit more. I'll go into it in a little bit more detail tomorrow, probably. But Justin Roiland posted justice. He said, I've always known that these claims were false. And I never had any doubt that this day would come. I'm thankful that this case has been dismissed, but at the same time, I'm deeply shaken by the horrible lies that were reported about me during this process. Most of all, I'm disappointed that so many people were so quick to judge without knowing the facts, based solely on the word of an embittered ex trying to bypass the due process and have me canceled. That it may have succeeded even partially is shameful. However, now that the legal case has ended, I'm determined to move forward and focus both on my creative projects and restore my good name. So I never really paid attention to anything that happened here. I guess he didn't because I remember, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Justin Roiland, what did he do? He fucking allegedly beat his wife or something. Like he was arrested for, I think he was arrested for beating or false imprisonment and kidnapping, domestic abuse. Yeah. Now, so that part of it is one thing, right? Prosecutor drops charges against Rick and Morty co-creator Justin Roiland. Pleaded not guilty to 2 felony domestic violence charges, and the charges were dropped. Perhaps that part is not real. But the part I did see that I think is real, unless that was a lie as well, is that he was just sending insane DMs to minors. Which, perhaps should be illegal. But I guess maybe it's not. I don't know, actually. I don't know what the legal boundaries are on that. Like, actually weird-ass, gross-ass shit. But what? Man, there are DMs of you pretending to be Chinese as a pickup line towards a high schooler. Maybe sit out the Notes app tweet. I like eat hamburger with knife and fork. I'm not so sure the account I saw posting stuff was a literal Nazi. Okay, the post has been deleted. He was role-playing Morty and sending them sexually explicit shit. Even with an adult, that's jail. You can't role-play anything Rick and Morty. Yeah, so there were a lot of people who were saying that he was sending creepy text messages to people. I don't know if it's like I don't know what happened there. Wait, did you not see them? They were fucking unhinged? No, the part of me that used to watch Rick and Morty and appreciate it died a long time ago. So I just I don't know what else was going on at the time. So I just never really covered this at all. He's not just being a pedo. He's being a cringe pedo. Brother, there is no pedophile Riz, okay? I don't think you can be a smooth operator as a pedophile. I know what you're trying to say. Oh, the messages came out in discovery of the kidnapping trial? No. Wait, really? That's where they got it from. Oh, yeah, sorry at the airport. It's insane in the membrane. What time is there now? 11:37. Oh, ooh. So rate is so... Oh, what the fuck? And me so... What? What? Ah! 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 No! No! What? Oh! Oh! Bro! Yo, I had to take the glasses off. I've read too much. I've seen enough. I don't need to see no more. That's it. That's jailable. That's jailable. Throw him in jail right now. That's jailable. How do you get... Oh, my God. Oh, my God. She says, I have school tomorrow. Sad face, sad face. Oh, school tomorrow? Oh, no. FMLLLLL. You should just run away from home and go into sex slavery. You fucking stupid F-word bitch. In parentheses, JK. You wish you stupid bitch. What the fuck? In a just world, immediately after sending such message? Yes. Wait, why is he... What happened? Because he said JK that they were like, all right, we can't jail him. Fuck, he said just kidding. Because he didn't say in a video game or in Minecraft. What is that? What the fuck? So with all the Justin Verlander allegations coming out, I thought I'd share my DMs from 2014. Didn't think much of it at the time, but now with all these girl stories, I feel icky. Didn't end up hanging out with him, but wonder what would have happened if I did. Just adding that I was over 18, but just looked pretty young. Okay, dude. No, fuck. Come on. Okay, dude. Oh, just. Oh my lord. Okay, listen. What the fuck? Okay. Okay. Can you write a song about 9 dicks of different sizes and ethnic origins hanging above your face, and then in the lyrics describe how they each splatter you with semen? But important, the larger message of the song is about how we are all the same and no more racism. Who's this lead character? Why does she question mark have to find parking? Why are you a huge F word? Answer later. Sorry, Allie. I'm okay. My 4th glass of wine. This was all off record. Don't break my trust, you asshole. Just kidding. You're all right. Say more later. For now, I'll just share the type of funny DMs Justin Roiland would send me. Posted and deleted this last night because I was worried about any backlash. But this dude made me, someone who wrote a Rick and Morty concept album, never watch a show again. USA always says just kidding when doing a war crime so they don't get convicted by the UN. Fuck. The head of the ICC is sitting there like, oh, fuck, taking off the headphones like the meme. Oh, shit, they done did it again. They said just kidding, bro. Fuck. Damn it. So they moved Justin's trial to The Hague. Honestly, a lot of this is weaponized war crimes. But yeah, as far as like where these text messages and shit came from, I assume it's like from whatchamacallit? It's from Discovery, right? Like how the fuck would people have access to these text messages? But if it's from Discovery, why is it from the perspective of the other side? Oh, yeah? You are awesome. I want to hang again. Hell yeah. I'm glad you want to hang again. That doesn't make sense. Sure, it's bad, but this was 8 years ago? Wait, what? I mean, it's still nasty as fuck. What do you mean? But also, what do you mean? 8 years ago, pedophilia was still pedophilia, I think, right? Like, what? No, dog, you don't understand. 8 years ago, shit was different. Like, you know, pedophilia was so normal. This was before pedophilia was invented, bro. Jacques Fresco nephew. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. I mean, the Asian jokes and shit, lol. C-Town was started a year later. Now they run the DSA. Yeah, no, I don't care about the Asian jokes are just cringe. That's what it is. I said, nah, we all diddled kids in 2050. Okay, stop writing dumb shit in the chat. For this account, girls have sent them her, and she shares and connects them privately so they can talk. Here's the thread. Justin Roiland on Rick and Morty and much more compilations of interactions. Oh, no. Oh, dude, this is Hague. Hague for all of you, because I am not... What? 3 Mars? What the fuck is this? Experience. I've never really been in a consensual situation. I've only ever wanted to be used, and I'm a bit lost. I want to own my sexuality now, but I'm afraid of being objectified, and things are very hard for me. Oh, no, that's heartbreaking. You know what? You will get to own it and enjoy it. You just need to be with someone who puts your pleasure at the same level as theirs. Not going to lie, I have kinks around what you just said. But I also am so focused on my partner's pleasure, often above my own. That's how you do it. Would you do video game reviews and stuff like that? Bet you do good, just playing games. Then once you turn 18, you can just start cam whoring. What? That. You type that you go to jail. You know what I mean? Like, you type that is jailable, I think. Like that, what? Different screenshots of the same convo. Not sure if they're real. Why are you such jailbait? What's wrong with you in that regard? You should grow older, you dumb bitch. Is it cool being a jailbait? Does the FBI follow you around arresting all the men you sleep with? Maybe I will. I want to meet you in real life, jailbait, so I can help you not be a homo. I'm Atlanta drunk. What? He was 35 when he wrote this? Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, I just don't. I mean, look, I believe the things that I'm seeing. I just don't know. Like, I need more context. You know what I mean? And it's odd that there is, like, we don't know where this was sourced from. We don't know where this was sourced from. And it's odd to me that there is so much damning evidence all over the internet. And for some weird reason, like, none of the mainstream media has, like, covered it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. The girl posted a video of herself scrolling through the DMs of Twitter when this first broke. I just don't understand. Like, what the fuck? Even when he went on Dan Harmon's podcast, he creeped and weirded them out so much, they never asked him back. The girl who got it sent to her posted them all. Okay. Sportskeeda is not a reputable outlet of journalism, okay? They write about, like, LSF shit that happened to me. I mean, like, how the fuck... This is, like, journalistic malpractice, not the cover. Like, the fact that none of the legacy publishers wrote about any of these things is crazy to me. Like, that you got sportskeeda.com. You're linking that. And the only thing we know is just that the only thing in mainstream media is basically him in a 2011 podcast saying unhinged shit.
Hey, GVP. I'm so glad there was finally an episode last week, but I know you guys are busy. And Ryan, I'm sorry about your breakup, but if you're willing to wait 2 years, I'll be your new girlfriend. Love you guys.
Oh, she's
Is she-
16.
How old is she?
Holy shit.
How old is she?
Supposed to be 16.
Well,
unless she's walking to LA by foot, and it's going to take 2 years.
Can I just say that, you know, send some pictures, because you could be like fat and gross.
Stop.
She's got 2 years to shape up for me, Justin.
Okay, well, fine, but
I mean, this stuff is inexcusable, gross, disgusting, especially when you pair it up with him, like, trying to rizz up fucking minors. Again, I go back to the same shit where it's like, how the fuck is no one covering this? It, like, doesn't make any sense. Trizzy is a grown-ass man. It sounds like Morty. No, I mean, people always do this with, like, comedy guys who, like, in 2011 would, like, make some of the most unhinged, grossest fucking jokes that are, like, unimaginable, right? Like, completely fucking unimaginably gross. But some of them are not jokes. You know what I mean? Some of them are literally, like, yeah, James Gunn is a great example of this. James Gunn was doing, like, pedophile jokes and shit, too. It was, like, shock comedy era. But when you pair it up with, like, actual fucking DMs, which I believe are real, it all of a sudden turns into not just jokes, but, like, literally just fucking unimaginably unacceptable confessions. Yeah, James Gunn was like the first very like notable, super popular instance of like the anti-cancel culture, like right wing, led by psychopath Cernovich or whatever the fuck his name was. I don't even remember his name. Turning around and pulling his old tweets where he's like making public Twitter pedophile jokes. Sam Cedar too? No. Sam Cedar was caught in the crossfire in that because he made like an actually good joke and people literally robbed it of its context, which was so fucked up. I remember Sam Cedar actually made a good ass fucking joke, like a genuinely solid fucking joke, making fun of Hollywood excusing pedophilia. Yeah, it's about Roman Polanski's mise en scene. That's a banger one. Does anyone remember what the fucking joke was? Like the full blown joke, which was if I'm gonna have my if I'm gonna have my daughter sexually assaulted by a pedophile, it better be someone with like a great understanding of mise en scene or something. Like he was making a joke about. Oh, here. MSNBC to sever ties with contributor Sam Cedar after resurfaced Roman Polanski rape joke. Citing a since-deleted tweet from 8 years ago, the network announced it will not renew Cedar's contract in 2018. Cedar contends that he was the target of an alt-right smear campaign. And MSNBC also reversed the decision. Don't care regarding Polanski, but I hope if my daughter is ever raped, it is by an older, truly talented man with a great sense of mise en scene. That's what he said. Which was like, internally, there was disgust over the tweet. It's like, it's a fucking good-ass joke. It literally is a banger fucking joke. And at the time, I absolutely did, like, I remember reading it, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe they fucking yelled at him over this. Like, it was crazy. And yeah, it was Mike Cernovich that tried to get him canceled, and he almost succeeded in it too. It's like such a good joke because it's clever, it's incredibly edgy, but like in order for someone to take that seriously, they have to literally think that he is okay with his daughter being raped. Like, how could you literally like the context of it is very obviously in the joke itself, right? Which is like an unacceptable position to take. Here's him talking about it with you.
I guess pejoratives.
I mean, this is sort of, you know, what my point is when I got fired from MSNBC for using the term rape in a satirical tweet that I did years before.
But he's fine with joking about it because the joke is not about him, you fucking dingus, or like actual rape. The joke is about Roman Polanski.
And people were like, you know, there was, and I felt like, no, I mean, MSNBC has the right to fire me if they want to fire me. I mean, it's their company. I thought it was wrong. People came to me and were like, well, how come you're not defending, you know, Jeffrey Lord, who was a CNN guy at the time, who was, I don't know, making Nazi comments. And I'm like, because I don't think his comment was equivalent to mine. Like there can be a class of things that people can make a determination about, and there can be a difference.
I don't get the joke, and if you're someone like me who didn't get it at face value, that would seem like something fucking insane to say. A lot of people would see that and react harshly to that. Yeah, the joke itself is critical of rape and rape culture, not pro-rape, which is ironic because that is what he was making a joke about. Roman Polanski is a pedophile rapist. He raped a 13-year-old, and then after he did that, he escaped to Europe. I think to France, right? Isn't he in France? As a very famous director, Hollywood gave him an Oscar. The joke itself is about Hollywood excusing Roman Polanski's pedophile rape. That's the joke. But of course, the problem is Sam Cedar said something that was anti-Hollywood. The joke was gross. I still don't like it. You don't have to like it. I don't give a fuck if you don't like it because you are impossible to please. Guess what? It does not matter if you like it or not. Suck my fucking dick. I spend an insane amount of time trying to cave to the fucking sensibilities of people who sometimes literally medically are incapable of understanding humor or context. I understand that, which is why I do as best as I can to describe jokes so you understand where it's coming from. If you're going to sit there after my 35-minute explanation of what the intended target of the fucking joke was and what the implications behind it was, what the context of the joke was, and you still go, well, I still don't like it, then you're a smarmy little dipshit who doesn't deserve the context anyway. Okay? Suck my fucking ass. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Holy fucking shit. Kiss my asshole. I wasn't there for the whole thing. I think it's dumb. Kiss my asshole. Kiss it. Ew, dude. Motherfuckers really in this chat think like, well, sorry, I'm neurodivergent and you have to deal with it. All 30,000 of you actually have to listen to me now. Okay? Neurodivergence is understandable. Narcissism is not. Okay? That's why I always do what I do. Okay? I understand. Like, I'm basically giving you, like, alt text, okay? I'm basically giving you, in the form of, like, a longer format, literally something that I think is important to address, okay? Because it's not even ableist. No, there are autistic people in the chat who sometimes don't get the joke or sometimes don't understand the nuance. I understand that that is still important to address, okay? But if you're not getting the nuance, but then also on top of that, you're fucking narcissistic and you think the world fucking revolves around you, in that situation, I don't care. You know what I mean? Fuck you. I'm A-worded and didn't get the joke, but knowing Sam's values, I gave him the benefit of the doubt and appreciate the joke explanation. Like, that's it. That's the entire thing. But why do you attract all of us? Why do I... Wait, what do you mean? I'm on Twitch. This is how this works. What the fuck? This is just how the platform is. I'm autistic and have been able to get nuanced jokes well because of you. Yes, there is a lot of... Like, there are a lot of instances where people, like, don't understand certain jokes, but, like, they're not immediately... Because you are funny doesn't mean Sam is okay telling a joke on news. He's not a comedian. Sam didn't tell that joke on news, and Sam Cedar is literally a comedian. Again, stop looking for reasons as to why you originally didn't understand it, and now you fucking feel bad about it, and now you're getting upset. You think rape is funny? This is an anti-rape culture joke. It is literally an anti-rape culture joke. It is an anti-rape culture joke. I don't think rape is funny. This is quite literally attacking the same thing that you think. Oh my God. We're done. You don't know Sam Cedar's background. You don't know what his worldview is. He is quite literally addressing rape culture and criticizing rape culture. You're weaponizing the density of your brain. Okay? I have given you. I basically gave you the tone indicator version as long as I possibly could. Some of you motherfuckers think being smarmy and annoying is a good substitute for politics. Sometimes I understand why you get paid this much. Yeah, you're just weaponizing your own stupidity, okay? You are weaponizing your own stupidity in this situation. It is very frustrating. Oh, this is leftover Tumblr brain rot. People think something having the bad word in it means it condones the bad word, which is ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway. He also posted the original joke in 2010. It was both so long ago that Jay Leno was still making rape jokes on national television, also too long ago for the general public to understand that high level of a joke. Shut up. Yeah. Motherfucker's on Bob's Burgers. How are you going to say he's not a comedian? Yeah, literally. What the fuck? I'm autistic, so I get this. But I also stand by the fact that using narcissist as the way to describe this can be construed as ableist. People with narcissism, personality disorder, yada yada. Narc in general is a bad term to use because of demonization. Yeah, no. I know. It's pejorative. Bad things are bad. That's got to be bait. Anyway. That's it. This is like such... It's funny because what happened here, what happened back then is such a bygone era that it like caused me to fucking unearth trauma from being like actively involved in politics from that era. And I thought we had already moved on from that era, but like chat in here is still trying to rehash the same culture war bullshit in the same way and lending credence to like nefarious, cynical, right-wing weaponization of cancel culture in a community that is overwhelmingly positive towards Sam Cedar, which is why this kind of shit really frustrates me. You love being your own wreckers. I don't care. Suck my dick. Fuck you. That's it. Grow the fuck up. You can write all of the fucking... you can go back to your Splinter Discords and write about how Hasan is actually being so problematic because I simply don't want to laugh at his joke, and he is at gunpoint forcing me to laugh at his joke. I'm not. I don't care. I'm annoyed because you're being a dense little bitch. That's what makes me annoyed. Not the fact that you're not laughing at the joke. I don't care. I think it's funny. You don't have to. Do you get it? But having said that, come in here and chirp after I have, done my due diligence and described to you all the basis of this, okay? And you're still chirping, I will blow your shit to smithereens, okay? Grow up. Anyway. Sam Cedar is a good guy. I'll see you in the fun half. Sam Cedar is a great guy. Love him. I cherish him. He is a wonderful beacon of light. The Majority Report is an incredible institution. Could not recommend them enough. I'm going to end it on this note, by the way. But yeah, no. Left is best. Rest in power, Michael Brooks. This was a great stream overall, I think. Also, my real uncle. Yeah, I can't say that this close to my uncle's birthday. But yeah, no, I love Sam. Emma's great as well. Everyone is great at Majority Report. They're awesome. The Gaming Frogs get some love. Jank posting cringe. I don't want to even see it. I don't want to see it because I don't want to cover it. Because again, you know, that's his birthday bonus. When is Slime come back? I don't know. Soon. Someone said the Majority Report has a banger outro. You know who else has a banger outro? Me.
New developments involving former President
That's
Donald
right.
J. Trump. Trump saying
Bye,
today
everybody.
he
See you tomorrow after
expects to be
Leftovers.
arrested on Tuesday.
Richard Wolf is going to be on Leftovers tomorrow. That's right.
Feds want to lock up Uncle Trump. Democrats trying to lock up Uncle Trump. J6 committee wants to lock up Donald Trump. Alvin Bragg wants to lock up Donald Trump. Why them liberals try to hate on Donald Trump? Why's the left always plotting on Uncle Trump? You know they jealous, they can't be like Uncle Trump. The type to take the stand and lie on Donald Trump. You know the typical liberal out here lying again. A deep state witch hunt, they out here spying again. And 7 years later, why you dummies still bringing it up? Stormy did it for clout, we know Trump never fought. They turned a misdemeanor into a felony. And why is Ron DeSantis sitting so silently? Trump's won every poll, the walking GOP. JN6 2.0, that's what they want to see. Don't put the JN6 committee right in front of me. This is for my patriots that never took that vaccine. This is a Hail Mary, it's all they got. Trump 2024, the Trump train won't stop. I heard the feds want to lock up Uncle Trump. Democrats trying to lock up Uncle Trump. J6 committee.